A glass of tongue runner and a plate of smoked tofu. Jiang Ming tied his donkey to a tree, sat near the stall, and placed his order. "All right," the young stall owner replied loudly. When he saw Jiang Ming, he was stunned and then asked curiously, "I almost thought you were a regular customer. However, I've never seen you before." Jiang Ming smiled. "I've long heard that the tongue runner here is quite good. I've only come to try it today. It's really good. Hee, this is a brewing recipe passed down from my ancestors. Legend has it that even a great grandmaster had drunk it before." The young man immediately bragged loudly, causing the other customers to laugh. Jiang Ming glanced at the wine and smiled. "I've heard that back in the day, a single glass of this tongue runner could make a person's entire body heat up. Your glass is much smaller." Before the young stall owner could say anything, the surrounding customers could not help but say, "Young man, you must be foreign. You don't know the market price of ingredients here. Everything is so expensive because of the emperor. When I was a child, I could buy a lot of things with a single coin." Now, an old man with white hair shook his head and sighed. "Yes, our county is expanding rapidly. However, why is my life getting worse and worse?" An honest-looking herb gatherer also sighed heavily. "I heard that Xing's ancestor also opened a restaurant here. I heard that it was very popular back then. Ah, it's a pity that old Master Zhang has taken a fancy to it." The young stall owner, Xing, also looked a little sad. However, he quickly recovered and continued to manage the wine stall with a smile. The customers also changed the topic tacitly, discussing the fire cloud grass that had recently appeared on the cloudy dream mountain forest. The gazes of the few herb harvesters flickered. It was obvious that they were all tempted to find some. Jiang Ming finished his wine in silence, threw down a few copper coins, and led his donkey away. He bought a small, dilapidated courtyard and lived inconspicuously in peace. County. Every day, he cultivated in peace. When he was free, he would go to Xing's wine stall. The two of them gradually got to know each other. On the cloudy dream mountain forest, more and more people found fire cloud grass. Peace County also gradually became lively. Many eager strangers appeared. On this day, Jiang Ming was having his usual at the wine stall. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded beside him. "Ah, you." Jiang Ming turned his head and raised his eyebrows. It was the pretty girl he met at the tea stall that day. The old man was following behind her, staring at Jiang Ming vigilantly. "What are you doing here?" The girl sat opposite Jiang Ming and said with a smile, "Don't tell me you're also here for the king of medicine." The old man behind the young girl quickly stopped her from continuing. The young girl said indifferently, "What's there to hide? Everyone will know about it in a few days. It's so hard to find. No one will fight with us." The old man's face was gloomy. "Who doesn't want to try their luck?" Jiang Ming smiled. "Maybe the king of medicine will jump into my arms while I'm in the mountain forest." The young girl's eyes lit up. Hee. We're on the same side. I think so too. Let's get to know each other. I'm Fang Zishuang, and this is Uncle Tong. The girl introduced herself enthusiastically. "Fang?" Jiang Ming raised his head and stared at the girl for a moment. Indeed, she looked familiar. He thought of his old friend who was trapped in his position and had given up on his dream. Even if he was a Tao master, he was almost at the end of his Life. Jiang Ming shook his head. I'm Wang Wu. He cupped his fists and said seriously, I'm called Saber King. Wu. Fang Zishuang saw his serious expression and could not help but laugh. What kind of nickname is that? I suggest you don't try your luck. It's very dangerous to steal the king of medicine. Even grandmasters can die during this storm. Jiang Ming smiled and said nothing. Uncle Tong could not help but shake his head in secret. Where did this hothead come from? He was just another piece of cannon fodder. By the way, the wine here is pretty good, Fang Zishuang said. I heard from my great-grandfather that when he was here, he often came to drink this wine. It's a top-quality wine. When Ah Xing served the wine, Fang Zishuang impatiently took a sip. She had played in the military camp since she was young and had drunk a lot of strong wine. However, after taking a sip, Fang Zishuang's expression suddenly froze. Her brows furrowed slightly. This wine. What's wrong? Not bad, right? Xing shouted from afar, his face full of pride. Fang Zishuang swallowed it with great effort and shouted, it's really good. However, she could not drink the rest of the wine no matter what. She was born into an aristocratic family and had always drunk the best wine. She had never drunk wine like this before. Jiang Ming took the opportunity when Ah Xing was not paying attention to pour all the wine in her glass into his. He smiled and took a sip. The best wine tells a story. Your great-grandfather must have had a very interesting story to tell back then. Fang Zishuang's face was filled with confusion. Was that so? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another few months passed, and fire cloud grass appeared more and more frequently. The old people in the county finally remembered the legends they had heard in their childhood. There was a king of medicine in the mountain. The county gradually became restless. Some herb gatherers felt that a great disaster was coming. Therefore, they quietly slipped away in advance. Some people wanted to take this opportunity to fight for a chance to rise in status. It's time to enter the mountain. Jiang Ming finished the last sip of wine, looked around to make sure that no one was around, and said goodbye to Ah Xing, who was cleaning up the dishes. I see that this stall of yours only has 2 types of wine. I won't pay for today's wine, but I'll give you a few recipes. He took out a few folded papers from his pockets, placed them under the wine glass, and left. In the past, old Jiang passed on all his winemaking techniques to Ah Fei, and Jiang Ming also learned a few techniques. Hey, don't feel bad. If you don't have the money now, just bring it next time, Ah Xing shouted. However, when he stood up, he could not find Wang Wu. He walked to the table and looked at the papers. He opened them up curiously. He was stunned. I heard my father mention these wines before, and he would sigh every time he mentioned them. Because my grandfather died in an accident. Back then, these recipes and techniques had long been lost. Who is this person? Ah Xing raised his head in a daze and looked at the busy street. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming walked into the cloudy Dream Mountain forest and took in the familiar atmosphere of the forest. He felt more relaxed than ever. It had just rained, and there were many mushrooms growing in the forest. Jiang Ming picked a bunch of mushrooms in the forest, put them in his pockets, and ran all the way to the cave in his memory. It didn't collapse. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and went in. Jiang Ming found a water source with ease, filled a can with water, and began to cook the mushroom soup that he had not had for decades in the cave. How nostalgic. Jiang Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another 12 days passed. The king of medicine has appeared again? It's just 10 miles south. Many martial artists have already rushed there. I'm afraid it won't be able to escape this time. In the forest, a few martial artists were gathered together, their faces full of excitement. After a short while, they all left, flying toward the south. From atop a tall tree, Jiang Ming stood quietly and shook his head helplessly. A few days ago, the king of medicine had already appeared, but it was extremely slippery. The forest was vast and even grandmasters found it hard to catch it. Often, when they arrived at its location, it had already disappeared. Jiang Ming also went to several places, but he did not even see the king of medicine. Instead, he saw many martial artists from all over the world. Since he did not see the king of medicine, Jiang Ming did not want to have a conflict with them. Thus, he ran away. However, as the number of martial artists increases, the area that the king of medicine can hide and become smaller. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for it to escape this time. Jiang Ming jumped down and rushed to the south of the mountain. I wonder if anyone still remembers Anonymous. The immortal cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley also seem to have appeared. After 100 years of silence, the cloudy Dream Mountain forest was finally bustling with activity again. Countless martial artists from outside the Cloud Empire had gathered to fight for the king of medicine. Jiang Ming strolled leisurely in the direction where the king of medicine appeared. Along the way, he met many martial artists who were rushing forward like a tide. Before they even saw the king of medicine, they had started fighting. With the appearance of the king of medicine, more and more fire cloud grass appeared in the mountain. People often found them, which led to fights breaking out between them. After all, there was only one king of medicine. However, the value of fire cloud grass was nothing to scoff at either. Jiang Ming also picked up 2 stalks of fire cloud grass. Fire cloud grass contained spiritual energy, after all. It's just that I wasn't an immortal cultivator back then, and I couldn't sense it. Jiang Ming was not surprised at all. Back then, he had guessed that the medicinal effect of fire cloud grass was beyond ordinary medicinal herbs. Give that to us. Not far away, a few figures rushed over wildly with savage smiles on their faces. Jiang Ming threw a few stones at their heads, leaving a bloody mess where they had been standing. Then, he continued to walk forward, casually. About 2 hours later, there were more and more people in front of him. Jiang Ming finally came to a river valley formed by the impact of a waterfall. According to the latest news, the king of medicine had disappeared near this. The river gushed forward, blood and flesh splattered, dyeing a large area of the river red. These were the people who had tried to attack him. However, this tragic scene did not scare off the other martial artists. More people let out greedy roars and charged forward. Anyone with a clear mind would know how powerful a person who could kill more than 10 martial artists in an instant was. However, when the king of medicine appeared, how many people could remain rational? A Dao master nearby was the first to enter the arena. He ruthlessly swept away a few martial artists who were blocking his way. His blood chi turned into a blade and slashed at Jiang Ming's arm that was holding the king of medicine. The king of medicine is mine. His eyes flashed with ecstasy. However, the next moment, Jiang Ming casually stretched out a hand and grabbed his neck. He lifted him in the air as if he weighed nothing. Then, he twisted his neck and broke it. He threw him into the river. The body was washed away by the water without a trace. Blood continued to splatter. In the distance, the martial artists who had yet to participate in the fight stared at this scene in horror. Not a single person was able to withstand a single move from the person holding the king of medicine. It was as if no matter how strong a martial artist was, they were all ants to him. He had to be a grandmaster. Many people's faces turned ugly. Although grandmasters were powerful, they were not omniscient. They might not be able to do much better than the others when it came to finding the king of medicine. Therefore, very few grandmasters would personally take part in the battle. They would usually send their subordinates to fight for the fruits of their labor before they finally took action. Who would have thought that there would be a grandmaster who would shamelessly dive into the river to find the king of medicine? Many of the martial artists who were rushing into the river saw the blood and corpses floating in front of them. Their eyelids twitched, and they turned around and ran without hesitation. If there was still a chance to fish in troubled waters before, now that the king of medicine was in the hands of a grandmaster, there was no chance at all. In less than 10 minutes, the first wave of hot-headed people who had charged forward were all killed. Countless martial artists looked at the scene and stepped back. They were all terrified and did not dare make a sound. Grandmasters were rare. Not many people could witness the true strength of a grandmaster. Above the waterfall, Fang Zishuang and Uncle Tong were also looking at this scene in a daze. "Is that Saber King?" Fang Zishuang mumbled uncertainly. Uncle Tong opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The two of them looked at each other and finally realized that Wang Wu was not lying earlier. Jiang Ming passed by Fang Zishuang and smiled. "I told you, I'm very powerful. These noobs can't beat me." Then, he grabbed the king of medicine and prepared to leave. Fang Zishuang could only smile helplessly. "Stop. Who is this little rascal? How dare you steal what belongs to the Cloud Empire?" At this moment, a thunderous shout suddenly sounded from the other side of the waterfall. It was so loud that countless people's eardrums hurt, and they felt dizzy. "It's another grandmaster." Many martial artists were shocked. Was it going to be a battle between grandmasters? An aura suddenly burst out. Jiang Ming turned his head and saw a burly figure standing in the distance. His face was extremely cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. It was not known how many people he had killed before. Fang Zishuang's expression changed as well. She whispered hurriedly, "That's Lu Huaji. He's suspected to be the most powerful grandmaster in the Cloud Empire. You must be careful." Grandmasters had sharp hearing. Lu Huaji sneered, "I see the people from the Fang family dare appear near the capital. Do you want your family to be exterminated?" Fang Zishuang's face turned pale, and she did not dare say another word. The king of medicine was already in Jiang Ming's hands, and he was too lazy to make a move. However, after hearing this, his footsteps stopped completely, and he turned around. He looked at Lu Huaji calmly and said, "The king of medicine was given to us by the heavens. How does it belong to the Cloud Empire? Not to mention, it's just a mere empire." Everyone was in an uproar. This was the first time someone had challenged the empire like this. Fang Zishuang's eyes lit up as well, and she almost joined the cheers. However, on second thought, she was also a citizen of the Cloud Empire and quickly shut her mouth. Such courage. Looks like another Grandmaster is going to fall today. Lu Huaji walked forward step by step, and his blood qi became more and more vigorous. Hand over the King of Medicine and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Behind Jiang Ming, another aura suddenly burst out. A black-robed figure stood with his hands behind his back. His hair and beard were all white, but he exuded a majestic temperament and looked at Jiang Ming indifferently. Is this the Emperor of the Cloud Empire, Zhang Yuanhe? Many people cried out in surprise. They did not expect that the founding Emperor of the Cloud Empire would actually come here personally for the King of Medicine. It was rumored that he had long since abdicated and died of old age, but they did not expect him to hold on until now. In just a few short breaths, 4 more figures appeared and stood around the valley. All the martial artists held their breath, and their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. There aren't that many Grandmasters in the Cloud Empire. Could they be Grandmasters from outside the Cloud Empire? Someone asked in bewilderment. Jiang Ming squinted and looked at the 4 strange figures. He sensed the aura in their bodies that was different from that of martial artists and smiled. It seems that the Fire Lotus Valley has sent people over after the Liang family was destroyed. They've indeed colluded with the Cloud Empire. No wonder. I didn't see any other Grandmasters. The Fire Lotus Valley has invested a lot of money to set this up. The other Grandmasters probably already knew about it and ran away. However, these people are both immortal cultivators and Grandmasters. I don't know if they are martial arts experts trained by the Fire Lotus Valley or Grandmasters who came from this world. Jiang Ming was too lazy to think about it further. No matter what happened, he could just kill them all. In the river valley, an unfamiliar Grandmaster sneered, "Friend, the King of Medicine doesn't belong to you. You shouldn't have taken it." Jiang Ming's eyes were indifferent, and he asked, casually, "What's wrong?" "Who said that the King of Medicine belongs to the Fire Lotus Valley?" Fire Lotus Valley? The surrounding martial artists were all puzzled. The unfamiliar Grandmasters, including Lu Huaji and Zhang Yuanhe, all changed their expressions and stared at Jiang Ming. "How do you know this name?" Lu Huaji shouted. "You'll know soon enough." Jiang Ming stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Huaji with a faint smile. Lu Huaji's body tensed up as he stared at the mysterious Grandmaster vigilantly. If he knew about the existence of the Fire Lotus Valley, he was definitely not an ordinary Grandmaster. What? Suddenly, Lu Huaji felt a chill internally. An indescribable feeling welled up in him, and he could not help but smile. He felt peaceful and content. Something's wrong. Lu Huaji's heart was filled with fear, but it was too late. The next second, the blood qi in his body dissipated, and his body fell back powerlessly. His consciousness quickly fell into darkness. At this moment, Lu Huaji finally knew the identity of the person in front of him. "He's the legendary Anonymous." Lu Huaji's body fell to the ground. It was not until this moment that someone realized something was wrong. The Lu family members went forward to shout in horror, but they could not wake him up. Zhang Yuanhe's body turned cold as he stared at Lu Huaji's body in horror. F***ck. Wu Hen is here, that means you're Anonymous. Back then, Anonymous brought Wu Hen to the Liang family banquet and wiped them all out. Not only was Anonymous incredibly powerful, but his subordinate, Wu Hen, was also a terrifying person. The head of the Liang family, who was at the peak of the Tao Master, was assassinated by Wu Hen with one strike. After so many years, people had long suspected that Wu Hen had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, but no one had ever seen him fight. He did not expect that after 70 years, Wu Hen's first attack would directly kill a peerless Grandmaster at his peak. A Grandmaster assassin like this was exponentially scarier than a normal Grandmaster. Even Zhang Yuanhe was looking around nervously, afraid that Wu Hen would get close to him. He was rumored to be the most powerful Grandmaster in the world. Everyone had thought he had died. No one expected that they would see him again so soon. The faces of the immortal cultivators suddenly flashed with rage. You destroyed the Liang family? Yes, and what about it? Today, you all go down to accompany them too. Jiang Ming was very calm. A cultivator of the Fire Lotus Valley replied angrily, Boy, don't be too cocky. You'll regret this. Jiang Ming looked at him with pity and sighed softly. It's a pity that you came to my territory. His blood chi exploded violently. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the person who spoke. He launched a fierce punch. You're courting death. The cultivator's face was cold, and he raised his fist to counter him. However, he was no match for Jiang Ming. He exploded with the impact of Jiang Ming's punch. Lu Zhen. The other three cultivators were furious. They were high-ranking immortal cultivators. How could they die here? There's something wrong with this B*****. Let's attack him all at once. The three rushed out together, their blood chi turned into various weapons, and they slashed at Jiang Ming frantically. Zhang Yuanhe's face became ruthless, and he wanted to go forward, but he suddenly saw a blurry figure flash past. A chill ran down his spine, and Zhang Yuanhe froze in place. On the battlefield, blood chi exploded. The second immortal cultivator fell. How is this possible? The remaining two looked at this scene in horror. Quickly used the talisman. Both of them took out a red talisman and poured spiritual energy into it to activate it. They did not care about the laws of this world. If the fight continued like this, the two of them would join their dead comrades. Even Zhou Pingshi never had such terrifying strength. The talismans transformed into a huge fireball and a coil of fire. They surged forward. Both of them had grim faces. Talismans were a loophole in the laws of this world. They would probably not die if they used them. However, they might be turned into mortals as a punishment. It was a risk they were willing to take. In the river valley, all the martial artists who saw this scene trembled with fear and excitement. They were witnessing a piece of history. However, the next moment, they all opened their eyes wide, watching the scene in disbelief. Jiang Ming blocked the fire with ease. In the distance, Zhang Yuanhe was completely stunned. To ordinary martial artists, this was believable to an extent. They thought that Jiang Ming was just an extremely talented grandmaster. However, to Zhang Yuanhe, who was an expert, it was terrifying. It was like Jiang Ming was an immortal cultivator as well. What is this? What am I witnessing? Zhang Yuanhe felt his knees buckle. In the river valley, the remaining two immortal cultivators fell into the water powerlessly. They were staring blankly at Jiang Ming, who was unscathed, and finally realized that they had offended someone who they could not afford to offend. Alas, they did not have long to think about it. The laws of the world descended, and blood splattered everywhere as the two were killed mercilessly. Jiang Ming completely destroyed the corpses of the immortal cultivators and let the remains be washed away by the river. Only then did he wash his hands. In peace. He took out the king of medicine from his pockets. I didn't scare you. Good. Jiang Ming looked at the king of medicine with a smile. The king of medicine lay upright in Jiang Ming's palm, the red leaves on its head facing upward, motionless. To be honest, it's quite cute. Jiang Ming put it back again and walked to the last man standing, Zhang Yuanhe, the founding emperor of the Cloud Empire. Would you like to challenge me again? Jiang Ming smiled lightly. Zhang Yuanhe looked bitter, but he bowed without hesitation. It was as if he was standing before a god. He said respectfully, I deserve to die. However, please forgive me. All the martial artists watching went crazy with excitement. What kind of scene was this? Zhang Yuanhe, the master of martial arts and the founding emperor of the Cloud Empire, was bowing down before a young man. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man, but no one dared show any disrespect. No one knew his real name and face, but every time the name anonymous appeared, it was accompanied by the fall of a grandmaster. Jiang Ming stood in front of Zhang Yuanhe and looked down at the founding emperor of the Cloud Empire, who bowed to him. He suddenly smiled and said, the Cloud Empire has only been at peace for a few decades. I won't kill you. Today. Jiang Ming was used to war. He was tired of it and did not want to ignite another war. When Zhang Yuanhe heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. His body, which had been tense for a long time, staggered, and he almost lost his balance. Jiang Ming no longer paid attention to him. He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared into the sky. One of the cultivators stared blankly in the direction where Anonymous had disappeared and muttered, this incident about the king of medicine is destined to be recorded in history. The other martial artists were also excited. They wanted to leave this place immediately and spread the news of what had happened. A few days later, the news of today's battle spread like a hurricane in the Cloud Empire, and countless people knew about it. ******. Jiang Ming split a person into two and continued to walk forward with a calm expression. Along the way, he had already killed more than a dozen foolish people. After all, the battle in the valley had not yet spread to the outskirts of the forest, and no one knew that he was anonymous. Many wicked people were hiding in the forest, waiting for him to pass by. Jiang Ming suddenly realized that if he did not take the king of medicine, there would be more bloodshed in the valley. What he did also prevented many people from dying. As for the people he had killed, well, it was a necessary sacrifice. However, killing the people of the Fire Lotus Valley was not wise. I don't want to make them my enemy. Although the one who killed them was anonymous, who knows if the Fire Lotus Valley has the means to find out who I am? Jiang Ming's eyes were solemn as he pondered. He could not be as casual as he was with the martial artists when he faced the immortal cultivators. Even if he changed his name, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be caught. So, the Fire Lotus Valley is the first name I have in my little book about the world of immortal cultivation. Since I've killed your people, you'll definitely seek revenge from me. If you seek revenge on me, you will bring me trouble. I'm a person who is afraid of trouble. Jiang Ming had no choice but to find a way to solve the problem completely. Soon, Jiang Ming came to a valley. In front of him was still the fiery red miasma, which was no different from decades ago. I'm finally back. Jiang Ming was a little nervous. He did not know what the situation was like in the valley after decades. He took a deep breath and jumped. After passing through layers of miasma, Jiang Ming landed at the bottom of the valley. He was still surrounded by the pale and ugly fire mayflies flying everywhere. The spiritual energy here is indeed much denser. Jiang Ming sensed it carefully for a moment. Although it was still much less dense than last time, according to what Dr. Sun said, the remaining spiritual energy of this small outbreak could last for a few years. If he were to cultivate here for a period of time, he might be able to break through to the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. I wonder if Dr. Sun is still alive. Jiang Ming immediately sighed and went upstream, gradually approaching the crack in which Dr. Sun was hiding. However, the chubby old man did not come out to welcome him. Jiang Ming had a bad feeling internally. He walked to the mountain wall where the crack was located and tried to cast the spirit restriction seal. This was the key to breaking the seal in this place. The crack widened, and pure spiritual energy seeped out. Jiang Ming quickly stepped in. The sky was bright in front of him. Jiang Ming squinted and saw a figure lying on a bamboo chair in front of a dilapidated wooden house. He looked lethargic. When he saw Jiang Ming coming, he smiled sadly. You failed? Jiang Ming probed. I can't accept this. Dr. Sun sighed. The laws of this world seem to be incomplete. I can't completely understand the 5th level of the spirit restriction seal. Jiang Ming sighed, then he thought of something and took out the king of medicine from his pocket. Will the king of medicine be of any use to you? Dr. Sun shook his head. The effects of the king of medicine are very good for immortal cultivators or martial artists to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. However, it's only average in terms of healing and saving lives. It is only slightly stronger than fire cloud grass and is no longer of much use to me. By the way, how is the king of medicine born? Jiang Ming asked, curiously. It's similar to the fire cloud grass. The herbs that fail to transform will fuse with the purple root grass to evolve into fire cloud grass, and those that succeed will be burned to death by the power of the sun. They will fuse with the fire cloud grass to evolve again and become the king of medicine. Dr. Sun said. His tone was a little disappointed. This kind of transformation is the wrong path. Even if the transformation is successful, there is no way to survive. Jiang Ming looked at him in confusion. He did not understand why he was so affected by the fire mayfly's life and death. Alright, the spiritual energy in the valley has reached its peak today. I'm going to fight to the death here. Dr. Sun did not say anything more. He stood up from the bamboo chair, and his murky eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Brat, this might be the last time I use the spirit restriction seal. You had better watch carefully. Jiang Ming could only sigh. Perhaps if he continued to endure the pain, he could still live for a few more years. However, Dr. Sun obviously did not want to live like this. Dr. Sun's hands formed a seal. One after another, complex and mysterious runes flowed out from between his fingers and palms. They surrounded his body and absorbed the spiritual energy around them. Jiang Ming's eyes were wide open as he stared at each rune carefully. He remembered that Dr. Sun said each level of the spirit restriction seal represented a different seal. These runes seemed to have broken through the scope of the 6 basic seals. Each rune contained the true meaning of several seals. This opened Jiang Ming's eyes and rapidly deepened his understanding of the spirit restriction. Seal. Gradually, all the runes began to glow brightly. It was as if they were alive. Then, they rushed into Dr. Sun's body. Vaguely, Jiang Ming felt as if he heard a clap of thunder. Several strange fluctuations of energy continued bursting out of Dr. Sun's body. His aura was also sometimes strong and sometimes weak, as if he was going through some kind of intense transformation. For a moment, the light contained in his eyes made Jiang Ming's heart palpitate. It seems that his memory is accurate. He was indeed a terrifying cultivator. Back then, Jiang Ming was secretly shocked. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Dr. Sun. There seemed to be a sound coming from his body, like a string being broken. Dr. Sun's aura also fell rapidly. In just a moment, Dr. Sun's aura had completely collapsed. In Jiang Ming's eyes, Dr. Sun was no different from an ordinary person. Dr. Sun's figure staggered and almost fell to the ground. Jiang Ming quickly prepared to help him up, but Dr. Sun waved his hand. His voice was calm. There's no need for that. Accompany me for a walk. Jiang Ming paused. It seemed like Dr. Sun had failed. He could already feel that Dr. Sun's life force was flowing away. He was afraid that Dr. Sun would not be able to last even an hour. This man, who had dominated the world of immortal cultivation for thousands of years, was probably going to fall today. Your two old friends have already woken up once. They are just sleeping. Again. The two of them walked to the dry well as Dr. Sun slowly explained. Jiang Ming quickly looked into the well and saw Master C and Black Bean lying still at the bottom of the well. However, their fur seemed to be a lot brighter. They also looked like they had gone back to when they were in their prime. What's going on? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. What's the situation? They seem to have some kind of connection with the dry well. An unknown power in the well nourished them and woke them up. However, a few days later, they were pulled back into a deep sleep by something else if we rashly take them away now. I'm afraid there will be unknown consequences, Dr. Sun said, shaking his head. However, I could sense that their conditions were getting better, and their physical bodies were also evolving. If they were to sleep here for 100 years or even longer, they might wake up as too powerful great demons. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and suddenly looked at Dr. Sunday back. Then, you transformed into a demon. Was it also related to this well? He was born in the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest and became a great demon. Master C's transformation was very similar to Dr. Sun's. Dr. Sun chuckled and shook his head. Even if it's related, it's something that happened before I was aware of the world. I don't remember anything at all. However, what you said might make sense. The two of them walked out of the secret area and came to the deep valley. Outside the crack, the fire mayflies were dancing in the sky, constantly devouring the fiery red miasma, turning from ugly to gorgeous, and rushing upward. Dr. Sun looked at the dancing fire mayflies in amazement. He suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Ming. You said that, in order to rush out of this deep valley, the fire mayflies consumed the poisonous miasma. This caused them to only be able to live for a day. And you wondered if it was worth it, right? In my opinion, it's not worth it. Jiang Ming chuckled. What can I do in one day? How can I experience life in that short period of time? It's just like how you had lived for 3,000 years before you could Appreciate how beautiful your hometown was. If I had only lived for a single day, I'm afraid I would not have been able to experience everything in my life. That made me happy. Dr. Sun laughed bitterly and shook his head. He said faintly, 3,000 years ago, I had the same thought. Why did the fire mayflies only live for a day? Could they have lived longer if they didn't consume the miasma? The evening sun passed through the thick miasma and shone on Dr. Sun's body. However, his body became colder and colder, as if he could not feel the warmth of the sun at all. Hair had grown all over his arms as they turned into two slender insect legs. Two huge translucent wings slowly spread out behind him. His turbid eyes seemed to have become more yellow, and crystal antennae grew on his forehead. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun, who was slowly revealing his original form. He looked like a large mutant fire mayfly. However, his legs and wings were not bright red like the fire mayflies that he had seen outside the valley. Instead, they were an ugly pale white. They were no different from the newly born fire mayflies at the bottom of the valley. Dr. Sun lowered his head and looked at his legs in disappointment. It turns out that you really can live longer if you don't eat miasma. For example, you can live for 3,000 years. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun in a daze. His ridiculous guess from back then was actually true. Dr. Sun's face was getting paler and paler, and his fat body was getting thinner and thinner. Under his clothes, his furry limbs could vaguely be seen. However, I will never be able to understand what it feels like to fly with a pair of fiery red wings. What's more meaningful? 3,000 years of life? Or a single day? Fine hair had already grown out of his face, and his eyes were gradually losing their liveliness and becoming dull. He looked at Jiang Ming strangely, as if he had seen him for the first time. He began to mumble unconsciously, "Who are you?" "My name is Man Tianyun. The moment I was born, I saw a sky full of clouds." It was the first time Jiang Ming heard Dr. Sun's real name. However, the dying Dr. Sun seemed to not recognize him anymore. His whole body was gradually turning into a large fire mayfly. The 3,000-year-old demon had returned to its original form. It flapped its ugly wings and flew toward the miasma in the sky with the young fire mayflies. Its body became smaller and smaller until Jiang Ming could no longer tell which fire mayfly was Dr. Sun. The sky was getting dark, and the fire mayflies fell down one by one. Jiang Ming knew that among them was one named Man Tianyun, who had lived for 3,000 years. 3,000 years is still meaningful, Jiang Ming said softly. At the very least, you've many different things. And in the end, you got to choose your own fate. Jiang Ming looked up. Who knows? Maybe a single day is all they need. After all, I'm not a fire mayfly. How can I judge whether their lives are worthwhile? What I can do is take control of my own life. Even if I can live forever, every day has to be meaningful. Otherwise, what's the point of being alive? 10 years later, the founding emperor of the Cloud Empire, a leading grandmaster of his generation, Zhang Yuanhe, passed away. In the south of the Cloud Empire, 3 vassal lords had risen up, and the Cloud Empire seemed to be in a precarious situation again. In a small bar in Peace County, some old farmers and herb gatherers in tattered clothes were discussing current events in low voices. I've heard that there was a bloody incident in the palace. Someone had broken in. The emperor might not have died of old age. Even a grandmaster can't avoid being murdered, In the corner of the bar, an inconspicuous man was drinking wine, silently. Jiang Ming had no intention of finding out how Zhang Yuan had died. He was not familiar with the man. However, still felt a little emotional when he heard about it. It had been 10 years since the incident with the King of Medicine. Even the Grandmaster who had rebuilt this country had died. There was no one in Jiang Ming's generation who was still alive. Jiang Ming shook his head and smiled. He finished the wine in his glass, got up, and left the bar. He walked past Peace County, which was now full of strange faces, and returned to the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. On a steep peak, Jiang Ming sat down and looked at the clouds in front of him. Master. A gray-clad figure appeared behind Jiang Ming silently and bowed. You've stepped into the third level of the Qi refinement realm. Jiang Ming turned his head and glanced at the travel-worn middle-aged man behind him. He smiled faintly. In the past 10 years, Jiang Ming's comprehension of the spirit restriction seal had become deeper and deeper. He had already comprehended the two basic seals. His spiritual energy was also extremely sharp, and he could easily see what stage of cultivation others were at. Of course, this was only for cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. If a cultivator was in the foundation establishment realm, Jiang Ming would probably not be able to tell. Wu Hen bowed. There was no shock on his face at being seen through. He was different from Miss Wang. In Wu Hen's heart, Anonymous would always be unparalleled in power. Even though he had already embarked on the path of cultivation, he had never changed his mind. Tell me what you've seen and heard in the world of immortal cultivation. After the uproar around the King of Medicine had subsided, Jiang Ming had stayed in the dry well where Dr. Sun had hidden. He had cultivated with the help of the remaining spiritual energy there. He sent Wu Hen out to explore the red pine snowfield and the world of immortal cultivation. They agreed to meet here 10 years later if nothing unexpected happened. Although he planned to go to the world of immortal cultivation, he had to make sure everything was in place. As both an assassin and a grandmaster, Wu Hen was the stealthiest individual in the world. Thus, Jiang Ming sent him instead of going himself. Wu Hen replied respectfully, I followed the map you gave me and arrived at the world of immortal cultivation without any trouble. However, the depths of the red pine snowfield are extremely cold. I'm afraid that those below the Grandmaster level can't pass through. In addition, I also encountered some fierce beasts. The strongest one was as strong as a Grandmaster. However, I carefully avoided them. Jiang Ming nodded slightly. From the information recorded in the jade slip and what Zhao Hong told him, Jiang Ming mapped out at least 5 or 6 paths in the red pine snowfield. He told Wu Hen of a few. This situation was exactly as Zhao Hong had described. Although there was a path to the world of immortal cultivation, ordinary people could not walk through it. Outside the red pine snowfield is a cultivation dynasty called the Feather Kingdom. Its territory is extremely vast. According to the information I gathered, the Feather Kingdom has 3 grotto heavens, 6 blessed lands, and many other cultivation sections. I joined a cultivation sect called the Cloud Dream Sect, which is one of the 6 blessed lands. It seems that you are quite talented, Jiang Ming said in surprise. In order to obtain more information about the world of immortal cultivation, I participated in the Cloud Dream Sect's entrance exam. I didn't pass because I was too old. However, an elder of the Cloud Dream Sect thought that I could become a grandmaster, and said that I had an aptitude for the path of concealment. Therefore, he made an exception and accepted me into the sect. Wu Hen replied honestly. What about the Fire Lotus Valley? Jiang Ming nodded and continued to ask. The Fire Lotus Valley is one of the most powerful sects within a few thousand miles of the red pine snowfield. Although it can't be compared to the 6 blessed lands, it still has an early-stage core formation cultivator. It is over 1,000 years old and is one of the oldest forces in the Feather Kingdom. You must be careful when you arrive in the world of Immortal cultivation, Master. Nearby, there are also core formation forces like the Qingyin Pavilion, the Li Sword Sect, and the Shaoqian Mountain. When I first arrived in the world of Immortal cultivation, I stopped at the Shaoqian Mountain for a while. Jiang Ming gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the mysterious and vast world of Immortal cultivation. It was not until the sun set that Wu Hen finished talking about what he had seen and heard over the years. He stood respectfully behind Jiang Ming. Wu Hen, how many years have you been with me? Jiang Ming suddenly asked with a laugh. It has been more than 100 years since you took me under your wing. Master, Wu Hen replied. All good things must come to an end, Jiang Ming said calmly. You have stepped into the world of Immortal cultivation. From now on, you have to walk your own path. Master. A trace of confusion and fear flashed across Wu Hen's face. From a young beggar who had no parents, to a peerless grandmaster who shocked the Cloud Empire, and then to the vast world of Immortal cultivation, Wu Hen had long adapted and followed his master. Jiang Ming stood up and said with a faint smile, There's no need to panic. You and I are both centuries old. You accompanied me all the way here. You have also found your own path of Immortal cultivation. Now, it's time for us to walk our own paths. Jiang Ming had never thought of controlling anyone's life. He firmly believed everyone should walk their own path. Wu Hen was stunned. He had followed Anonymous for a long time and instantly understood what he meant. He would never disobey his master's orders. I will obey your orders, Master. If we meet again in the world of Immortal cultivation, I will be at your service, Wu Hen said with a bow. Jiang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Wu Hen bowed deeply again, turned around, and disappeared into the forest. Jiang Ming looked at the rolling clouds in front of him. After a long time, he chuckled and said, They've all left. I should go too. After 10 years, he finally broke through to the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. However, the spiritual energy in the dry well had already been exhausted. No amount of spiritual energy in this world would let him break through to the next level. It was time to leave. After a while, Jiang Ming returned to the dry well. Master C and Black Bean were still sleeping in the well, and no one knew when they would wake up. In the field next to the dry well was where the King of Medicine sat. The King of Medicine was born with a soul, so Jiang Ming was reluctant to eat it. All these years, he had only relied on the spirit energy that it naturally emitted to cultivate. But even so, after its spiritual energy was exhausted, the King of Medicine could not bear it anymore. 2 years ago, it fell into a deep sleep and never moved again. I hope you can come back to life when you reach the world of Immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming shook his head, pulled it out of the ground, and stuffed it into his pocket. Jiang Ming double-checked his belongings, and knew there was not much he wanted to take. Ordinary weapons were almost no different from scrap iron in the world of Immortal cultivation. The next morning, Jiang Ming walked out of the cloudy Dream Mountain forest and looked back at the towering mountain range that was shrouded in fog. He did not know when he would come back again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A figure slowly walked into the red pine snowfield. I'm about 150 years old. Jiang Ming walked slowly. Over the years, he had visited all the legendary places mentioned in the historical records he had studied before. Today, his blood chi was more condensed than ever before. It seems that I really can combine immortal cultivation and martial arts. Jiang Ming was confident that he could walk on this combined path. The temperature here is indeed not something ordinary people can withstand. Jiang Ming walked into the depths of the red pine snowfield. It was getting colder and colder. He could not see any humans at all. There were hardly any animals. However, the ones that remained were ferocious beasts. A few days later, Jiang Ming killed a snow wolf with one punch and dragged it into a valley in front of him. He looked up and saw more than a dozen isolated peaks, which were like giant white swords piercing into the sky, surrounding a valley. It was said that when one was lucky enough, one could hear the sound of swords. This could trigger the blood chi in a martial artist's body and condense it. However, countless grandmasters had come to try, and it seemed that only a few had succeeded. Jiang Ming did not have too much hope of succeeding. However, since he had come here, he would try. Jiang Ming carried the snow wolf into the valley. He melted some snow and began to deal with the corpse skillfully. Finally, he began to roast its flesh over the bonfire. He had killed a lot of ferocious beasts over the past few days. He was surprised to find that the flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts here also contained a strange power. It could nourish one's blood chi, making it purer and more exuberant. Maybe it's because I'm approaching the world of immortal cultivation, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. While eating, Jiang Ming looked around the valley. When he triggered his heightened perception, it gave him a mysterious feeling. This feeling was similar to what he felt at the Nine Dragon Lake, Thunderclap Valley, Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest, and other legendary places. It seemed to have a wonderful rhythm. It's not a bad idea to cultivate here for a while. Jiang Ming quickly made a decision. This place still belonged to this world. Anyway. In other words, he was still invincible. Thus, he was not afraid of meeting any cultivators from the world of immortal cultivation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Half a month later, a blizzard raged in the valley. There seemed to be the faint sound of swords clashing. Jiang Ming began to practice his martial arts. Suddenly, there seemed to be some other sounds mixed in with the swords clashing. A few figures with extraordinary bearings slowly walked in from outside the empty valley. Eh? There's someone here? A light and pleasant female voice could be heard. Huh. They should be someone from this mortal world. Probably a grandmaster, or something. They're just a bunch of country bumpkins who only know how to train their bodies. I'll just drive them away. A few more voices rang out, their tone casual. In the empty valley, Jiang Ming stopped and sighed. What kind of rotten luck is this? However, he was not afraid of anything. Otherwise, he would not have stayed here for so long. As the footsteps approached, 5 figures gradually appeared in the snow. There were 2 beautiful young women and 3 young men. Their bodies were filled with spiritual energy. They were 5 immortal cultivators. The 3 men's white robes had a familiar lotus embroidered on them. It was the symbol of the Fire Lotus Valley. Jiang Ming stared at the fire lotus symbol embroidered on the chests of the three people, and his eyes narrowed. What a coincidence! If it were not for the fact that no one knew of his whereabouts, Jiang Ming would really think that these people were here for revenge. Opposite Jiang Ming, the eyes of the five people all had a strange glint, as if they had suddenly seen something dirty. The leader of the group was a tall young man. He looked at Jiang Ming, who was still standing there, and frowned. Only those we know can come here. What are you waiting for? Get lost. He's at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. Jiang Ming sensed the aura in his body. The other 4 people were from the 4th to 5th levels of the Qi refinement realm. They were all immortal cultivators in the middle stage of the Qi refinement realm. According to Wu Hen, a mid-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator was considered a core disciple in any regular force in the world of immortal cultivation. These were probably high-ranked people here. However, Jiang Ming was still a little curious and asked sincerely, "You guys are immortal cultivators who are now in this world. Aren't you afraid of me?" When the tall man heard this, he could not help but show a scornful expression. "Afraid of you? Do you think that we are just ordinary cultivators?" He stretched out one hand, and his blood qi condensed into 3 red blades. They spun above his palm and exuded a sharp aura. The other 2 men's bodies were also filled with exuberant blood qi. The 3 Fire Lotus Valley disciples were all grandmasters. The 3 of them looked at Jiang Ming predatorily, like a cat toying with a mouse. It was as if Jiang Ming was some country bumpkin. As for the 2 women, they did not seem to be from the Fire Lotus Valley. However, they only looked at the scene calmly. "Why don't we just kill him? If he comes back, it will affect our cultivation." Here, a woman with an otherworldly temperament spoke with a gentle and soft voice. However, her words were ruthless. In their eyes, Jiang Ming was just an insignificant pest. He was not a human being. What an exquisite blood qi control technique. Jiang Ming did not feel anything about their words. Instead, he squinted and stared at the blood qi dancing nimbly in the palm of the tall man. In Jiang Ming's perception, these 3 people's martial arts comprehension did not seem to have reached the grandmaster level, but the exuberance and delicate control of their blood qi were beyond ordinary grandmasters. As expected of an immortal cultivation sect with more than 1,000 years of history, their foundation is terrifying. It seems that they have mastered an extraordinary blood qi control technique. Jiang Ming was a little envious. Although the people in front of him were not as skilled in martial arts as he was, their exquisite control of blood qi was enough to make up for this shortcoming. If they were to fight against an ordinary grandmaster, their chances of winning would be much higher. However, you should still be afraid of me. Jiang Ming chuckled internally. Now that things had come to this, the other side had already shown their daggers. Therefore, what was there to say? I'm going to activate stealth mode. Jiang Ming stomped his feet, and a big pit suddenly appeared on the surface of the snow. His figure was like a giant eagle flying forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the tall man. "You're looking for death." The tall man's face darkened. He raised his hand, and 3 blades of blood qi flew out. Jiang Ming dodged easily. Then, he threw a punch at the tall man's head. This person's blood qi was not condensed enough. Jiang Ming's body was enough to withstand it. However, he did not want to scare the others away. The tall man was also surprised. He did not expect Jiang Ming's movement technique to be so brilliant. He hurriedly raised his arm to block. His blood chi spread out, blowing up a cloud of snow. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Blood chi collided in a frenzy. Jiang Ming's face was solemn. It was as if he was facing an unprecedented enemy. However, in the eyes of the other cultivators, the most powerful person among them had not been able to take down Jiang Ming immediately. This was terrifying. The tall man was also extremely shocked and furious. He felt like his pride was being wounded. Did we meet a grandmaster at his peak? His face was gloomy. He suddenly shouted, "Why are you still watching the fight? Let's kill this bastard together." He firmly believed that he would win if they continued to fight. However, he did not want to embarrass himself in front of the two women. Upon hearing this, the other two immortal cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley rushed up and burst out their blood chi to kill Jiang Ming. Snow flew everywhere, and the battle became more and more intense. However, a moment later, the three immortal cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley were filled with shock and anger. What's going on? How is he still able to hold on? Although the three of them had teamed up against Jiang Ming, they still could not defeat him. Seeing that the three people seemed to be on guard, Jiang Ming quickly took a punch. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His eyes became more solemn, his face was extremely pale, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He looked like he was on the verge of defeat. The three's eyes lit up, and their attacks became more intense. A short while passed. Damn it! The three immortal cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley all looked gloomy as they realized that something was not right. On the side, the two women's faces also revealed a look of worry, but they did not dare step forward. It seems like the blood chi of the other two hasn't reached the Grandmaster realm. Jiang Ming's face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. He casually glanced at the two female cultivators. Although he had sensed that their blood chi was weak from the beginning, they were still immortal cultivators. Who knew if they had any means to hide their blood chi? It was better to be safe. However, at this time, the three people on the opposite side were fighting with all they had. It's almost time. Jiang Ming thought to himself and suddenly threw a punch. In the nick of time, it struck the chest of an immortal cultivator. The man's chest was immediately blown open. His whole body was sent flying. And he fell powerlessly into the snow, motionless. What? The remaining two were horrified. The person in front of them was not a country bumpkin, but a ferocious hunter. He had been waiting for the three of them to fall into his trap. However, it was too late now. Jiang Ming killed another immortal cultivator with a single punch. Only the tall man was left. In his fear, he was about to burst out his spiritual power. However, before he could do so, Jiang Ming's fingers turned into a claw and dug into his lower abdomen. The terrifying force directly destroyed his spiritual core, causing the spiritual power in his body to collapse. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Although he was still alive, thanks to his blood chi, he had completely lost his combat strength. Jiang Ming did not relax at all. He threw out two more blades of blood chi and slashed at the two women. One of the women did not even have time to react before her chest was pierced through. Her entire body exploded into a mist of blood. The last woman hurriedly took out a talisman in the nick of time. It turned into a light barrier in front of her. The blood chi collided with the light screen and exploded. As for the woman, there were wounds on her body. She fell to the ground. Although she managed to block this attack, she was also injured by the laws of this world and was completely crippled. In an instant, the valley quieted down. Jiang Ming glanced at the female immortal cultivator who was still alive and nodded with satisfaction. He had deliberately slowed down his last strike to give her enough time to cast her spell. This woman's reaction was quite good, and she did not disappoint him. Jiang Ming slowly walked in front of her. Spare my life. I'll do anything you want. She was struggling to move back, and large patches of her soft skin were exposed from her tattered clothes. However, Jiang Ming did not care. Jiang Ming shot out 2 blades of blood qi and pierced the woman's slender thighs. Stay there and don't move. Then, he turned around and walked to the tall man's side. He casually picked up one of his arms and dragged him out of the valley. I am a disciple of the Fire Lotus Valley. You can't kill me, the tall man said in fear. Jiang Ming broke his arm and said lightly, I'll be asking you some questions. Less than an hour later, Jiang Ming looked at the man whose limbs were crushed in front of him. I'm merciful. I can't bear to see someone living such a miserable life. Jiang Ming sighed. After saying that, he killed him immediately. Is this the storage ring? Jiang Ming picked it up, washed it, and stuck a few seals on it to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy from being sensed by others. Then, he put it in his pocket. According to the tall man, in the Fire Lotus Valley, only disciples at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm were qualified to receive a storage ring. His entire fortune was stored inside. Jiang Ming was very satisfied. He strode back to the valley and saw 2 long trails of blood in the snow. The female immortal cultivator, who was the last one to survive, was still struggling to crawl away. Jiang Ming shook his head, went forward, and stomped on her feet. I'll be asking you some questions. After giving the last female immortal cultivator a quick death, Jiang Ming quickly left the valley and continued to advance into the depths of the snowfield. Those 2 were quite honest. They both gave the same information, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Jiang Ming now had a deeper understanding of the world of immortal cultivation. Outside the red pine snowfield. Outside the snowfield was a vast area called the Lit Fire region. Although it was only a remote corner of the Feather Kingdom, according to those 2, the area was 10 times as big as the Cloud Empire. Almost all mortals had never left the Lit Fire region in their entire lives. The 4 major immortal cultivation forces in the Lit Fire region all have early-stage core formation cultivators. The first 3 are all immortal cultivation sects, with strict rules. Only Shaoqian Mountain is an exception. On the surface, there are no mandatory restrictions on the cultivators living there. Jiang Ming felt a little helpless. He did not expect to provoke 2 major immortal cultivation sects before he even entered the world of immortal cultivation. The 2 women who had entered the valley with the disciples of the Fire Lotus Valley were from the Qingyin Pavilion. They focused on musical techniques instead of their physical bodies. They were also invited by several disciples of the Fire Lotus Valley to tour the valley and cultivate with them. Perhaps they were looking forward to something on their trip, and they did not expect to die like this. However, Jiang Ming did not have any regrets. If he spared them, he might be in even more trouble later. It was better to kill them all. Now that he had mastered the 2 basic seals, he could perfectly seal his own spiritual energy and not leave any trace of himself at the scene. Even a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator would not be able to find any clues. Jiang Ming began to think about his next move. From the information I've received from all sides, Shaoqian Mountain is the most suitable place for me to go. Although it might be a little messy, it also means that it's easier to hide there. Although Jiang Ming had made up his mind to be a nomadic cultivator, the world of immortal cultivation was not full of spiritual energy. If he cultivated in an ordinary place, it was no different from a place with no spiritual energy. The places with rich spiritual energy had long been occupied by immortal cultivation forces of various sizes. Shaoqian Mountain was a place with rich spiritual energy. It was first occupied by a core formation stage master and had been passed down for 1,000 years. It was strengthened by various spiritual energy gathering arrays by immortal cultivators. Although it was still inferior to immortal cultivation sects like the Fire Lotus Valley, it was a good place for independent cultivators to stay. Moreover, there are many individual cultivators gathered in Shaoqian Mountain. There are also many resources such as cultivation techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts. I can also find spiritual stone mines and spiritual fields there. All kinds of immortal cultivators come and go. Even the authorities have a hard time figuring out the identity and background of all the immortal cultivators that come and go. It's the best place for me to slowly cultivate. Although there were some smaller immortal cultivation forces, in Jiang Ming's opinion, they might not be as safe as Shaoqian Mountain. Next, I have to avoid the Fire Lotus Valley and enter the world of immortal cultivation. From the tall man's words, he learned that the red pine snowfield was the boundary between the world of immortal cultivation and his world. After crossing a certain ice valley that was thousands of feet deep, one would break away from the restrictions of this world and completely enter the world of immortal cultivation. The Fire Lotus Valley's base was right beside the ice valley. It was said that there were only a few mid-stage Qi refinement realm disciples who were stationed there in shifts all year round to collect spirit herbs and materials unique to the red pine snowfield. Occasionally, they would enter the mortal world to seize the king of medicine. However, Jiang Ming did not intend to provoke the Fire Lotus Valley's encampment. He was not strong enough yet. Half a month later, he stopped in front of a dark ice valley. We finally arrived. In order to avoid the Fire Lotus Valley's encampment, Jiang Ming ran nearly 100 miles diagonally before he turned into the ice valley. Jiang Ming stared at the bottomless ice valley and was shocked. It was terrifying. Even more terrifying was the thought that it might be man-made. With my current strength, I'd better not explore this for the time being. Jiang Ming muttered, then jumped over the ice valley, which was more than 10 feet wide, and landed on the snowy land opposite. So, this is the world of immortal cultivation? Jiang Ming tried to use the fire control technique. A wisp of fire danced on his fingertips. However, none of the laws of the mortal world descended upon him. 2 weeks later, when Jiang Ming felt that he was about to be blinded by the snow, some green finally appeared in front of him. He had finally walked out of the red pine snowfield. He came to Yuyang town. It was an ordinary mortal town. Jiang Ming had changed his appearance and had been hiding here. Although he was going to Shaoqian Mountain, he had to be prepared. It was not very smart to rush up rashly. Although this town was small, it was not far from a few big cities where immortal cultivators lived. News about immortal cultivators could often be heard. Hey, hey. Come and have some braised meat. Even great foundation. Establishment realm cultivators have eaten it when they passed by. The stall owner of a braised meat stall bragged. Jiang Ming bought a skewer and ate it while walking. He found it quite interesting. In this place, any ordinary person could talk about immortal cultivators. After being in this town, he finally learned the actual term for core. Formation cultivators. They were cultivators in the realm after the foundation. Establishment realm, the golden core realm. Jiang Ming walked to a tattered bookshop and haggled with the owner for a long time. Finally, he took out 2 pieces of silver with a pained expression and bought a few old books that no one was reading. I'll first understand the history of this place, learn their customs, and completely integrate myself here. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another 3 years passed. Jiang Ming had finally completely integrated into this world. He had also become familiar with the people of Yuyang Town and had become a native of this place. His language and habits were no different from those of ordinary townspeople. It's almost time to leave. Although Yuyang Town was good, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. In 3 years, Jiang Ming's cultivation did not increase much. He was still stuck at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm and could not step into the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. However, in this world where immortal cultivation was not prohibited, Jiang Ming's casting of spells was smoother and more convenient. In the past 3 years, he had improved a lot in spell casting. The next day, Jiang Ming left Yuyang Town and began to head in the direction of Shaoqian Mountain. He pretended that he was at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. Thus, his journey was safe, and he did not encounter any trouble. The 9 levels of the Qi refinement realm were divided into 3 stages. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, a cultivator could try to build a foundation. If they succeeded, even the Fire Lotus Valley and the other 3 major forces would consider them an expert. In addition to the 4 major immortal cultivation forces, a mid-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator was a powerful figure that few people dared provoke in this area where there were many mortal towns. Along his journey, Jiang Ming continued to increase his knowledge and deepen his understanding of the world of immortal cultivation. Half a year later, he finally arrived at Shaoqian Mountain. He could see a faint rainbow in the sky. It was probably an immortal cultivator flying on a magic weapon. Jiang Ming looked at Shaoqian Mountain and squinted. In front of him was a continuous group of mountains, surrounded by light fog and clouds. It did not seem to be naturally formed, so it was probably the protective spiritual array. Through the fog, Jiang Ming could also vaguely see that there were several buildings on the highest mountain. There were also scattered buildings on the other mountains. It was like a city that occupied a large area. On the mountain road ahead, many figures were coming and going. Some of them were cultivators. However, most of them were mortals. Some mortals were carrying goods into the mountains. There were also some people who followed behind the immortal cultivators. They seemed to be servants. Jiang Ming even saw a burly immortal cultivator holding 2 mortal women in his arms and walking into the mountain. The man was warmly greeting everyone he came across. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. He felt that he had really gained some insight. This time, the world of immortal cultivation did not seem so different from his own. Immortal cultivators were also people. They instinctively sought community. This is good. With all kinds of people here, no one will notice me. Jiang Ming thought to himself as he walked along the mountain road with a calm expression. Hey! Are you new here? Suddenly, an old man carrying 2 baskets of dried persimmons walked past Jiang Ming and smiled. Jiang Ming's face fell. No one was supposed to notice him. The old man tapped his pipe and chuckled. With such a vigilant gaze, you must be a new nomadic cultivator. Don't worry, Shaoqian Mountain is quite safe. During the day, no one would dare cause trouble. During the day. Jiang Ming keenly captured those keywords and smiled perfunctorily. Why do you say that? Jiang Ming asked with a smile. He did not look down on the old man just because he was immortal. The old man could be well connected. After all, Jiang Ming bought 2 pounds of the persimmons the old man was selling with some silver. He chatted with the old man while eating and walking. The currency in this world was somewhat inflated, but silver was still a hard currency for ordinary people. You're too kind. The old man accepted the silver and was obviously much more enthusiastic. He gave Jiang Ming a detailed explanation. During the day, there are late-stage Qi refinement realm enforcers patrolling this mountain. No matter if you are immortal or an immortal cultivator, you are forbidden from causing trouble. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the mountain or killed on the spot. Even a foundation establishment realm cultivator wouldn't dare break the rules here. After all, there's still a golden core cultivator in charge of Shaoqian Mountain. At night, only those who rent or buy cave abodes at Shaoqian Mountain can stay there. Otherwise, no one cares about anything that happens outside the cave abodes. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that if he wanted to survive in this Shaoqian Mountain for a long time, he had to find a cave abode. It seems that I can't build it myself. I have to rent or buy an official one, he thought. Jiang Ming raised the persimmon in his hand and asked with a smile, where do you sell these? The old man grinned. The Round Valley Market near the mountain gate has a special area to sell both mortal items and immortal cultivator treasures. The immortals have cravings for many mortal items. Thus, I managed to have quite a few sales. How's the fruit? Jiang Ming smiled sincerely. It's very sweet. That's right. Only high-quality goods can be sold by mortals in Shaoqian Mountain. The old man smiled smugly. Jiang Ming also smiled. He suddenly felt that if there was no strife, the life of an immortal cultivator would be good. He looked at the crowd around him and understood something. Those who walked the path of immortal cultivation did not necessarily do it for longevity. For most of the immortal cultivators, it was simply a means to enjoy life. After all, even if they tried their best, most immortal cultivators would not be able to build their foundation. Thus, most of them had the tendency to devote less time to cultivation and more time to happiness. After chatting with the old man for a while to gain some understanding of the rules and customs of Shaoqian Mountain, Jiang Ming said goodbye to him and walked to the mountain gate while eating a persimmon. The rules of survival in a place could only be understood by the people at the bottom rung of society. I'm Jiang Ming, an individual cultivator. It's my first time here, so I hope you can give me some pointers. Jiang Ming introduced himself to some immortal cultivators at the mountain gate. The name Jiang Ming was nothing special. Even in Great Cloud City, there were many people with the same name. It made no difference whether he used his real name or not. The guard at the mountain gate was a middle-aged man at the third level of the Qi refinement realm. When he sensed that Jiang Ming was at the fourth level of Qi refinement realm cultivation, he was shocked. He gave Jiang Ming a polite smile. Many individual cultivators could never break through to the fourth level of the Qi refinement realm. Thus, the guard knew he could not be rude to Jiang Ming. The guard immediately handed over a jade slip and said respectfully, "This is the first time you've come to the Shaoqian mountain. There's some information you need to know here." Jiang Ming took the jade slip and put it on his forehead to sense for a moment. He learned about the social norms and the economic situation of Shaoqian mountain. After returning the jade slip to the guard, Jiang Ming handed him a spirit stone fragment. The guard was ecstatic. They chatted for a while before Jiang Ming walked forward. When Wu Hen returned to the mortal world, he got a few spirit stones for Jiang Ming. However, Jiang Ming would not be stingy with them. Jiang Ming wanted to make more friends than enemies here. Only then would he be able to live a more stable life in the world of immortal cultivation. The guard was named Wang Geng. Jiang Ming considered him his first friend here. After walking past the gate, Jiang Ming stepped into the dog and clouds that shrouded Shaoqian mountain. After walking for a moment, the scene in front of him became clear. The terrain at the mountain gate was still flat, and as far as the eye could see, there was a large expanse of cultivated farmland. Occasionally, one could see some immortal cultivators directing many mortals to work in the fields. In the valleys and peaks further away, there seemed to be more valuable spirit herb fields. However, there were flashes of spiritual energy around them from time to time. Obviously, there were powerful arrays and restrictions protecting them. Everyone needed food. Immortal cultivators were not an exception. Jiang Ming was not surprised. Of course, there were all kinds of rare treasures in the world of immortal cultivation. However, for ordinary individual cultivators, the rice growing in this field was full of spiritual energy and was the best tonic they could eat. It contained pure spiritual energy and could assist their cultivation. All the rice fields here belonged to the authorities of Shaoqian Mountain. The spiritual energy around the fields was rich. Jiang Ming breathed greedily and made up his mind to set up a cave to live in. First, the places with the densest spiritual energy in Shaoqian Mountain were all immortal cultivation cave abodes. They were all arranged with spirit gathering arrays. He walked along the mountain path and soon came to a round valley with a lot of people coming in and out. The streets crisscrossed and mortals and immortal cultivators mixed together. There were all kinds of shops here, and it was extremely lively. Most of the immortal cultivators here were still in the early and middle stages of the Qi refinement realm. Occasionally, there would be late-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators, but everyone would avoid them. Jiang Ming's cultivation was neither high nor low in this area. No one dared look down on him when he walked around the shops. Jiang Ming nodded. The best way to avoid trouble was to show his strength appropriately. However, everything is expensive here. Although Jiang Ming had expected it, he could not help but shake his head and sigh every time he walked out of a shop. The cheapest cultivation method is 30, and the magic tools are even more ridiculous. The cheapest one is more than 50 spirit stones. Back then, Wu Hen gave most of his assets to Jiang Ming. In total, he only had about 20 spirit stones. He had thought that it would be a lot. However, it seemed like it was useless. From the looks of it, Jiao Hong was doing pretty well back then. Jiang Ming touched his left side. There was a flying sword tied there, which could be used at any time. He had the green wooden seal and the flying sword. Therefore, he did not need to buy any magic tools. However, I'm afraid that these spirit stones will hardly be enough for rent. Jiang Ming shook his head. I have to find a way to earn money. In Shaoqian Mountain, immortal cultivators had many ways to make a living. However, Jiang Ming had very few options. He could only do two things. He could either go to the depths of Shaoqian Mountain to dig for the spirit iron, or to make magic tools, or he could buy a piece of farmland to plant rice. Let's forget about mining. Jiang Ming shook his head. Although mining made more money, it was too much hard work. According to what Wang Gung said, farming here is not bad. Although the income is small, it's a government job. As long as you meet your quotas and keep a low profile, you won't get into any trouble. And if you work harder, the extra grain can be kept for yourself and sold in the black market. The government will turn a blind eye. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the center of the market, there was a 9-story tower. It was Shaoqian Pavilion and it was protected with an extremely powerful restriction. This was the largest government office of Shaoqian Mountain. Many immortal cultivators could rent caves and spiritual fields and take care of other matters here. The upper floors also sold all kinds of cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, and other treasures. However, ordinary immortal cultivators could not afford them. Jiang Ming strolled around in the market for a while and finally walked to Shaoqian Pavilion. Hello. Oh, you're in disguise? Are you new here? Before he could enter, a man in gray quietly approached him. Jiang Ming's face was gloomy. His disguising technique would need to be updated when there was time. Immortal cultivators could easily detect it. The man in gray chuckled and continued, Are you renting a cave? I have some great offers. I also have some spiritual fields for rent, which can be rented quarterly and are cheaper than the official ones. Jiang Ming was stunned. It turned out that some immortal cultivators rented cave abodes and spiritual fields on a long-term basis. However, sometimes they would go out for long periods of time to gain experience. Thus, they would rent out their place to other immortal cultivators. It was very crafty. Jiang Ming did not have the strength to complain. He repeatedly refused and walked into Shaoqian Pavilion. When the guard saw Jiang Ming, he pointed the way and said, Are you new? Registration and rentals of cave abodes are in front. Farmers go to the left. Miners go to the right. Thank you. Jiang Ming's polite attitude made the guard's expression a little kinder. He said casually, If you want to farm, go to Fenghe. The newly reclaimed areas are good. Jiang Ming looked appropriately surprised, thanked him, and left. Jiang Ming registered himself and walked into a separate area on the left side of the first floor. A slightly chubby old man was reclining on a bamboo chair and drinking tea leisurely. There was a large pot of soil next to him. Several rice seedlings were planted in the soil. Mr. Feng, I want to rent a portion of a spirit field, Jiang Ming said respectfully. The person in front of him was actually at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. Have you ever cultivated the misty rain technique or the spirit stream technique? Feng, he asked, with a faint smile. These were all water attribute spells, and they were necessary spells to Increase the harvest of the rice fields. If one did not know these two spells, their yield would be low. I'm cultivating the 5 elemental arts, so I'm a little familiar with the misty rain technique, Jiang Ming said. Show me, Feng, he said casually. There were many individual cultivators who cultivated the 5 elemental arts. But the misty rain technique was something they had the tendency to ignore, because it could not be used in combat. However, Jiang Ming was an exception. Obviously, he had mastered it. He cast the spell with ease. A soft drizzle of rain fell on the seedlings. Jiang Ming looked up at Feng He and was suddenly shocked. Feng He had already stood up from his chair and looked at Jiang Ming with enthusiasm. He smiled and said, "Where did you come from? Do you have a place to stay? Let's sit down and talk." Feng He rubbed his hands and looked at Jiang Ming in amazement. It was as if he had seen an enigma. Jiang Ming was puzzled. However, seeing that the other party's expression did not seem to be bad, he did not panic. He just pretended to be nervous and said, "My name is Jiang Ming. By chance, I found the corpse of an immortal cultivator in the mountains and obtained the 5 elemental arts. A few years ago, I was training hard in a small place called Yuyang Town. I couldn't afford any other techniques, so I religiously practiced every aspect of this 1. It was not technically a lie. Anyway, he did find the corpse of an immortal cultivator in the mountain." Feng He looked unperturbed. He smiled and nodded. "Your cultivation of the misty rain technique wouldn't have reached the profound realm if you didn't specialize in this technique. But even so, it also shows that your aptitude for this technique is not shallow. There are many who want to use this technique to earn spirit stones, but no matter how much effort they put in, it's still difficult to cultivate to such a level." The profound realm? Jiang Ming was stunned. This time, he was not pretending. He really had not heard of this. Feng He looked at Jiang Ming's expression. Seeing that he did not even know this, he was relieved. He smiled and said, "No spell can be mastered overnight. One needs to practice day and night to master it. As for the degree of mastery of spells, they are roughly divided into 5 realms. The highest realm is the profound realm. There are many cultivators who have mastered their killing techniques to the realm or even to the point of perfection. However, there are less than a handful of people in Shaoqian Mountain who can cultivate the misty rain technique to the profound realm." Jiang Ming was a little surprised. It was possible that he had already mastered the misty rain technique. Very few people would be able to compare with him. However, when he remembered that this was a technique that could only be used for farming, Jiang Ming was not too surprised. If his life was limited, he would not bother to practice this thing. Furthermore, the misty rain technique did not seem to have much to do with talent. It just required a lot of hard work. However, Jiang Ming admired the other immortal cultivators who had practiced this to the profound realm. "If we include you, there are only 6 or 7 people here who are skilled in the misty rain technique." Feng He nodded. "Now that you have mastered this technique, you don't have to worry about money anymore. May I know your age?" It was hard to guess the age of immortal cultivators. "I'm just around 50 years old." Jiang Ming laughed. "Not bad, your future is bright." Feng He thought to himself that Jiang Ming was quite young. He enthusiastically stated his purpose, "I wonder if you're interested in joining my team, the plant hall, to be a farmer?" We are an official organization of Shaoqian Mountain, and all rice fields are under the jurisdiction of my team. The moment he saw the misty rain technique, he decided to recruit Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked like he would be a great asset. The plant hall did not only grow spirit rice, but they also grew all kinds of spirit herbs. Some of the precious spirit herbs could only be nourished by a profound realm misty rain technique. Having Jiang Ming on the team would make profits soar. Jiang Ming frowned slightly and was about to say something. He waved his hand and laughed. Jiang Ming, you don't have to say anything. I understand your concerns. Those who can come to Shaoqian Mountain are naturally people who don't like to be restrained. The rules of Shaoqian Mountain are also different from other cultivation forces. No matter what, we won't restrict your personal freedom. At most, we only need you to take 2 hours a day to water the fields. The rest of the time, you're free. You can receive a salary of 2 spirit stones every month. You can also leave at any time as long as you inform us in advance. In addition, if there are other cultivators' fields that need to be watered, they will issue a task to the plant hall. If you join us, you'll be qualified to take on these tasks, and you only need to hand over 1/10 of the profits. Moreover, we tend to be easygoing and we don't have any enemies. Jiang Ming thought about it. According to the information he received, the plant hall had the lowest status among all the halls in Shaoqian Mountain. After all, even though the spirit fields all over the mountains looked impressive, his profit margins would be low compared to other professions. However, Jiang Ming had a good impression of the plant hall. Just the fact that it had hardly any enemies could make up for its other shortcomings. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment. Finally, he nodded slowly. If that's the case, then I'll take you up on your offer. It was good to have ties with immortal cultivators who worked in the government. He could know in advance what was going on, which would make it easier for him to pack up and leave. That's right, you can also take on missions privately. However, if anything happens, it will have nothing to do with Shaoqian Mountain. Jiang Ming quickly nodded in agreement. All right, then it's settled. He walked to a big table and pointed to a map. Many places were marked in red and green. Since you've joined the plant hall, you can choose any spirit field you want. The average harvest for each acre of land is about 1 bucket of spirit rice. Ordinary cultivators need to pay 7 buckets of rice as rent, but we only need to pay 3 buckets. You've mastered the misty rain technique. You'll probably harvest 2 or 3 more buckets than average. Jiang Ming almost frowned. They were basically paying him pennies. However, this was still better than going out on his own and making enemies. Then I'll rent 3 acres of land first. I heard from the guard at the gate that the newly cultivated rice fields are not bad. With his strength, taking care of several acres of land would be a breeze. However, Jiang Ming did not want to expose too much about himself. Moreover, he still wanted to live a relaxed life. Sure, let's put you at the small green peak. There's a low-level Immortals cave nearby. Therefore, it's also under your name. As a member of the plant hall, your housing is free. If you want higher-level housing, you have to rent or buy it yourself. As he spoke, he took out a black iron plate, carved Jiang Ming's details on it, and handed it to Jiang Ming. This is your identity card, and it will open the cave. By the way, when you Have time, go to the headquarters of the plant hall, to get some seeds. The seeds are free. Jiang Ming thanked him. He could not help but sigh internally. Even if the plant hall had the lowest status among official organizations, their benefits made up for everything. Jiang Ming spent some time shopping before he went to his cave. One could tell that it was cheap housing. The spiritual energy in the area was not the strongest. Jiang Ming sighed and injected his spiritual power into the identity card. The card emitted a green light, and Jiang Ming was allowed to step inside. There were 3 rooms inside and the furnishings were sparse. It's good enough that it's free. Jiang Ming shook his head and began to clean the yard. The spiritual energy here was indeed about twice as rich as that of the outside world. Maybe I can break through to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm if I cultivate here, Jiang Ming thought. That night, Jiang Ming sat in his empty room and began to practice the 5 elemental arts. The rich spiritual energy surged. Jiang Ming's cultivation, which had stagnated for years, finally became restless again. Wisps of spiritual power continued to flow into his spiritual core. At this rate, he would be able to break through his bottleneck in around a year. This is only natural cultivation. If I obtain spirit rice, spiritual medicine, or even spiritual pills, I'd break through even faster. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming quickly took a deep breath. He would first become a farming expert, make friends, and figure out the various customs of Shaoqian Mountain before thinking about other things. Moreover, Jiang Ming also had a small stash of gold. The 5 immortal cultivators he killed earlier were all from the Fire Lotus Valley and the Qingyin Pavilion. They had a variety of things on them. He threw all their things into the storage ring and sealed it off. I'm new here. I can't let anyone discover anything because of these things. The next morning, Jiang Ming walked out of the courtyard and went to the large spirit field at the foot of the mountain to inspect his own spirit field. The spirit fields here seemed to be newly cultivated. Some weeds had not been removed yet. Next to his own fields, there were a few hardworking mid-stage Qi refinement realm immortal cultivators. Some of them had even begun to sow seeds. Jiang Ming chatted with them and humbly asked them about farming skills. After all, the misty rain technique was only one aspect of farming. He would help these farmers for a few days and learn their tips and tricks. Over the following days, Jiang Ming chatted with several neighbors in the field every day and enthusiastically helped them do some work. Gradually, he was also taught several key farming skills. A month later, Jiang Ming sowed his first seeds. The year came to an end. Shaoqian Mountain doesn't have differing seasons. Jiang Ming looked up at the sky. The outside world should be cold, and everything should be withering. However, in Shaoqian Mountain, the spiritual energy was dense, and the climate was still perfect for farming. The trees were lush, and the weather was mild and cool. Of course, this was to create the best growth conditions for the spirit fields that covered the mountains. I should have harvested some rice today. It had been 9 months since he planted the spirit rice for the first time. It was time for his 3rd harvest. With the steady rise of his farming skills, the yield of 1 acre of Jiang Ming's land was now more than 3 buckets more than a regular farmer's. Every season, he could earn more than 3 spirit stones. That was about a dozen spirit stones a year. With his salary from the plant hall and the extra money he earned, he made almost 50 spirit stones a year. Jiang Ming felt that the plant hall was not bad. He could stay safe and sound, save money, and still have time to learn other skills. In the spirit fields, more than a dozen mortals were harvesting rice with sickles. After that, they had to go to the open space in front of Jiang Ming's courtyard to hull the spirit rice. When they saw Jiang Ming coming, these mortals greeted him in fear and awe. And they worked even harder. Working under immortal cultivators was an honor for them. Of course, there were both risks and benefits. Although violence was forbidden. During the day, if they encountered a bad-tempered immortal cultivator at night, it was easy to lose their lives. It only cost Jiang Ming some silver to hire these mortals to work. Silver was nothing compared to spirit stones. This saved Jiang Ming a lot of effort. However, they could only do manual tasks. Jiang Ming inspected the place and nodded. Then, he was ready to leave. Ming. Ming. Suddenly, a figure ran over from the ridge, shouting enthusiastically. Old Guzi. Jiang Ming glanced at the person who came. It was an old man with gray hair at the third level of the Qi refinement realm. He lived on the small green peak. Like him. This was the most common demographic in Shaoqian Mountain. They were old, had low cultivation, and knew nothing else. However, they had to keep earning to support themselves and their family. Thus, they could only rely on farming for a living. Although old Guzi was an immortal cultivator, he worked here during the day and was reluctant to rent an immortal's cave at night. Instead, he left Shaoqian Mountain and lived in a small town with thin spiritual energy. Outside, he wanted to earn spirit stones by farming so that he could buy a real immortal's cave for his son in Shaoqian Mountain and let his son progress further on the path of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming sighed internally. This old man had been planting spirit rice here for 50 years. Perhaps, he would have to continue to plant it for the rest of his life. However, he did not need to remind old Guzi about this. He still had a glimmer of hope internally. Perhaps he wanted to strike gold one day. Jiang Ming shook his head and threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. He threw the wine gourd to old Guzi and said with a smile, "You got a Q number?" "Thank you, Ming." Old Guzi's eyes lit up as he took the wine gourd and carefully poured a little wine into his mouth. Then, he respectfully returned it to Jiang Ming and handed him a note with runes printed on it. "Here, this is the token I just bought. Ming, it's not easy to get your number. You come out 5 times a month. I've already harvested 2 batches of spirit rice since I got your number." An immortal cultivator who had mastered the misty rain technique was definitely a hot commodity in this profession. As soon as Jiang Ming's information was disclosed by the plant hall, many people fought to book his services. Moreover, although Jiang Ming rarely went out, he did his best and he acquired a good reputation in this circle of immortal cultivators. Old Guzi said humbly, "Ming, you must help me. This year's last harvest is all in your hands." Jiang Ming took the token, glanced at it to confirm its authenticity, and then sighed. "Please forgive me. I still have to cultivate because I'm not very strong. I also have to work for the hall. Therefore, I can't be on duty every day." In fact, Jiang Ming was just used to sleeping in and did not want to work. "Of course, I understand. You must be very busy." Old Guzi quickly nodded and bowed. The plant hall had very few people, but they were in charge of thousands of acres of spirit rice fields and spirit herb fields on Shaoqian Mountain. It was a tiring job. As he spoke, old Guzi also hurriedly offered Jiang Ming a few spirit stone chips. The low-level individual cultivators could only earn 3 to 5 spirit stones a year by farming. Almost all of their complete spirit stones were carefully hidden at home and were rarely taken out. Jiang Ming took the spirit stone chips, nodded, and walked to old Guzi's place. To be honest, he did sympathize with the old man. However, they still had to follow the rules. If they did not follow the rules here, not only would they be looked down upon, but they would also easily get into trouble with their peers. Old Guzi's spirit field spanned a total of 8 acres. Jiang Ming, as usual, pretended to be only at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm and only managed to cast the misty rain technique on all the spirit rice after working hard for more than half a day. Ah. I'm done. My spiritual energy is almost exhausted. I'm so tired. Jiang Ming's face was pale, and he was gasping for breath. He was secretly making some calculations. When he first watered the field, he used almost half of his spiritual energy. Although he did not make a breakthrough in the past 6 months, his spiritual energy had become more condensed. Now, when he watered the field, he did not even use a third of his spiritual energy. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. Perhaps he would be able to break through before he harvested the next batch of spirit rice. Old Guzi quickly handed him some tea and snacks. It was just some ordinary white rice mixed with a little spirit rice. However, it was so fragrant that it made his stomach grumble. You're so thoughtful. Jiang Ming gave him a thumbs up. This was something that old Guzi would not normally eat because of how expensive spirit rice was. He casually sat on the ridge of the field and finished the food under the nervous gaze of old Guzi. Then, he patted old Guzi's shoulder and left. Old Guzi looked at the empty bowl. However, he grinned happily. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, he quickly turned and walked down the mountain, humming a little tune along the way, estimating the harvest of this season. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The headquarters of the plant hall was where the most precious medicinal herbs of Shaoqian Mountain were grown. The value of each medicinal herb was more than 1 spirit stone, which was equivalent to the harvest of 1 acre of spirit rice. Jiang Ming, you're here. At the intersection at the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm greeted Jiang Ming. On the surface, the two of them were both at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm, but Jiang Ming, who had mastered the misty rain technique, had a higher status in the plant hall. Duan Ping, you're on duty today. Jiang Ming greeted him warmly and was about to continue walking up the mountain when Duan Ping suddenly remembered something and quickly said, By the way, Zhong Gui came this morning. He said that he was so bored that he used the misty rain technique on the 6 or 7 spirit herb fields today. What? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he pretended to be angry. Then, what does he want us to do? Although there were many spirit herb fields here, it was not necessary to use the misty rain technique every day to cultivate them. After Jiang Ming came here, he learned that the slots to water these fields were limited. Jiang Ming, calm down. Calm down. Duan Ping grinned. Zhong Gui said that we'll all be busy tonight. Jade Pavilion is celebrating its 3rd anniversary. We have to go and have a taste to see if our spirit rice tastes good. This is in case the rice doesn't taste good, and it ruins the reputation of the hall. That's right. Jiang Ming nodded and said seriously. Also, Miss Ziluan of the wonderful Sound Pavilion has used the spirit rice to brew an improved version of their osmanthus wine. She also needs us to evaluate her new recipe. Jiang Ming nodded. Then I'll be busy tonight. Yeah. This mission is very important. Duan Ping slapped his thigh and said solemnly. Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jade Pavilion was one of the top 5 restaurants in Shaoqian Mountain, and it cost 5 or 6 spirit stones for a casual meal here, which was equivalent to a year's worth of earnings for a farmer. More than a dozen people filed in from the back door and entered a side hall in the corner of the second floor. After a while, they began to drink and chat merrily. Zhonggue, I won't be mad at you for snatching other people's jobs. Let's treat ourselves to 3 cups today. A slightly fat immortal cultivator patted the table. It was Feng He who invited Jiang Ming to join the plant hall. As an immortal cultivator of the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm, he was one of the top figures in the plant hall. Humph, what do you mean 3 cups? I'll show you. A burly man laughed loudly, grabbed the wine bottle, and began to gulp it down. The atmosphere was very lively. Except for Jiang Ming, Zhonggue, and a few others who had mastered the misty rain technique, there were only a few important members of the plant hall here. Apart from the spirit herb field and the base camp that needed to be taken care of occasionally, the spirit rice fields, and other menial chores were taken care of by individual cultivators. A slightly thin, plain-looking young man on the main seat smiled and raised his glass to Jiang Ming. Ming, have you adapted to this place after half a year? Except for a few hiccups, it's been going great. Jiang Ming quickly stood up and returned the greeting. This man looked ordinary, but he was a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. He was Huang Chu, the head of the plant hall, and he was over 200 years old. Good, the plant hall is happiest when everyone works hard. Huang Chu, however, did not put on any airs as a foundation establishment realm cultivator. He chuckled. Do a good job. The plant hall is your second home. I hope you'll always feel comfortable here. Everyone cheered. As Jiang Ming ate and drank, his heart was filled with emotion. It was only when he came in that he found out the truth about the plant hall. The rumors said Huang Chu was extremely busy every day, sorting out the information on the spirit fields and doing all kinds of chores. As it turned out, the rumors were all fake. Alas, most people, including the authorities of Shaoqian Mountain, seemed to believe the rumors. During the new year, they would allocate a lot of funds to the plant hall and send people to ask about Huang Chu's well-being, afraid that he would quit. In reality, Huang Chu had already set up a system to do all the work. He just had to send someone to replenish the spirit stones in the formation every day. Of course, it was not a lie that he was busy. However, he was only busy at night. Jiang Ming had been here for more than half a year, and he had already realized that the plant hall was not as poor as Huang Chu liked to say they were. At the table, Feng He was already yelling at them to leave. Let's go. Let's go. Time is tight tonight, and the mission is important. We still have to go to the wonderful Sound Pavilion. Feng He slammed the table and brought everyone to the wonderful Sound Pavilion to taste the osmanthus wine. The next morning, Jiang Ming returned to his cave in high spirits. This was what immortal cultivation was. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a few days, Duan Ping suddenly came to visit and gave Jiang Ming a storage ring. Jiang Ming was shocked. Although the storage ring was not a real magic tool, the lowest grade one was worth more than 20 spirit stones. This is a bonus from the plant hall. You've worked so hard to master the Misty Rain technique. It has helped us immensely. However, you've only been here for half a year, so you might want to work harder to catch up. Duan Ping winked as he said this. He then quickly turned around and left to deliver the items to the others. 6 months of hard work. Jiang Ming looked at the storage ring in his hand, and his expression was a little strange. Staying in the plant hall seemed to be the right decision. Before Jiang Ming had time to check the storage ring, there was a sudden sound outside the door. He pushed the door open and saw a burly gray-haired man standing outside, frowning as he paced back and forth. Is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Ming frowned. Not long after he had moved in, a neighbor who seemed to be short of money had rented the lowest level immortal's cave next to his. The two of them had met a few times. However, they were not really friends. When the gray-haired man saw Jiang Ming walking out, he quickly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "There's an opportunity. I wonder if you will be interested." Jiang Ming's body suddenly tensed. Where's the opportunity? Jiang Ming probed. It's in the middle of the lit fire region, the gray-haired man hurriedly said. When Jiang Ming heard that it was not a disturbance in Shaoqian Mountain, he immediately felt relieved. He turned around and closed the door with a bang. The gray-haired man was dumbfounded. After a while, he cursed in a low voice, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Jiang Ming leaned against the courtyard wall and saw the gray-haired cultivator leave without looking back. He then returned to his room with relief. I also want to take the opportunity. However, my strength doesn't allow it. Jiang Ming sighed. He was only a mid-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator now. If he ran into trouble, he would not be able to escape unscathed. According to the distribution of immortal cultivators in the lit fire region, the golden core realm cultivators were at the top of the pyramid, the foundation establishment realm cultivators were right below, and only the late-stage cultivators of the Qi refinement realm had a trace of authority. Anyone below that was cannon fodder. At the very least, I have to improve my cultivation to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. After staying in Shaoqian Mountain for almost a year, Jiang Ming would usually read about the world of immortal cultivation to have a deeper understanding of it. From what he learned, very few immortal cultivators chose to pursue martial arts. Jiang Ming calmed down after he learned this. He was not actually powerless in this world. On the surface, he was at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm, but in reality, he was at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. Moreover, he could even fight against late-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and looked down at the storage ring in his hand. He injected a wisp of spiritual energy into it and began to examine it. He had originally wanted to live here for a few years and save up money to buy one himself. He did not expect to get one for free from the plant hall. As expected of the poorest organization here, they had given him the smallest available option for storage rings. Jiang Ming sighed and finished exploring the tiny storage ring. What? Jiang Ming was shocked. There were only 3 items in the storage ring. 100 neatly arranged spirit stones, a small black round shield, and a Small bottle of pills. The small round shield was called the Mystic Water Shield. It did not have any special function, but it was extremely tough. It could block all attacks below the Foundation Establishment realm. In the bottle, there were 10 golden blood pills, which could help Qi. Refinement realm immortal cultivators quickly recover from injuries and replenish spiritual energy. This was a rare healing medicine and was quite expensive. It was clear that the plant hall valued being alive more than anything in the world. Jiang Ming was extremely touched. I've lived for almost 200 years. And I've finally met a group of like-minded people. Suddenly, a message talisman flew in from outside the door. Jiang Ming was shocked. He recognized that it was the talisman of the plant hall. Did something big happen? Jiang Ming immediately read the message. Be wary of scammers. Don't explore ruins and tombs with others easily. After that, it described the details of the opportunities that had recently appeared in the middle of the lit fire region. The opportunities were real, and there was a relic that would open once every 60 years. However, this time, there would be Foundation Establishment realm cultivators participating. Thus, the message warned him not to cross them and get killed. Jiang Ming sighed and decided to get up earlier tomorrow to water a few more fields to repay the plant hall for looking out for him. As the days passed, Jiang Ming's cultivation became more powerful. 3 months later, another batch of spiritual rice was almost ready to harvest. Jiang Ming sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, calmly cultivating. He was trying to break through to the next level. The bottleneck that had stopped him for more than 10 years had now become extremely thin. Jiang Ming did not want to use any supplementary medicine. Anyway, he had a lot of time. He could slowly refine his spiritual energy and wear down the bottleneck. It was the best way to break through without any flaws. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. He felt that the opportunity for a breakthrough had come. There seemed to be a soft sound in his body. Jiang Ming's spiritual energy instantly rushed into all his limbs. He had finally broken through to the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. Jiang Ming could finally be considered the strongest in Shaoqian Mountain. Jiang Ming moved his fingers, and a dark green flying sword flew out. It flew up and down, much more flexible than before. I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation, and my control of the magic tool is much smoother. With this flying sword, I can deal with many dangers. However, I still have to keep a low profile. Jiang Ming immediately disguised his aura to look like he had merely broken through to the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. That night, in order to celebrate his breakthrough to the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm, Jiang Ming invited Feng He, Duan Ping, and the others to the Jade Pavilion to have fun. Did you hear about the ruins in the central region? Many people died this time. I'm afraid that the storm will be even bigger in a few decades. Duan Ping suddenly chuckled as he drank his wine. Tell me. Feng He's eyes lit up. Although Duan Ping was not very powerful, as the guard who greeted everyone in the plant hall, he always had the most up-to-date information. Jiang Ming also pricked up his ears. He remembered his gray-haired neighbor, who had spoken to him back then. It had been a few months. It seemed that he had not returned. Duan Ping smiled and said, everyone should have heard of the Black Rock ruins, right? It was discovered in the lit fire region more than 1,000 years ago, and is the ruins of an immortal cultivation sect from an unknown era. There are many magic tools and treasures left behind. It opens up once every 60 years, and only early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivators and below can enter. However, this time a mid-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator charged in. Alas, it was a tragedy. Many ordinary immortal cultivators died. Jiang Ming's heart was palpitating with fear. He quickly ate a mouthful of food to calm himself down. He thought to himself that the immortal cultivation world was indeed much more terrifying than the mortal world. He had to be wary. How is that possible? I've never heard of a cultivator at that level entering the Black Rock ruins. Feng, he was shocked. A few hundred years ago, even the early-stage foundation establishment realm couldn't enter the Black Rock ruins. However, as time passed, the restrictions relaxed. According to a reliable source, the next time the Black Rock ruins open, the ruins might completely shatter. At that time, even Golden Core realm cultivators might descend. As soon as he said that, everyone at the table fell silent. What exactly is in the Black Rock ruins? Aside from regular treasures buried there, an incomplete cultivation technique is rumored to be there as well. Some people have claimed that they heard the voice of a god teaching them a powerful cultivation technique. What? Everyone trembled. Moreover, the technique seemed to be something even more powerful than a Golden Core realm technique. This time, everyone's breathing quickened, even Feng He. Everyone present was at the Qi refinement realm. You guys are tempted, right? I heard that each time the ruins open, the voice gets clearer and clearer. When it opens again in a few decades, one might even have the chance of obtaining the complete technique. After a moment of silence, Feng He suddenly sighed and said with a bitter smile, alas, it's a pity that such a storm is not something we can participate in. That's right. Let's just forget about this. We're peaceful people. Jiang Ming silently drank his wine. He knew that the next time the ruins opened, the people sitting here would not be singing the same tune. Time in the immortal cultivation world seemed to move much faster than in the mortal world. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. It took me 3 years to completely stabilize my cultivation to the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. The path to immortality is difficult. Jiang Ming sighed. Even though he had so many resources, it took 3 years to really stabilize his cultivation to this level. Thus, one could imagine how hard it was for ordinary individual cultivators. No wonder most people would be stuck in the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm for their entire lives, even if they broke through to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. Even someone as powerful as Feng, he had only just stepped into the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. However, I've finally saved up a few hundred spirit stones. I need to start learning alchemy soon. Ordinary individual cultivators did not have the time and financial resources to learn other skills. However, Jiang Ming now had a small fortune and unlimited time. Learning alchemy and how to make talismans were key skills to progress further in the path of immortal cultivation. There were 4 arts in the cultivation world: alchemy, talisman making, weapon forging, and array formation. Alchemy was relatively the easiest to start with. The disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of resources and required a large number of medicinal herbs to practice. However, alchemy techniques were not something that ordinary people could get their hands on easily. Jiang Ming could only ask Feng He to help him. After Jiang Ming finished casting the Misty Rain technique, he took out a green talisman. It immediately turned into a green paper bird and carried Jiang Ming to the Round Valley market. In the 3 years that Jiang Ming had been in Shaoqian Mountain, he had acquired several little treasures. This flying bird talisman was given to him by an individual cultivator after helping them cast the misty rain technique. It was not worth much, but it was interesting. The market was bustling with activity. Jiang Ming got down and walked into a shop selling alchemy materials. In the shop, the most eye-catching things were furnaces and cauldrons of different sizes. Different alchemy techniques required different tools. After all, Ming, you're here again. Have you made up your mind this time? The shopkeeper smiled when he saw Jiang Ming. In the past few months, Jiang Ming often came here to browse. He became quite familiar with the shopkeeper. If your cauldron was a little cheaper, I would have really bought it. Jiang Ming pointed at the lowest grade cauldron and said with a pained expression, "Wow, how can such a big shot in the plant hall not be able to afford this?" The shopkeeper asked in disbelief. Jiang Ming sighed heavily. "Ah, you're an outsider. You don't know the truth. Ah, forget it. Look at my clothes. They're in tatters. I'm sure you can make a guess." The smile on the shopkeeper's face did not change. However, he could not help but wonder if what Jiang Ming said was true. Could it be that he was exploited by Feng He and the others? The shopkeeper made several wild guesses. However, he did not say anything. Jiang Ming looked at the cauldron for a long time and seemed to have finally made up his mind. After haggling with the shopkeeper for a long time, he finally bought the lowest grade alchemy cauldron for 30 spirit stones. After selecting some containers, Jiang Ming left the shop with a pained expression. It's always good to be careful. Obviously, he was not poor. However, it was better not to flaunt his wealth. After all, although there were rules in Shaoqian Mountain, it was still a place for individual cultivators. It was peaceful during the day. However, the night told a different story. A few days ago, old Guzi had brought some spirit stone chips to find Jiang Ming to water his fields. Alas, he was assaulted and robbed on his way here. Unfortunately, law enforcement refused to help old Guzi. After all, just like in the mortal world, the authorities did not care for people at the bottom rung of society. Jiang Ming shook his head, took out the small green cauldron, and placed it in the middle of his courtyard. He threw a pile of shiny silver sand into the cauldron and tried to use the fire control technique to refine the sand. This sand was called flowing silver sand, and its form changed greatly under different temperatures. It was an essential material for those starting out in alchemy to learn the fire control technique. Late at night, after Jiang Ming had his dinner, he continued to practice alchemy. The flowing silver sand kept changing its shape in the cauldron. Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt something and looked out of the courtyard. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. From the very first day that he came to Shaoqian Mountain, Jiang Ming knew that this was not a good place to settle down. He did not expect that he would attract attention just by buying some alchemy items. Jiang Ming detected a few cultivators quietly approaching his cave abode, and his face was calm. The formation shook a little. However, it did not make any sound. Then it returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, Jiang Ming knew that it had let in the intruders. He stood in the courtyard and continued to practice as if he had not known anything. In the night sky, a dark flying sword instantly shot toward Jiang Ming's head. At the same time, Jiang Ming's limbs were bound with a rope. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him in a single blow. In the dark, a few figures had cruel smiles on their faces. However, the flying sword suddenly hit a green light shield, causing a series of sparks. It bounced back immediately. The rope also hit the light shield, causing a burst of spiritual light. Ripples. The green light shield was hit twice in a row before it shattered. At this moment, Jiang Ming finally reacted. He turned around in horror and looked around the courtyard. He shouted with a frightened expression, "Who's there?" "We struck gold, indeed." In the darkness, a burly figure slowly walked out. One of his eyes was a milky gray. He was clearly blind in that eye. He was playing with a black flying sword in his hand. The flying sword returned without success. However, the one-eyed man did not look surprised. Instead, his eyes were filled with greed as he glanced at Jiang Ming. If Jiang Ming could afford a protective talisman, it was clear he was quite well off. The one-eyed man seemed to smile, and behind him, two figures slowly walked in, blocking Jiang Ming's retreat. On one side of the courtyard wall was a petite woman vigilantly observing the surroundings. A yellow rope slowly floated around her. "She's quite vigilant." Jiang Ming glanced at the woman and frowned slightly. However, it was fine. He could kill them all easily. These people were all in the middle stage of the Qi refinement realm. Only the one-eyed man's aura was very close to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. However, he was nothing in Jiang Ming's eyes. However, before he made a move, he had to make sure that there was no one else behind these people. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming's heart calmed down slightly. He looked at the one-eyed man, and his eyes seemed to flash with panic. However, he pretended to be calm and said, "This is the talisman that my hall master gave me. I am a member of the plant hall. Don't mess with me, or Shaoqian Mountain hunt you down." "Ha! Nothing's going to happen to me. Shaoqian Mountain isn't going to care about a runt like you. I'll be 1,000 miles away before they even notice. You're dead." 1,000 miles? Jiang Ming guessed that these people were not part of a crime organization. They were probably individual thugs who were hired by another party. As the one-eyed man spoke, he was also carefully observing the person in front of him. Did he have any other tricks up his sleeve? In their line of work, they had to be bold to rob the people from the plant hall. However, they also had to be careful in order to prevent any accidents. However, the other party's panicked expression made the one-eyed man's heart calm down. It seemed that he was not that strong. Today, they were going to make a fortune. They chose Jiang Ming because they had investigated him. He was a mid-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator who was lucky enough to join the plant hall. Besides his mastery of the Misty Rain technique, he was nothing special. The one-eyed man grinned predatorily. The flying sword in his hand turned into a black light and shot toward Jiang Ming. The perpetrators were all sure Jiang Ming was going to die. However, a soft sound was heard, and a small black shield appeared in front of Jiang Ming. It spun and accurately blocked the flying sword. The flying sword and the shield collided. Jiang Ming, who was behind the shield, turned pale and his body seemed to be shaking slightly. "He has many things we can sell. Everyone, attack." The one-eyed man's gaze turned cold, and his flying sword shot out once more. This time even the woman on the courtyard wall made her move. She threw the rope at Jiang Ming. The other two also started attacking Jiang Ming. No matter how hard the mystic water shield was, it could not block all the attacks. However, in the midst of the battle, Jiang Ming was cursing himself. Was his acting not good enough? He thought he had been playing the role of a poor cultivator quite well. He sighed internally. He calculated how much he would make if he killed the perpetrators and sold their belongings. He would probably make 50 spirit stones at most. Jiang Ming suddenly sympathized with these people. It seemed that life in the immortal cultivation world was not easy. Look at what they had been forced into. However, sympathy was just sympathy. When it was time to make a move, Jiang Ming would not have the slightest hesitation. He waved his left hand, and the mystic water shield appeared, clashing with the flying sword. The pitch-black flying sword shattered. The mystic water shield changed its direction slightly and hit the iron seal. Both of them exploded with spiritual energy and flew back at the same time. At the same time, Jiang Ming cast the fireball spell with his other hand. A fireball the size of a human head shot out and burned the talismans in front of him in the blink of an eye. It then fell on the body of the person who sent the talismans. In an instant, the man was burned to a crisp, leaving nothing behind. The other three perpetrators were shocked. Something's wrong. The one-eyed man suddenly felt uneasy. The rope that the woman took out was held tight in Jiang Ming's grip and he pulled it. The woman did not even have time to react. With a scream, she was pulled and sent flying. Jiang Ming cast another fireball spell, which directly hit the woman who was still struggling in the air. A black hole was burnt in her chest. Her charred body fell to the ground. The last two men remaining were terrified. They finally realized that they had encountered someone terrifying. Although the strength Jiang Ming displayed was still around the middle stage of the Qi refinement realm, his methods were exquisite. His spiritual energy was also more condensed than ordinary immortal cultivators. He was not a rookie at all. No matter how strong he is, he's still in the middle stage of the Qi refinement realm. Let's attack him together. All right. The one-eyed man gritted his teeth and shouted. The other man also roared and nodded, as if he was trying to boost his morale. Without hesitation, the two of them turned around and fled in two different directions. They were not going to take such a risk. They wanted to escape with their lives. A flying sword suddenly shot out like a bolt of lightning and pierced through the other man's head. It then drew an arc in the night sky and lightly descended in front of the one-eyed man's forehead. The one-eyed man suddenly stopped. Drops of blood seeped out between his eyebrows. The flying sword had already slightly pierced his skull. Carry the corpse and come back here. A light voice rang in his ears. The one-eyed man's face was ashen. However, he could not resist. He could only carry his companion's body on his shoulder and walk back to the courtyard step by step. My lord, spare me. The one-eyed man's demeanor changed completely. His expression at this time reminded Jiang Ming of old Guzi. He looked scared and helpless. Perhaps he had a reason for resorting to crime. However, Jiang Ming could not let him go. Jiang Ming had to be safe as well. Why do you want to kill me? Jiang Ming said lightly. The one-eyed man's forehead was covered in sweat. He trembled as he said, "We bought the information from the Three Talents Guild." Three Talents Guild? What's that? Jiang Ming frowned. Was he being watched? The one-eyed man hurriedly explained, the Three Talents Guild is a small merchant association formed by 3 level 6 Chi refinement realm cultivators. They usually sell some low-grade medicinal pills, magic tools, and other treasures between the various individual cultivator markets and small cultivation forces. Sometimes, they also sell some information. They just happened to be at Shaoqian Mountain during this period of time. Jiang Ming glanced at him and almost rolled his eyes. He thought the Three Talents Guild would be full of powerful cultivators, not 3 level 6 Qi refinement realm cultivators. Tell me, what information did you buy? Jiang Ming asked again. We bought a list of names. It's a list of those who are below the middle stage of the Qi refinement realm in Shaoqian Mountain. They are suspected to be rich and are easy targets. Oh? It seems like I'm one of them, Jiang Ming said lightly. The one-eyed man nodded awkwardly. According to them, you are one of the least powerful cultivators in the plant hall. You only know the Misty Rain technique, which can make money. Therefore, you might have some wealth. However, they assumed you were weak. At this point, the one-eyed man suddenly wanted to curse. How could the information he bought be so inaccurate? Then, his expression changed, and he quickly said, however, there are quite a few targets on that list, so the Three Talents Guild doesn't know that we're looking for you. Jiang Ming's eyes darkened. It seemed that he was still being targeted after all. However, this was to be expected. As a farming expert who had mastered the Misty Rain technique, he was highly sought after. It was only natural that he would attract the attention of thieves. And he had hidden his strength. Therefore, he was seen as an easy target. There was no need to talk about the one-eyed man. However, the Three Talents Guild was a different story. Jiang Ming glanced at the one-eyed man again and suddenly asked, you seem so familiar with this. You've worked with the Three Talents Guild before, haven't you? They've been doing this business for many years, and they've cooperated with many people in the underworld. The one-eyed man laughed drily and nodded. You can get into the underworld with this level of skill? Jiang Ming asked, with some disdain. The one-eyed man quickly whimpered, you're right. I'm just garbage. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. I still have some treasures hidden outside Shaoqian Mountain. Jiang Ming looked at him with a faint smile. The one-eyed man's legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. He said in a tearful voice, I have elderly people and children to take care of. I was forced to do this. A fireball was cast on his head, and he was instantly burned into a pile of charcoal. Jiang Ming glanced at the corpses in the yard. The battle had ended quickly. Except for a few patches of burnt grass, there were no other traces. However, this was not the mortal world. He could not just leave these corpses here. First, he collected the talismans, magic artifacts, and other treasures from the corpses. Then, he used his fire control technique and burnt the bodies to ashes. Not even a single storage ring, he grumbled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next morning, he went to the spirit rice field. Ming, are you sprinkling fertilizer? Where did you get it? Is it good? Old Guzi walked to Jiang Ming, pointed to the gray powder scattered in the field, and asked, curiously. It's a gift from someone in town. It's my first time trying it. Jiang Ming laughed and threw the last bit of powder into the field. You've finished uprooting the weeds? Let's go, I'll water your crops. Jiang Ming felt bad for old Guzi. Thus, he arranged for old Guzi to clear out the weeds in the field for him. For every acre cleared, he would perform the misty rain technique. I see. Thank you, Ming. Old Guzi also stopped asking about the fertilizer and said with a smile, weeding is very important. We must uproot the weeds. Otherwise, they can destroy an entire harvest. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. Jiang Ming sat alone in a corner of the Jade Pavilion, leisurely drinking wine and listening to the cultivators in the restaurant discussing various topics. A large-scale annual individual cultivator trade fair was set up. I heard that many people have found some good stuff. It's also very chaotic. The law enforcement team is working tirelessly to mitigate the chaos. After all, it's a land of individual cultivators. You need to be able to watch your own back. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of realization. It was no wonder that there had been more strangers in Shaoqian Mountain these days. After finishing a bottle of wine, Jiang Ming got up and strolled around the market. There were many more stalls, and the merchandise was dazzling. Other than the individual cultivators, the cultivation forces of the lit fire region also took advantage of this trade fair to come to Shaoqian Mountain to sell their goods or to search for treasures. Eh? Those are the people from the Fire Lotus Valley. Jiang Ming suddenly caught a glimpse of a few figures and saw the embroidery patch on their clothes. This was the first time he had seen cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley after leaving the red pine snowfield. However, now is not the time to provoke them. Jiang Ming's expression did not change as he walked past them. Jiang Ming looked around as he slowly walked to the stall of the Three Talents Guild. He casually opened a bottle of their pills and asked, "How much is this?" "Friend, you have a good eye. These cheer-returning pills are produced by the Fire Lotus Valley. Their medicinal effects are 3 times better than other similar pills." The two cultivators immediately welcomed him warmly. In just a few minutes, Jiang Ming got all the information he wanted to know. Then, he casually bought a bottle of pills and left. Now, it's time to find those 3. Jiang Ming walked slowly, and he was summarizing the information he had obtained. 3 of them are at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. However, the real leader is a guy called Master Lu. It's rumored that he's killed 2 or 3 individual cultivators of the same level, so he's quite famous. The Three Talents Guild has been established for over 60 years, however, none of these 3 cultivators have broken through to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. It seems that this bottleneck is indeed able to stop countless immortal cultivators. In short, even if the 3 level 6 Qi refinement realm cultivators had some trump cards, it should not be a big problem to kill them. After all, Jiang Ming was also a grandmaster. Jiang Ming quickened his pace and left the market area. Then, he summoned his flying sword and returned to the small green peak to begin preparations for the operation. Jiang Ming picked a few items from his loot last night. However, he only chose medicinal pills and talismans. He ignored the magical weapons. He could sell them in the black market in a pinch. Jiang Ming had stayed here for 3 years and was now very familiar with Shaoqian Mountain. There were rules in Shaoqian Mountain, both written and unwritten. Even the law enforcement team did not care about the black market. When he was ready, the sky was getting dark. It's time to try out the next seal, the seal of transformation. In this place full of spiritual energy, Jiang Ming's mastery of the spirit Restriction seal gradually deepened. He had already mastered the third basic seal, the seal of transformation. This seal could change the characteristics of spiritual energy. It was the most unpredictable of the 6 seals. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered as he cast the seal. The characteristics of the spiritual energy he emitted had quietly changed. If Jiang Ming's spiritual energy was mild and gentle earlier when he practiced the 5 elemental arts, it was now flowing and feminine. It was like he was a cultivator specializing in water techniques. Not bad. Jiang Ming sensed his own aura and was extremely satisfied. He used the disguising technique again. His body grew a bit taller, and he had a cold and handsome face. This time, with the injection of spiritual energy, everything had changed. Even a foundation establishment realm cultivator could not see through his disguise. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The night fell, and Shaoqian Mountain was silent. Only members of the law enforcement team would occasionally fly over the peaks with their teams to conduct routine inspections. However, this kind of patrol only happened 2 or 3 times a night. Jiang Ming had been in the plant hall for so long and was familiar with their routine. After a few more streams of light swept across the sky, Jiang Ming quietly left the courtyard and rushed to another mountain peak in the distance. The place where the 3 Talents Guild was located was not much better than Jiang Ming's area. They had just rented a large, cheap courtyard. The Yellowstone Peak was where individual cultivators, who were just stopping by for a few days, would stay. Although it was night, pedestrians could be seen hurrying past the streets and entering and leaving some courtyards. However, everyone was extremely alert and did not talk to each other. It seems that the trade fair during the day is just a front. The real good stuff can only be found at night. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. He could not be sure if there were guests in the residence of the 3 Talents Guild. However, he had to make a move tonight. Since they dared put Jiang Ming on their list, they had to pay. Jiang Ming's footsteps did not stop. He turned into an alley and walked towards a house in front. Suddenly, the door of a courtyard by the street opened. "See you later." A simple and honest-looking man in black walked out. He accidentally bumped into Jiang Ming. Suddenly a hand sneakily touched Jiang Ming's waist. "You're quite bold." Jiang Ming wanted to laugh. Jiang Ming grabbed the man's wrist. The man in black was shocked and immediately tried to break free. However, he could not break free at all. In the courtyard, a person's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly closed the door with a bang. "A 2-man show? You guys are working together?" Jiang Ming stared at the man in black and sneered. His face was cold. However, his smile was chilling. "My friend, it's a misunderstanding." The man in black quickly put on a simpering smile. However, at the same time, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. A talisman shot out from his other hand, turned into a golden light in the shape of a sword, and shot toward Jiang Ming's heart. "You don't know what's good for you." Jiang Ming's eyes were indifferent, and he waved his hand. A surge of spiritual energy whizzed out. There was no need for any spells at all. It shattered the light and shot at the body of the man. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The man was about to scream. However, his mouth was clamped shut by Jiang Ming. He carried him and disappeared into the darkness. From the depths of the alley, a plain and honest-looking man in black slowly walked out. Behind him seemed to be a faint smell of blood and the smell of burning flesh. I am now Yang Zong, a wood cultivator of the small mirror hall. Soon, he arrived in front of a courtyard. The courtyard was covered with a protective array, and the door was closed. There doesn't seem to be any late-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators. It seems that there won't be many guests at the gathering of the three talents guild tonight. That's good. Jiang Ming sensed his surroundings for a moment. However, there was nothing threatening around. He was completely at ease. Looking at the protective array in front of him, Jiang Ming did not hesitate to take out a talisman to break through the array. After activating it, he stuck it on the protective spiritual array. A small gap appeared. It was just wide enough for Jiang Ming to slip in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In a side room of the courtyard, 3 old men with wrinkly faces gathered together and discussed their gains from the trade fair. The medicinal pills from the Fire Lotus Valley are still the best sellers. I've earned hundreds of spirit stones in just a few days. It's a pity that I still have to hand over most of the profits to the Fire Lotus Valley. I think it's not a bad idea to sell information. We can continue to develop this avenue. I wonder if anyone has already started to reap the benefits of the list of wealthy weaklings we managed to sell earlier. Why don't we also follow that list? The combined net worth of those weaklings might be higher than what we've earned for the past few years. Yeah, if the 3 of us don't give it our all, we'll be left in the dust. The 3 of them had been training their entire lives. However, they had never been able to break through the bottleneck of the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. They knew that unless they had massive amounts of money for resources, they would be stuck here forever. On the main seat, a slightly younger man with a square face shook his head and said, "We only sell information. Don't get involved. Otherwise, it'll be the end of us." As soon as the man spoke, the other 2 old men immediately shut their mouths. Although the 3 Talents Guild was known to have 3 leaders, the 2 of them knew that there was only one true leader, and that was Master Lu. His methods were vicious, and he had killed more than one level 6 Qi refinement realm cultivator. Seeing that the 2 of them were still unconvinced, Master Lu's eyes darkened. I already feel that something is wrong. 2 days ago, a group of people came here to buy information. Yesterday, they bought some talismans and pills. However, today, they suddenly disappeared, and I didn't see them in the market again. The hearts of the other 2 jumped. One of them quickly said, "Are they still in hiding? After all, I haven't heard of any bloodshed in the past 2 days." Master Lu sighed. "That's what I'm most afraid of. If those people met a ruthless person, they would not even have had the chance to escape. It would be terrible if we were to be implicated because of this." "I don't think so." An old man's face trembled. "How could someone get away with murdering all of them? I hope I'm just overthinking. Maybe those people are still waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, after we sell this batch of goods, we should leave as soon as possible," Master Lu said slowly. Suddenly, Master Lu's expression changed. He raised his hand and was about to take something out. However, a dark green flying sword had already pierced through the walls like a bolt of lightning. Then, it pierced through Master Lu's head. The other 2 old men were instantly splattered with blood. After being stunned for a moment, they jumped up from their original spots in horror. The spiritual energy in their bodies erupted without any reservation, and they rushed out of the room. At this moment, the two of them were terrified. They had witnessed Master Lu's strength. However, at this moment, Master Lu was killed ruthlessly before he could even see the enemy's face. This person was definitely an expert at the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. There was another explosion, and another person's chest was stabbed with the flying sword. The last person was so frightened that he tripped over the threshold and fell into the yard. Jiang Ming walked out of the darkness and looked at the last leader calmly. "Did you say I was a ruthless person?" On the ground, the old man was stunned, and then he looked at Jiang Ming in shock. You were on that list. Spare. He was killed in an instant." Jiang Ming shook his head. The bloody battle that he had expected did not happen. Everything was so easy. The commotion here had also alerted the other cultivators of the guild who were in the area. One after another, figures rushed out of the other houses, all of them taking out various magic tools and talismans, ready to fight the intruder. However, when they saw the tragic sight of their dead leaders, their expressions changed. They lost all will to resist and turned to run. Jiang Ming's eyes were indifferent, and he flicked his fingers. The flying sword shot out. With every move, it killed a cultivator. In just a moment, the courtyard was filled with corpses. Very good, all the danger has been eliminated. Jiang Ming looked around and did not bother searching the bodies. He only took the storage rings from the three leaders before he left. Many people had heard the commotion in the courtyard. When they saw someone walking out, they immediately looked at the courtyard and saw the corpses littering the ground. Jiang Ming did not care about them. He jumped up and disappeared into the night. "Isn't that someone from the small mirror hall? I think he's called Yangzong. He's a wood cultivator. Why is the small mirror hall attacking the Three Talents Guild? What's going on?" Some eyes shifted to the courtyard of the small mirror hall. However, in the courtyard, the faces of a few figures all revealed ugly expressions. What the hell was going on? What is Yangzong doing? An old man at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm was shocked and angry. "It can't be him," one of them said with a pale face. What's going on?" The old man immediately turned around and stared at him. "Yangzong and we saw a man. I didn't expect him to capture Yang Zong," the man said in a trembling voice. "What?" The old man's expression changed greatly. He could not be angry anymore and shouted, "Hurry up and leave Shaoqian Mountain." In the distance, a stream of light shot down from the sky and landed on the Yellowstone Peak. Shaoqian Mountain's law enforcement team had arrived a little late, and the murderer had long run away. However, there were some people left. Everyone from the Yellowstone Peak must gather here. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Everyone in the small mirror hall turned pale. Regardless of whether the murderer was Yangzong or not, as long as he had Yangzong's face and was not caught in the end, the small mirror hall would be the scapegoat. In the Jade Pavilion, a group of disciples from the plant hall were gathered together, listening to Duan Ping recount what had happened last night. Although Shaoqian Mountain, as a place for individual cultivators, had a few problems, this kind of ruthless extermination of a sect was still quite rare. However, when it really happened, no one cared too much. This was the world of cultivators, where life and death were common. Even Golden Core Realm cultivators might die in battle. The murderer escaped just like that? Zhong Gui asked in surprise. Feng, he glanced at him with a smile. Zhong Gui had only been here for 2 or 3 years longer than Jiang Ming, and it seemed like he did not know much about the ways of Shaoqian Mountain. How could that be? Only Yang Zong has not been found. The rest of the main culprits have been caught. Duan Ping chuckled and briefly explained how Yang Zong had been seen fleeing the scene of the crime. Yang Zong from the small mirror hall? What? Zhong Gui was stunned and said, in disbelief, I've seen that guy before. He's good at swindling, but he's only in the middle stage of the Qi refinement realm. How could he have committed such a major crime? He must be pretending. He must be at least at the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Duan Ping hurriedly interrupted that person. Since Yang Zong has disappeared, the murderer must be him. The people of the small mirror hall can forget about escaping as well. They've all been detained by the law enforcement team. It's fine if we talk nonsense amongst ourselves. However, I advise you not to talk nonsense after you leave. The law enforcement team is observant. Since they've determined that the small mirror hall was the one who committed the crime, it must be them. Feng. He chuckled and concluded the matter. The others were not fools. A hint of understanding flashed in their eyes. They laughed and let the matter go. They began to discuss other things. Jiang Ming smiled. The Three Talents Guild had been destroyed in a cave abode of Shaoqian Mountain. In order to appease the other individual cultivators, the law enforcement team naturally had to assert dominance and investigate the murderer. However, to be able to wipe out the Three Talents Guild in such a short span of time meant that the murderer was very powerful. The law enforcement team was also human. Everyone was just trying to earn money. Who would be willing to risk their lives for a mere sect? Thus, the small mirror hall became the scapegoat. Jiang Ming was drinking his wine leisurely. After all, the small mirror hall had tried to hurt him first. He did not feel bad for them. This incident caused a small stir in Shaoqian Mountain. The law enforcement team quickly found the murderer and publicly condemned the cruel methods of the small mirror hall. 5 of the main culprits were killed, and the rest of the suspects were all crippled of their cultivation and expelled from Shaoqian Mountain. *****. Jiang Ming went into his room and stuck a talisman to the window to prevent detection. Then, he sat at the table and began to check the 3 newly obtained storage rings. Although not many people would come to this corner, it was always good to be safe. There were medicinal pills, talismans, magical weapons, materials, and spirit stones. Although they were of low quality, there were quite a lot of them. Jiang Ming roughly estimated that the total value of the items was just above 3,000 spirit stones. Jiang Ming's eyes were a little bright. This was a much faster way to earn money than farming. However, this was a risky method. He shook his head. He could not do this often. Otherwise, he would end up like the group of people who came to kill him. Of course, he might be even worse off. Immortal cultivators had a long life. After all. Jiang Ming shivered. He quickly shook his head and sorted the things out by category. In the end, there were only some jade slips and a pile of books left on the table. To be honest, Jiang Ming was more interested in these things. Maybe one day, all the immortal cultivators will return to the earth, and no one will pass on this knowledge. I'll be the only one who can do it then. Jiang Ming murmured. He suddenly felt like he was undertaking a sacred mission. He began to look through these jade slips and books with a righteous look. However, most of them were on miscellaneous subjects. Jiang Ming skimmed through them and decided to read them slowly in the future. There were only a few jade slips that contained a few spells. Jiang Ming was disappointed. They were all beginner-level spells. He could practice them when he had time. However, they were not of much use. Jiang Ming suddenly stopped on a jade slip. He had finally found something good. The fire metal sword technique mobilizes the spiritual energy of both metal and fire attributes at the same time, erupting powerfully. It is almost invincible among beginner spells. However, this technique has a huge flaw. Because it combines the two most violent spiritual energies of the 5 elements, it is easy to damage the spiritual core during the practice process. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the damage. This technique could be of use to Jiang Ming. After all, he would not be affected by its drawback. However, this technique also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. I can't use it several times in a row. In any case, Jiang Ming finally had a truly powerful technique. If he used this technique properly, he could even take on a foundation. Establishment Realm Cultivator. Jiang Ming put away the jade slip. He did not find any other spells that he was interested in. This was to be expected. They were just a group of ordinary individual cultivators. A moment later, after packing everything, Jiang Ming dug a hole under the tree and buried the storage rings. After that, Jiang Ming's life returned to normal. A few days later, he finally found him an alchemy technique. Alchemy techniques were not like ordinary techniques. They had to be passed down from a master alchemist. Most of them were recorded in jade slips. They were basically an inheritance of sorts. I took advantage of the chaos of the trade fair and got it from the black market. It seems to be the inheritance of an individual alchemist who suddenly died in Shaoqian Mountain decades ago. It's only a basic inheritance. However, it's enough for you to learn. He handed him a jade slip and said, however, I don't know how many copies have been made by the seller. Some of the pills recorded in it have already reappeared in Shaoqian Mountain. You don't have to be too cautious. Thank you so much. Jiang Ming quickly thanked him. Although he was casual about it, he knew that if he did not have a high status, he would not be able to come into contact with such things. Is this alchemy inheritance worth less than 300 spirit stones? He asked. He nodded and was about to state the price. However, Jiang Ming had already presented him with a storage ring. Mr. Here are 350 spirit stones here. It's not easy for you to help me. Therefore, I am very grateful. He could not help but laugh. I haven't stated the price yet. Aren't you afraid of losing out? As long as I can learn alchemy, I won't suffer a loss. Although they had a good relationship, Jiang Ming would not take advantage of he shook his head helplessly. I advise you to know when to stop. When you see that the situation is not good, stop at once. Alchemy is a bottomless pit. I don't know how many people have plunged into it. They keep burning through ingredients to perfect their recipes. Jiang Ming had already thought of an excuse. He said helplessly, I only know the misty rain technique. Thus, I need to learn more skills. Alright, when you learn alchemy, tell us. Feng He smiled and chatted for a while more before taking the storage ring and leaving. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After sending Feng He away, Jiang Ming could not wait to take out the alchemy inheritance jade slip and put it on his forehead to check. After half an hour, Jiang Ming put it down, and his eyes flashed with amazement. As expected, alchemy is complex. Every step requires sufficient experience to be able to successfully move on to the next. However, this was not a problem for Jiang Ming. He had all the time in the world to master alchemy. I gave Feng He almost all my savings from the past 3 years. However, it's not a loss. Not only does this inheritance have detailed pill refining methods, but there are also 6 to 7 common pill recipes such as the qi returning pill and the golden blood pill. The most precious thing is a detailed explanation of a primary alchemist. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, Jiang Ming went to the Round Valley market to buy some low-level spirit herbs and was ready to try to refine the first pill, the qi returning pill. This was also one of the most common pills in the world of immortal cultivation. It only had one function, and that was to recover the spiritual energy of immortal cultivators. Regardless of one's realm, tea was an essential item for traveling in the world of immortal cultivation. Although this alchemy inheritance only records the lowest grade of the qi returning pill, if I successfully refine them, I can make a mint, Jiang Ming thought to himself and returned to the small green peak. Is my neighbor back? Jiang Ming caught a glimpse of a courtyard in the distance. Someone was moving furniture inside. The courtyard was the residence of the gray-haired neighbor who came to find Jiang Ming back then. It seemed that the person had indeed died. Jiang Ming walked into the courtyard expressionlessly. He had become rather indifferent to death. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, Jiang Ming tried to refine the qi returning pill again. The cauldron shook, and black smoke rose in spirals, emitting a burnt smell. Jiang Ming's face was gloomy. This was the 3rd batch. Even though Jiang Ming was mentally prepared, he still felt a little distressed about how fast he was essentially burning through money. The sound of the courtyard's spiritual array being activated suddenly rang. Jiang Ming frowned and walked out of the courtyard. He saw a young man with a sunny and gentle appearance. He was only at the 2nd level of the qi refinement realm and was standing outside the courtyard. What's the matter? Jiang Ming was in a bad mood. Sir, I'm new here. My name is Su Ren. The young man stuttered as he introduced himself. In the end, he awkwardly handed a lunch box to Jiang Ming. I used to be a chef. This is my own cooking. I used ordinary ingredients that are not worth much. Please don't mind them. Jiang Ming looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. Many thanks. The kid clearly did not have much to his name. However, he was offering all he had. Jiang Ming was touched. In the next few days, Jiang Ming saw Su Ren from time to time. He gave food to his neighbors as a meeting gift. This made everyone have a good impression of him. Jiang Ming shook his head and went back to his courtyard to study alchemy. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the small courtyard, Jiang Ming looked at the charred cauldron in front of him and let out a long sigh. After 6 months and at least 100 spirit stones worth of medicinal herbs, he had finally refined his first batch of qi returning pills. 10 qi returning pills could be sold for at least 10 spirit stones in the market. The cost of production was less than 3 spirit stones. At first, glance, it seemed that the profit margin was frighteningly high. However, the most important thing in the path of alchemy is the success rate. Only those with high success rates can be professional alchemists. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. He had made countless batches of the qi returning pills. His success rate was barely 10%. Jiang Ming felt a little distressed. However, when he thought about his lifespan, he calmed down. He finally understood that alchemy was a tool for old men to make a mint. However, it was also an easy way for poor individual cultivators to fall into destitution. No wonder there were hardly any alchemists in Shaoqian Mountain. Jiang Ming played with the qi-returning pill in his hand. He suddenly felt that this world was very similar to the mortal world. No matter what, poor people were always doomed. Jiang Ming shook his head before he took out another set of medicinal herbs from the storage ring and prepared to start refining the next batch. What? Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt a familiar aura. Oh, hello. You're finally awake? Jiang Ming put down the herbs, strode to a large tree in his courtyard, and carefully dug a pit. A chubby white radish appeared. It stretched its limbs and slowly wiggled. It seemed to have just woken up and was still a little dazed. This white radish was the king of medicine that Jiang Ming had brought over from the mortal world. It had almost withered to death in the mortal world. After Jiang Ming came to the world of immortal cultivation, he poured a lot of spiritual power into it. However, he could not wake it up. He could only bury it in his small courtyard. As a last resort. I almost forgot about you, Jiang Ming muttered, picked it up from the pit and checked it over a few times. It seemed to be fatter than before, and its facial features were clearer. Alas, it still looked a little dull and stupid. It seems that you're better suited to this world. However, don't run around. If you get caught, you might be cut into pieces. Jiang Ming rubbed its head of red leaves and threw it back to the ground. Jiang Ming had done a lot of research during his years here. By chance, he had learned that the king of medicine was a type of mutant spirit herb. Mutant spirit herbs were a mutated type of spirit herb. Although it was a plant, it could move freely like an animal and was sentient. However, apart from its appearance, its medicinal effects were not much stronger than ordinary spirit herbs. Moreover, it liked to eat spirit herbs and was almost considered a pest in the world of immortal cultivation. Once it appeared in spirit fields, it had to be eliminated immediately. It was said that one had appeared in the fields of the plant hall decades ago. When it was finally discovered, it had already eaten several acres of crops. The only special use of it that had been discovered was that it could be ground into powder and added to some pills. This could improve the success rate and quality of some pills. It was a rare material that could be worth some money to alchemists. The Fire Lotus Valley must have been sending young cultivators to fight for the king of medicine for this reason. Maybe they have other reasons. However, there are no records of them in the books. Speaking of which, my success rate is also a bit low. At his feet, the chubby white radish was rolling around on the grass. Suddenly, its body stiffened, as if it had felt a chill. Forget it. It's nice to have a companion from my hometown. I'd better not be so cruel. Jiang Ming smiled and leaned over to look at the little thing. Follow me closely. As long as I have something to eat, you will definitely not go hungry. Jiang Ming said heroically. He took out a piece of spirit ginseng from his storage ring and threw it to the king of medicine. The king of medicine tensed up. Then, it was attracted by the smell of the spirit ginseng and pounced on it. Jiang Ming suddenly had an idea. Although its effects were not very powerful, it can live for a long time. Maybe it could be useful in the future. This thought flashed through his mind. However, Jiang Ming did not have much hope. Having a companion who could live long enough was already something worth celebrating. Speaking of which, I haven't found anyone to celebrate my success with. You actually succeeded. Feng, he looked at the chi-returning pill in his palm and was surprised. What's your success rate? Jiang Ming smiled awkwardly. Less than 10%. Feng, he shook his head. Only when it's increased to more than 40% will you have a chance to make a profit. If you had spent this time on cultivation, you might have even broken through to the late stage of the chi refinement realm. Although Feng, he was not an alchemist, he had been in Shaoqian Mountain for a long time and knew how difficult it was. Many alchemists needed several years to increase their success rate even minimally. Ah, Mr. Feng, you don't get it. With my talent, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the late stage of the chi refinement realm in this life. It's useless to even try. This is why I've undertaken alchemy. Feng, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he sighed. His eyes softened, and he poured out some drinks for them. From that day on, the news that Jiang Ming had switched to alchemy because of his lack of talent in immortal cultivation gradually spread throughout the plant hall. Inexplicably, Jiang Ming's relationship with everyone in the plant hall seemed to improve. There were even a few immortal cultivators who were now friends with him. They were also masters of the misty rain technique. They had always found him an eyesore earlier and had avoided him. However, after learning that Jiang Ming had given up on cultivation, their attitude toward him suddenly improved. No matter where you go, it's always the same. Jiang Ming received more spirit rice seeds than usual for free from the plant hall and went back to the small green peak with a smile. When he first entered the plant hall, he was the master of the misty rain technique, which made some people feel threatened and jealous. However, Jiang Ming, who had given up on cultivation, was no longer a match for those people. Thus, his relationship with his colleagues flourished. Jiang Ming was in a good mood. Humming a little tune, he returned to the small green peak and gave the spirit rice seeds to the group of mortals working under him. Ming, we need rain again. Old Guzi ran over from a distance with a smile on his face. You've saved enough money for the cave abode? Jiang Ming saw the joy on his face and asked, casually. I wish. Old Guzi sighed. However, a smile still hung on his lips. Jiang Ming did not ask much. After a while, old Guzi could not help but take the initiative and said with a smile, however, I might be able to live in a cave abode soon. The higher-ups of Shaoqian Mountain have ordered that in order to accommodate more individual cultivators, you can buy cave abodes even if you don't have the money. Jiang Ming was stunned, and his expression became strange. Old Guzi continued to speak. As long as I pay 50 spirit stones up front, and then 5 spirit stones a year, I can get the title deed for the cave abode after 60 years. Amazing. Jiang Ming sincerely praised him. This man really lit up the room wherever he went. However, Shaoqian Mountain is acting strange. Are they up to something? Jiang Ming thought to himself. He stood a little straighter. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately run away. I hope you're overthinking it. To be honest, he felt that he was quite comfortable in Shaoqian Mountain. He Would not mind living here until the end of time. Every 1 or 200 years, he would change his identity and continue to stay here. Later that day, his new neighbor, Su Ren, warmly invited Jiang Ming to his house for a meal. Jiang Ming accepted the invitation and went over with a bottle of wine. Su Ren reminded him so much of Ah Fei. He was extremely passionate about life. When they hung out, it made him feel younger. When he got home, he played with the king of medicine for a while before continuing to practice alchemy. Only by mastering alchemy will I be able to gain a foothold in the world of cultivators. Bang! There was another explosion. The king of medicine suddenly rolled on the grass as it laughed. Jiang Ming pushed it aside in a bad mood. If you laugh at me again, I'll refine you too. After trying to refine pills for an afternoon and wasting another 6 or 7 batches of medicinal herbs, Jiang Ming's face was covered in soot. He had not succeeded even a single time. Jiang Ming kicked the cauldron and decided not to refine any more pills for the next 3 days. Instead, he began to cultivate his newly acquired technique. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 15 years passed by in a flash. It had been 20 years since Jiang Ming came to Shaoqian Mountain. For immortal cultivators, 15 years was just a blink of an eye. Shaoqian Mountain was still the same as it was 15 years ago. It had not changed much. However, it had become livelier. Although Shaoqian Mountain was a gathering place for individual cultivators, it was difficult for early-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators to survive. Here, and the mid-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators made up the majority of the population. However, there were now early-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators on each peak. Old Guzi, you can't keep doing this. Jiang Ming was at the door of a simple and crude little courtyard. I know. Old Guzi was hunched and had a head full of white hair. Only 15 years had passed. However, he seemed to have aged 30 years. His clothes were extremely worn out, and he looked like he was dying. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Please give me 10 more days. Just 10 days, Old Guzi begged. Jiang Ming stared at Old Guzi for a long time, then sighed and said in a faint voice, Old Guzi, you and I are good friends. However, rules are rules. If you can't pay for the rain in 10 days, I'll take away your 1 acre of spirit rice. Old Guzi was stunned and wanted to say something. However, Jiang Ming had already turned around and left. Old Guzi stood there in a daze. A moment later, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walked out of the courtyard and said with a frown, Father, don't you have a good relationship with that person? Why is he so unkind? I think our friendship has almost run its course. Old Guzi sighed. He suddenly felt regretful. Mortgaging a cave abode did not seem like a good idea anymore. He had imagined that he would work and hand in the spirit stones on time. However, in reality, it was not the case at all. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. In the world of immortal cultivation, only power has the greatest say. He's just a small cultivator who's stuck at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. When I break through to the late stage of the Qi refinement realm, he'll be begging to work for us. Old Guzi was shocked. He quickly covered his son's mouth and said in a low voice, Are you crazy? He is now the only alchemist in the plant hall. Although he's not a high-level cultivator, with his connections, he can take away our land with a single word. Don't talk nonsense. The middle-aged man's face was full of indignation, but he did not dare say Anything more? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the mountain road, Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. It was not that he was cruel, however, in Shaoqian Mountain, being too kind would only bring trouble. Good morning, Master Jiang. Along the way, he passed by some of his acquaintances and all of them greeted him politely. Jiang Ming smiled and returned their greetings. 15 years had passed and his alchemy skills had improved a lot. His success rate was now more than 50%. Although he pretended to be a low-level cultivator, the plant hall supported him. Thus, no one caused trouble for him. Jiang Ming. Let's drink tonight. Suddenly, Duan Ping flew over. We have a new member. They've also mastered the Misty Rain technique. Oh? That's good news, we should drink. Jiang Ming laughed. He was happy to see this. The more skilled farmers there were, the easier his work would be, although there was not much work to do in the first place. However, when he arrived at the Jade Pavilion, he realized that the newcomer was actually a woman. I'm He Xiaowan. I'm a level 5 Qi Refinement Realm cultivator. It's a pleasure to meet you. It was a woman in a purple dress. She seemed very elegant and well-spoken. However, Jiang Ming did not care about this. Instead, he found that this woman was also hiding her true level of cultivation. I can sense that, at the very least, she's at the late stage of the Qi Refinement realm. With a smile on his face, Jiang Ming clinked glasses with the valiant new female cultivator. However, he decided that he was going to be extremely vigilant. As a late-stage Qi Refinement realm cultivator, no matter where he went, he could make a living. He would never come to the plant hall otherwise. After all, who would willingly come to the hall with the least funding? Therefore, He Xiaowan definitely had her own purpose for appearing here. However, Jiang Ming did not panic too much. Shaoqian Mountain was mixed with both good and bad people. In the plant hall alone were several people with dark secrets. Now, they just had one more such person. I don't care about what you want to do, just don't involve me in it. Jiang Ming thought to himself and made up his mind to keep a distance from He Xiaowan. Eh? This beef stew is pretty good. Do you have a new chef? Feng He's eyes suddenly lit up. The waiter's eyes lit up and he quickly replied with a smile, this is one of our new chef's specialty dishes. I can ask him to prepare them and send them to your cave dwelling directly. Feng He chuckled and did not say anything else. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered and glanced at the pot of beef stew. He suddenly remembered that when he was chatting with Su Ren, who wanted to be a chef, he once said what the people of the plant hall often ate in the Jade Pavilion. He accidentally mentioned that Feng He liked to order stewed beef. As for Su Ren, he had worked hard to get into the Jade Pavilion as an odd job worker a few years ago. He had now finally become a sous chef. Jiang Ming thought of his enthusiastic neighbor, and his face was calm. He did not feel disgusted by Su Ren using the information he had gotten from him. It was difficult to survive in this world. Many people had to do all they could to survive. However, Jiang Ming was still a little disappointed. He realized that he could never Afei again. Even if Su Ren reminded him of Afei, they were two completely different people. After eating and drinking their fill, they all left. Mr. Jiang, please wait. A crisp voice came from behind him. Jiang Ming turned his head and saw that He Xiaowan had already caught up with him. She smiled and said, we're heading the same way. Why don't we walk together? Sounds good, Jiang Ming said with a smile. After that, he kept quiet and continued to walk forward. Jiang Ming continued to keep his guard up. Who knew if Xiaowan was telling the truth? Jiang Ming was too lazy to find out, and he did not want to have anything to do with her. Xiaowan, on the other hand, asked, I heard that you are the only alchemist in the plant hall. What's your specialty? Perhaps I'll come back to buy some of your medicinal pills in the future. I specialize in refining the chiraturning pill and the golden blood pill. They're both low-grade medicinal pills. They're nothing special. That's already amazing. By the way, is anyone in the plant hall a master of the Misty Rain technique? Only Hall Master Huang has mastered it, Jiang Ming replied casually. Xiaowan asked a lot of questions. However, they were just general questions. Therefore, Jiang Ming casually answered her. After a while, they went their separate ways, and Jiang Ming went back to the small green peak. I can't sense any malicious intent from her, Jiang Ming muttered. Xiaowan seemed like a completely normal person who had moved to a new place. If he did not know that she was hiding her true cultivation level, Jiang Ming would have really believed her cover. Were other forces sending agents to infiltrate Shaoqian Mountain? Would there be similar people in the other halls? It was a possibility. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future, Jiang Ming thought to himself. If there are any issues, I can only run away. However, if he did not have to, Jiang Ming really did not want to leave Shaoqian Mountains. It was peaceful, and he enjoyed it here. Moreover, Jiang Ming's progress in cultivation was already so slow here. If he left this place, his progress might halt completely. Anyway, regardless of what happened, Jiang Ming was strong enough to protect himself. Over the years, he had expanded his cave abode. He now had a training room and an alchemy room. His protective spiritual array had also been upgraded. In addition, his spirit gathering array had also been modified. Now, the concentration of spiritual energy in the courtyard was much higher. This was all because Jiang Ming's position as the sole alchemist of the plant hall afforded him many benefits. In return, he would give everyone in the plant hall discounted prices for his pills. Jiang Ming smiled. The people from the Pillfire Hall had invited him to be a part of their team. However, he rejected them. What a joke. He was practically a celebrity in the plant hall. Why would he leave them? Jiang Ming walked into the courtyard. The smell of medicine suddenly filled the air. In a corner of the courtyard was a small patch of spirit herbs. It looked lush and healthy. Earlier, the spirit energy in the cave abode was thin, and Jiang Ming was reluctant to use his spirit energy to supplement any spirit herbs he planted. Now that the spiritual energy was dense and he had mastered the Misty Rain technique, planting spirit herbs was a wonderful investment. Moreover, he could sell the herbs themselves if needed. Jiang Ming waved his hand, and misty rain fell over the little field. Jiang Ming looked at the dense rain and realized that he had fully mastered the Misty Rain technique. However, this was not because of his outstanding talent. It was because he had been practicing the Misty Rain technique for almost 100 years. I'm probably the only one who will ever reach such a profound master of this technique. The lifespan of ordinary immortal cultivators was only a couple of centuries. Why would they spend time perfecting this useless spell? The benefits of mastering the technique were obvious. Jiang Ming's spirit Herbs were much richer and tougher than the spirit herbs sold in the market. If I can get some rare spirit herb seeds, it might be a way to make a fortune. Harvesting spirit rice was, after all, a difficult job with a low profit margin. On the other hand, harvesting and selling spirit herbs had very high profit margins. Huh? Are those weeds? After the spiritual energy in the cave was rich, weeds were also nourished by the spiritual energy and became much more tenacious. They would grow every few days. Jiang Ming patted the spirit beast bag on his waist, and a chubby white radish jumped to the ground. This spirit beast bag was originally used by immortal cultivators to cultivate demonic beasts. However, the king of medicine seemed to like it. This was good. The chances of it being discovered were much lower now. Go and pull out the weeds. Once you pull out all the weeds, you will be rewarded with a piece of golden ginseng, Jiang Ming said with a wave of his hand. The king of medicine raised its head and looked at Jiang Ming with eager eyes. You want to eat first and then work? That's what you said last time. And then you hardly ended up working, Jiang Ming said unhappily. However, when he saw the chubby little radish's pitiful expression, he softened a little. Forget it. I'll give you one more chance. He gave the chubby little radish a piece of golden ginseng, and it gobbled it up immediately. Jiang Ming's face was gloomy. He finally understood why this thing was regarded as a pest. The king of medicine ate until its belly was round. It began to pull the weeds slowly. Jiang Ming also began to walk to the training field and continued to practice the 5 elemental arts. After 15 years of cultivation, he was at the peak of the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. He was only one step away from the 8th level. I'll make a breakthrough in a few days. Jiang Ming made an estimation. According to historical records, it took a very long time to break through levels in the late stage of the Qi refinement realm. I might need about 40 years to reach the peak of the Qi refinement realm. In the future, I'll have to pay attention to foundation establishment realm cultivation techniques. Foundation establishment realm cultivators could not rely on mere practice. They needed an appropriate technique as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later, the spiritual energy in Jiang Ming's courtyard suddenly became chaotic and gathered in one place. The center of the spiritual energy was where Jiang Ming was sitting. His aura fluctuated for a while and finally soared. He had finally stepped into the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm stage. I've finally broken through. Let me try my strongest attack again. He pretended to be holding a sword and suddenly slashed forward. A sharp blade of spiritual energy shot out. It was as fast as lightning. An ear-piercing sound resounded as an inch deep gash appeared on a small black shield. Ah! Jiang Ming felt excruciating pain in his spiritual core. However, he did not care. Instead, his eyes lit up. The mystic water shield was said to be able to block all attacks below the foundation establishment realm. Although he could not completely break it just yet, he could finally leave some damage. This meant that his attack power had reached the peak of the Qi refinement realm. The essence of the technique is not the number of strikes. It's about the quality and the mastery of the technique. If I reach the peak of the Qi refinement realm and I put more effort into practicing this technique, I wonder if I can break through to the foundation establishment realm. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. However, he did not really want to use this Technique to fight against a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. They would not just stand there and let him hit them. No matter what, ordinary Chi refinement realm cultivators should no longer be my match. Not only was the fire metal sword technique powerful, but it was also almost instantaneous. The attack range was 30 meters. If an ordinary Chi refinement realm cultivator did not prepare in advance, they would not be able to block this attack. Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. With his current strength, he finally did not have to worry about his safety. After spending 20 years in Shaoqian Mountain, Jiang Ming pretty much figured out who he could not offend and where he could not go. I can now buy the things I wanted at the black market. He had been to the black market a few times over the years. However, all his visits were to sell some extra pills he had refined. At most, he would buy a few pre-loved books. He had never bought anything that was too conspicuous. Now that his strength had increased, he could be a little bolder. Another reason was that Xiaowan's sudden appearance made Jiang Ming feel inexplicably uneasy. He needed to have a way to escape if anything happened. Of course, he could not be too conspicuous. It was best to pretend to still be at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few days later, old Guzi came to visit. Ming, here's your payment. Old Guzi's face was extremely pale as he handed over a pile of spirit stone chips. You're injured? Jiang Ming squinted as he sensed the fluctuating aura in old Guzi's body. I went out of the mountains to hunt a demonic wolf. Alas, I only sold it for a few spirit stones. Old Guzi coughed and said with a bitter smile. I could not afford to eat a single bite of meat. You see, there are a few more spirit stones. Can you make it rain for me again? Jiang Ming looked at the spirit stone chips in his hand. There were barely enough chips for another round of rain. A demonic wolf should be worth a lot, right? Jiang Ming weighed the spirit stone and suddenly asked. Do you want to buy a bottle of golden blood pills to treat your injuries? Old Gu quickly shook his head and said, I still have to save up to buy a magic tool for my son. Jiang Ming smiled. He knew that old Guzi would not buy the pills. He had only asked to confirm his guess. Jiang Ming wanted to persuade old Guzi to stop supporting his son. However, he swallowed his words. He had learned one thing from Feng He, and that was not to interfere with other people's choices. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Back at the field, the spirit rice swayed in the wind, and the old man's face seemed to have regained its ruddy color. He gently pushed aside the rice grains, his movements gentle. Then, he pulled out a weed from the field and laughed. I can't let these things absorb all the rain you cast. Jiang Ming suddenly saw the rice field next to his. The rice had been ready to harvest for a long time. However, it had not been harvested. Where's Oldley? Oldley was also a farmer in the small green peak. He had been farming all his life, hoping to save some spirit stones for his retirement. He died a few days ago. He had a conflict with someone in the market, and at night, they used a fireball spell to burn him to the ground. Old Guzi sighed and said, the law enforcement team took a quick look and left. The plant hall still hasn't sent a replacement. Jiang Ming was stunned, and the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. Only someone powerful would be able to get away with such a crime. However, the powerful cultivators who had lived in Shaoqian Mountain for a long time would rarely come to kill weak mortals for trivial matters. This seemed like the work of an outsider. He suddenly realized that when he went to the market to sell medicinal pills. Over the past few days, he had seen more unfamiliar qi refinement realm cultivators than usual. It seems like there's a storm that I don't know about in Shaoqian Mountain. At the market, Jiang Ming had set up a stall, selling medicinal pills. He waved at a new customer. Are you Master Jiang from the plant hall? I've heard that the quality of your pills is good, and your reputation is great. I don't mind spending a little. Today. Let me buy 5 bottles first, a burly man with a face full of stubble said. Friend, why do you want to buy so many? Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, he still asked the customer with a smile on his face. Hey, there's no harm in having a lot of these in case of an emergency, the burly man said casually. After putting down the spirit stones and taking the medicinal pills, he quickly left. Jiang Ming weighed the spirit stones in his hand and looked at the fewer bottles of pills left in the stall. What bullsh *t. This person was obviously preparing for something. Over the past few days, the prices of goods in Shaoqian Mountain had quietly increased. Jiang Ming also followed suit and increased the price of each bottle of pills by 10%. However, his pills were getting more and more popular. Although there had been market fluctuations before, Jiang Ming's intuition told him that something was wrong this time. I have to ask the internal staff. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. He closed his stall and walked to a remote corner of the street. He took out 2 communication talismans from his storage ring, entered some information, and then released them. ******. That night in a secluded private room in the Jade Pavilion, Jiang Ming met up with a few people from the plant hall. Mr. Feng, Duan Ping, what's going on in Shaoqian Mountain? Jiang Ming asked. Feng, he smiled when he heard this. You're quite sharp. It's only been a few days, and you've already noticed that something was wrong. Many strangers have come here, and some of them have even joined our halls. Feng, he did not name anyone. However, Jiang Ming knew that the people he was describing were all newcomers like He Shaowan. It seemed that the higher-ups of the plant hall had long known that He Shaowan's intentions were not pure. Will there be trouble? Jiang Ming asked in a low voice. He did not care about these people. He only cared about whether his day-to-day life would be disrupted. Duan Ping, who was eating, interrupted them. As long as we follow the principles of the plant hall, we'll be fine. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He quickly urged him to elaborate. Duan Ping chuckled and looked left and right. He flicked out a privacy talisman that enveloped the 3 of them before he opened his mouth and said, Do you still remember the storm caused by the Black Rock ruins more than a decade ago? Countless cultivators died, and even Foundation establishment realm cultivators were involved. Golden Core realm cultivators were watching from behind as well. Jiang Ming was stunned, and then he recalled what he had heard about Black Rock ruins. However, those ruins are protected by a formation. Isn't the area only supposed to open again after 60 years? Jiang Ming said with a frown. That's true. However, the array in the ruins has been weakening over time. Major cultivation forces in the Litfire region have continued to explore it over the years, and Golden Core realm cultivators have made their moves several times. A few days ago, the Golden Core realm cultivator of Shaoqian Mountain seemed to have found some amazing things in the ruins. However, he was injured in a battle with a few other Golden Core realm cultivators and has been on the run since then. Jiang Ming's heart trembled. Without a golden core realm cultivator, Shaoqian Mountain was powerless. Will the other forces attack Shaoqian Mountain? Will it affect the plant hall? Jiang Ming quickly asked. Duan Ping's expression was calm. He shook his head and said, Shaoqian Mountain is different from those sections. Its value lies in the many individual cultivators here. They generate a lot of profit for the authorities. At the end of the day, halls like the Plant Hall and the Pillfire Hall are at best a group of high-level individual cultivators. No matter what, as long as we don't cause any trouble, they won't do anything out of line to us. Jiang Ming nodded. Some individual cultivators may take advantage of the chaos. However, in the end, it won't affect our daily lives. Feng He also laughed. Obviously, the two of them did not take it seriously and were not patriotic. Jiang Ming sighed in his heart. He remembered the days when he was picking herbs in Peace County. He suddenly recalled something and looked at Duan Ping. Isn't your uncle on duty at the main peak? Won't it affect you? They were already familiar with each other. Thus, there was no need to skirt around the issue. Duan Ping's uncle was a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm and could be considered a high-level figure. In Shaoqian Mountain, Duan Ping took a sip of wine. My uncle gave me some advice. He told me to live as I should. He went down the mountain 2 days ago and has already communicated with someone. Jiang Ming was stunned. After his meal, Jiang Ming bid farewell to the two and returned home with a heavy heart. It seems that it's time to go out and hide for a few days. Jiang Ming did not plan to leave Shaoqian Mountain entirely. However, it seemed wise to hide out for a few days. Although Duan Ping and Feng He both looked calm, Jiang Ming did not think that things would be okay for him. Although they were friends, if something really happened, it was each man for himself. It was the safest to go into hiding in time. This place was going to be dangerous soon. Late at night, Jiang Ming packed everything in his house into his storage ring. He had also harvested all the matured medicinal herbs in his garden. As for the seedlings, he would just leave them here. They were not worth much in the first place. And these, Jiang Ming walked to the big tree and dug out a storage ring from the pit. These are what I got from all the stupid cultivators I defeated over the years. There are a lot of things here. It's time to go to the black market and sell these things for cash. Although he had been to the black market many times, Jiang Ming was very patient and had never taken these things out until now. He put away the storage ring and inspected it one last time. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that he had not forgotten anything. Under the night sky, Jiang Ming practiced some cultivation techniques to calm down and think about the preparations before leaving. With my immortality, I don't need any defensive techniques. I have 2 powerful offensive techniques as well. At most, I'll buy some talismans in case of an emergency. The most important thing now is to buy a magical tool to help me escape in a pinch. Jiang Ming was not afraid of getting injured. However, he was afraid of being caught. For him, running away was the first priority. He had seen all kinds of escape techniques. However, the strongest one was only about half as strong as the Meridian Breaker. Anything stronger was for Foundation Establishment Realm, cultivators and above. Thus, the only option for him was to buy a magical tool. It would be too conspicuous to buy one in the regular market. Therefore, he would find one in the black market. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Early in the morning, spiritual mist filled the mountains. The rice fields were quiet, and even the farmers had not clocked in yet. The black market was hidden in a valley. The path here was extremely complicated for cultivators to follow. Obviously, those who dared come here to sell goods were not ordinary people. There were no early-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators at all, and half of them were late-stage Qi refinement realm cultivators. In addition to the stalls selling treasures, there were several pawn shops. Obviously, they were prepared for cultivators who came here to sell things that could not be seen in public. A thin man strolled around the black market. After 2 or 3 rounds, he stopped in front of a pawn shop. The man was naturally Jiang Ming in disguise. His disguising technique was almost foolproof now. Not even golden core realm cultivators could see through his disguise. I have Qi returning pills and golden blood pills. How much can you offer? Jiang Ming did not waste time and asked directly. Before he left, Jiang Ming was ready to exchange all the remaining pills in his inventory for spirit stones, leaving only 2 bottles of Qi returning pills for his own use. His inextinguishable origin light was amazing. However, it only healed physical injuries. Otherwise, he had to recover on his own. 8 spirit stones per bottle. The owner's eyes also lit up. The price of medicinal pills had been soaring these days, and it was very difficult to buy them. That's about 30% lower than the market price, Jiang Ming thought to himself. However, his expression did not change. The black market had different rules. Jiang Ming took the offer and sold as many as he could, earning almost 300 spirit stones. After selling the pills, Jiang Ming immediately left and strolled to a shop in another mountain valley. He took out the things that belonged to the 3 Talents Guild. After visiting more than a dozen shops, Jiang Ming gradually sold all the things he needed to get rid of. The shop owners were unwilling to give him good offers, and he barely made a profit. However, it was fine. He needed money quickly. At this time, there were only 2 or 3 magic weapons with the Fire Lotus Valley symbol left in his storage ring. However, he did not dare make any more sales. Otherwise, he might paint a target on his back. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up suddenly. He finally saw what he wanted. Friend, you have a good eye. This is a standard middle-grade magical weapon from the Li Sword sect. It has the speed of a flying sword and only costs 800 spirit stones, the shop owner enthusiastically said. 800? What? Jiang Ming was shocked. An ordinary middle grade magical weapon is only worth about 500 spirit stones. The shop owner said with a smile, Friend, since you recognized it, you should know that the spirit sword shuttle speed is the best among all the middle grade magical weapons. It can be used until the wielder reaches the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, it's rather common. Thus, you won't stand out. It's an essential tool for fleeing, killing, and stealing. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. He knew that it was definitely not worth the price, however, he had no choice. Fine. I want it. Good choice. The shop owner revealed a smile. I also want a map of the Litfire region, the more detailed the better. Do you have any in stock? The shop owner quickly nodded. Yes, of course. However, the more detailed it is, the more expensive it is. The best map I have here costs 100 spirit stones. It was just updated half a year ago, and I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the information. I want it. A moment later, Jiang Ming put the spirit sword shuttle and a jade slip in his pocket and strolled to several other shops. He bought several other things for a few hundred spirit stones. Then, he quickly left the black market. I've only made a profit of 1,000 spirit stones. Jiang Ming felt upset. However, when he thought about how these things could make escaping from rough spots easier, his spirits lifted. Along the way, Jiang Ming kept changing his identity. He circled around the places where people came and went in Shaoqian Mountain. After making sure that no one was following him, he was relieved. Everything is ready. Let's go. Jiang Ming did not even return to the small green peak. He went down the mountain. Leaving for the first time in 20 years was rather exciting. Jiang Ming flew around the forest slowly. He was playing with a jade slip. From time to time, he would place it on his forehead for a moment to browse the contents. The jade slip was a map of the lit fire region that he had bought for 100 spirit stones. Almost everything one needed to know about the lit fire region was recorded on it. Even the black rock ruins were recorded on the map. It even had some information about it written down. Every time it opens, Qi refinement realm cultivators from various major sects visited as a part of their training. Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat when he read this. He had never heard of this before. Of course, this was also because he had been avoiding trouble and had never taken the initiative to ask questions. After all, he was instinctively resistant to entering ruins and dungeons. I should be able to break through to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm the next time the Black Rock ruins open. However, according to the information I've received, the next time will be the last time the Black Rock ruins will open, and the battle will definitely be extremely intense. Moreover, this time Golden Core realm cultivators would also visit. If a fight broke out, the results would be disastrous. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. He suppressed his greed and decided to wait and see. The opportunity was tempting. However, it was also accompanied by risks. If he could find a suitable foundation establishment realm technique, it would be perfect. He wanted to avoid trouble at all costs. Let's take one step at a time. Jiang Ming sighed. Immortality did not equate to talent or strength. Breaking through to the foundation establishment realm was also a barrier for him. Fortunately, he had all the time in the world to explore several avenues and avoid taking risks. He put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being and continued to browse through the information recorded in the jade slip. These 100 spirit stones were well spent. After Jiang Ming finished browsing, he looked pleased. This was not simply a map. It was also a record of major events in the lit fire region, which allowed him to quickly understand this area. This information could not be obtained normally. Now, he would not have to venture blindly into the lit fire region. However, the lit fire region is much more expansive than I thought. The area covered by Shaoqian Mountains was almost twice the size of the cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. However, on this map, it was just a dot. It was the same for the other forces and cities. More than 80% of the places were desolate and uninhabited. Even Golden Core realm cultivators might not be able to explore every single area recorded on the map in their entire lives. Some low-leveled cultivators Might not even be able to leave the lit fire region. As for the few immortal cultivation forces that Jiang Ming had heard of in Shaoqian Mountain, they were all quite far away. However, this is a good thing. Jiang Ming put away the jade slip and smiled. He did not come out here to gain experience and fight. Thus, the fewer immortal cultivators he met, the better. There were a few mortal-based cities within a few hundred miles. He could go there to lie low for a while. Moreover, these cities were close enough to keep track of what was going on in Shaoqian Mountain. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The flying sword flew unsteadily, gradually getting further and further away from Shaoqian Mountain. The mountain range covered in smoke and clouds was almost out of sight. However, Jiang Ming suddenly frowned. His flying sword slowly landed on the ground, and he looked back in the direction where he came from. He felt that there was someone behind him. He was annoyed. He had disguised himself and was even riding a cheap flying sword. Why would anyone want to rob him? Who's there? Jiang Ming asked in a cold voice. Since he was pretending to be a poor 5th-level Qi refinement realm cultivator, anyone attacking him would not be much stronger. It was best to deal with them. After a while, the forest was silent. Jiang Ming's eyes were slightly cold. He raised one hand, and a large fireball shot out, suddenly hitting a big tree. The tree was burned to the ground. Next to the charred wood, a short man suddenly appeared and started running around to put out the flames. The earth escape technique is quite an unorthodox technique. The earth escape technique was similar to the misty rain technique. They were both low-level spells of little value, and almost no one would specialize in cultivating them. However, if mastered, they were quite useful. If Jiang Ming did not have his heightened perception, he would not have been able to sense this man. At this moment, the short man had a look of panic on his face. More than half of his hair had been burned off. It was obvious that he had not completely dodged the fireball. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, he said with a terrified expression. I was traveling underground and happened to be going the same way as you. Seeing that your bearing is extraordinary, I wanted to make friends with you. Oh? Is that so? Jiang Ming's face was calm. He raised his hand and threw out the broken flying sword in his hand toward the man. How dare a mere 6th-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator try to hurt him? The short man's expression changed, and he quickly rolled on the ground. The blade cut across his chest and abdomen, leaving a wound so deep that bone could be seen. What's your cultivation level? The short man was extremely shocked and furious. He realized that the person in front of him was not weak at all. On the other hand, Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. He wanted to get rid of him as fast as possible. He used the fire metal sword technique. It was his most powerful attack. The attack shot toward the man. In his panic, the man hurriedly took out his most powerful defensive magical tool, a diamond-shaped blue shield. He quickly held it in front of his chest. The sound of metal clashing broke out, and spiritual energy ripples burst out in the air, instantly destroying the environment around them. The shield did nothing to block the attack. How strong is this guy? The man died instantly. Jiang Ming stared at the blue shield that fell in the distance, and his heart sank. This shield seems to be a standard magic weapon of the Fire Lotus Valley. Jiang Ming's eyes stayed on the blue shield for a moment. He reached out to pick up the storage ring on the ground and turned around, ready to leave. Maybe this person was related to the Fire Lotus Valley. However, Jiang Ming was too lazy to care. What? However, as soon as Jiang Ming turned around, his instincts told him to jump sideways immediately. A golden arrow was shot from a distance like lightning, and it suddenly hit the spot where Jiang Ming was standing just a millisecond ago. The arrow was infused with spiritual energy, and the force of its blow made Jiang Ming stagger back more than 10 meters. One after another, arrows rained down and aimed at Jiang Ming's vital parts. There's no end to it. Jiang Ming's eyes darkened. As he dodged again, he saw a figure in the distance. It was a tall woman in a white dress. She stood atop a tree like a fairy. However, her attacks were extremely ruthless. The bow in her hand was as black as ink, and she kept shooting out arrows. The woman did not say a word during the whole process. She wanted to kill Jiang Ming, a female cultivator at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. She's not too strong, but the power of that bow is terrifying. Jiang Ming could see the nature of the problem at a glance. This bow was definitely a high-quality middle-grade magical weapon. It was the most powerful magical weapon that a Qi refinement realm cultivator could control. The power it exerted was almost equivalent to an attack from a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refinement realm. Although this spiritual energy bow is powerful, it's possible to kill her when I find an opening. However, with such a powerful middle-grade magic weapon, she must have an extraordinary background. I'm just afraid that she has other tricks up her sleeve, Jiang Ming thought to himself and quickly made a decision. He could not engage in a battle. Thus, only a one-hit kill was the perfect solution. There was one move that he had not used for a long time. The arrows became more and more concentrated. Jiang Ming seemed to be unable to dodge in time and was directly pierced by a golden arrow. He was thrown dozens of meters away from the impact and only stopped when he smashed into a huge stone. He rolled a few times and lay on the ground motionless. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and blood was gushing out. On the treetop in the distance, the woman saw the situation, and her red lips curved up in a smile. However, she still calmly shot out a talisman. It turned into a spiritual bird, hovered above Jiang Ming's body for a moment, and then dissipated without any issues. You may be powerful. However, you still can't escape my bow. It was not until this moment that the woman in the white dress was relieved. She put away the bow and got on a good quality flying sword. She slowly landed not far from Jiang Ming and walked toward him. Master is right. These days, these bitter people in Shaoqian Mountain have indeed started to flee. I've killed quite a few. However, he's the only one so far who looks interesting. It's all thanks to the cannon fodder I sent to cast a wide net. Otherwise, I would have missed this guy. I've finally gotten some results, the woman muttered to herself. She was obviously very satisfied with the results of her hunt. It seemed that she only enjoyed the process of hunting and treated it as a part of training. She did not care about anything else. However, she would not mind if she found some unexpected treasures as well. The woman in the white dress smiled and prepared to search for the storage ring of her victim. However, just as she walked to the corpse and was about to bend down to search for the storage ring, the corpse suddenly moved. The spirit restriction seal was truly a powerful technique. Blood qi, as exuberant as the ocean, surged up. It was more powerful than a Grandmaster's blood qi. The woman in the white dress was momentarily dazed. It was as if she had just come face to face with a ferocious demonic beast. This is not good. The soul of an immortal cultivator was far stronger than that of a martial artist. The woman in the white dress was only dazed for a short moment before she regained her senses. Her expression changed drastically as she prepared to activate her protective magical tool. However, this short moment of hesitation was enough for a martial artist who was stronger than a grandmaster. Jiang Ming had already gotten into position. He gathered all his blood qi in one fist and smashed it fiercely at the face of the woman in the white dress. More than 10 layers of spiritual light from talismans shot out. They covered the woman in the white dress in an instant. However, they were torn apart, layer by layer like paper, and could not withstand the force of the punch. The last layer of spiritual light exploded, and the blood qi on Jiang Ming's fist also erupted. Blood wave saber technique directly hit the woman's delicate face. All of this happened in a split second. The woman in the white dress would never have thought that the valuable protective talismans she had on her would be useless at this moment. Before the horror on her face could be revealed, she was smashed into pieces. The headless body fell to the ground. Jiang Ming expressionlessly searched for her storage ring and took everything that could be valuable. Then, he skillfully shot out a fireball and burnt the body. I can't leave my blood behind either. Jiang Ming then used another fireball to burn the crime scene, and then he was relieved. He had been in the world of immortal cultivation for so many years. Thus, he had some understanding of the abilities of immortal cultivators. Although there were various tracking methods, ordinary cultivators could not use them. Anyway, without blood and other traces of evidence, it was impossible to track the criminal. Even a golden core realm cultivator would not be able to find him based on what little evidence was left here. However, Jiang Ming did not dare stay here for too long. He used the inextinguishable origin light to heal the bloody hole in his chest. Then, he took out the spirit sword shuttle that he had just bought and injected his spiritual energy into it. It turned into a green light and flew away. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Half a month later, 300 miles to the east of Shaoqian Mountain, in a huge and prosperous city, Jiang Ming was leisurely lying on a bamboo chair. He had found a small, secluded courtyard to live in and was drinking tea while reading some of the books he bought at Shaoqian Mountain. They recorded many anecdotes of the world of immortal cultivation. This was a big city dominated by mortals. However, there were also immortal cultivators living here. Jiang Ming rented a small courtyard and used some spirit stones and materials to arrange a simple protective spiritual array. He then temporarily settled down here. There were many other individual immortal cultivators like him. Thus, he did not stick out. Fortunately, I escaped in time. Jiang Ming could not help but shake his head when he recalled the fight that day. Looking at the many treasures in her storage ring, the woman in the white dress was likely a disciple of the Fire Lotus Valley. Combined with what she had said, it was obvious that she had taken the incident at Shaoqian Mountain as a training exercise. According to the news, it seemed that the main force that wanted to make a move on Shaoqian Mountain was the Fire Lotus Valley. Many disciples of the Fire Lotus Valley took the opportunity to go down the mountain to gain experience. Jiang Ming and the other cultivators who had escaped from Shaoqian Mountain became the training targets for these disciples. All right. Jiang Ming smiled. All the dangerous incidents from the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest to Shaoqian Mountain were related to the Fire Lotus Valley. He would remember this. However, it was clear that the woman in the white dress was not a low-leveled disciple of the Fire Lotus Valley disciples. At night, Jiang Ming sat in the room, stroking a big black bow in his hand. He was slowly replacing the foreign spiritual energy in it with his own. This was the process of refining a magical weapon. Only when a magical weapon was completely refined could it be controlled as if it was an extension of one's arm. The higher the grade of a magical weapon, the more difficult it was to refine. Qi refinement realm cultivators could only refine magical tools and weapons up to the middle grade. Everything above the middle grade could only be refined by foundation establishment realm cultivators and above. However, the price of high-grade magical tools was frighteningly high, and they were very rare. More than half of the foundation establishment realm cultivators only used middle-grade magical tools. It's already been half a month. However, it's still not done, Jiang Ming mumbled to himself. However, his eyes flashed with satisfaction. After all, the harder it was to refine, the higher the value of the bow. This black bow was probably the most valuable thing that the female cultivator owned. Its value is probably much higher than my spirit sword. Shuttle. Jiang Ming had been hiding out in Hongyang City for the past 2 weeks. Most of his time was spent refining the spirit sword shuttle and the black bow. After all, these 2 things were the most valuable things he had on him. In his spare time, he would check and study the other spoils of war. There was no need to talk about the short man. He was obviously cannon fodder. Other than a worthless earth escape technique, he only had 100 or so spirit stones, a few elementary magical tools, pills, and some other miscellaneous items. It was better than nothing. However, it was not much. Even killing this man felt like a waste of time. The female cultivator's storage ring was a treasure trove. There were 7 or 800 spirit stones stored there alone. With the addition of medicinal pills, talismans, and magical weapons, the things in her storage ring alone were probably more than Jiang Ming's hard-earned savings for the past 2 decades. A wave of bitterness washed over Jiang Ming. Suddenly, the black bow in his hand was filled with spiritual light. Threads of faint golden lightning sparked and danced around the bow, filling it with a violent destructive aura. Phew! After half a month, I've finally completed the initial stage of the refining process. Jiang Ming's face was full of joy. The spirit sword shuttle only took him 4 or 5 days to refine. In comparison, the time spent on just the initial stage of refinement of this black bow was 3 times higher. A piece of information related to magical tools was also transmitted into Jiang Ming's mind at the same time. This is the thunderous bow. It is a middle-grade magical weapon. It can release the power of thunder and lightning after activation. The power of this bow can be increased by thunder cultivators. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Thunder was one of the rarest elements to master, and it was extremely difficult to practice. How could he find a thunder elemental technique to cultivate? Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly moved. The information did not specify that it had to be a thunder elemental technique from the world of immortal cultivation. Although the thunderclap technique he cultivated was a method to temper his body, could it also be regarded as a thunder elemental technique here? After all, even until now, Jiang Ming had not mastered this technique. He guessed that the thunderclap technique's foundation and origin were Probably not inferior to immortal cultivation methods. After all, there were many secrets buried in the mortal world. With this in mind, Jiang Ming immediately walked into the courtyard with the thunderous bow in his hand. He could not wait to activate the thunderclap technique. He started practicing the fist technique of the thunderclap technique in the small courtyard. His vigorous blood chi began to circulate, surging in his bones and blood vessels, faintly giving off the muffled sound of thunder. As Jiang Ming practiced the thunderclap technique, the golden arc of electricity on the bow seemed to become more active. It kept jumping up. It was as if it was responding to Jiang Ming's fist technique. The thunderous bow in Jiang Ming's hand suddenly trembled. Golden sparks of electricity flickered on the bow. It was as if it was suddenly in tune with his breathing. As Jiang Ming's fist technique became faster and faster, the electricity on the bow also became more and more dazzling. It was as if it could burst out at any time. Jiang Ming could not wait to pour his spiritual energy into the bow and shoot an arrow. However, in this densely populated city, this was naturally not possible. Jiang Ming retracted his fist and stood still, his eyes flashing with ecstasy. It actually worked. This time, he had really picked up a treasure. It also verified that the thunderclap technique was indeed extraordinary. It seemed like he had to practice more in the future. The Fire Lotus Valley is full of treasures. Jiang Ming's face was serious, and he sighed with emotion from the bottom of his heart. When he was ready to enter the world of immortal cultivation, he was just a poor man. Even back then, the Fire Lotus Valley immediately sent people to welcome him with gifts. "I'll have to repay you in the future." Jiang Ming smiled. Then, he thought of the female cultivator from the Fire Lotus Valley. She could use the thunderous bow with such terrifying power without using any thunder elemental technique. If he used it with the thunderclap technique, how powerful would it be? I must find a place to try it out when I have time. Jiang Ming loved it so much that he could not put it down. He just happened to need a magical weapon. This bow did not need to be close to him, and he could quietly shoot arrows from a distance as well. It suited his temperament perfectly. However, he still needed to work on his accuracy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, Jiang Ming walked into Fuhai Restaurant. This was one of the best restaurants in Hanyang City. Ordinary mortals could not afford to eat here. Thus, most of the customers here were cultivators. "Sir, please come in." As soon as Jiang Ming walked to the door, he was enthusiastically led in by a waiter. Although he had only revealed his cultivation to be at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm, he was already considered a big shot in this city that did not have any immortal cultivation forces. Most of the cultivators here were not even in the middle stage of the Qi refinement realm. "Mr. Jiang Ming." In the restaurant, many people quickly greeted Jiang Ming when they saw him. Jiang Ming also responded with a smile and asked them about recent events. "Mr. Jiang, you really have great foresight. I heard from a friend that the armies of the Fire Lotus Valley and the Qingyin Pavilion have arrived at Shaoqian Mountain and are marching toward the main peak. Both sides are fighting to the death, and many individual cultivators are also affected. It's thanks to your foresight that you didn't fall into that mess." They complimented him enthusiastically. Jiang Ming smiled. He did not hide the fact that he had escaped from Shaoqian Mountain. After all, this was not a secret. There were many individual cultivators in the city who did the same. Shaoqian Mountain lost a golden core realm cultivator and still hasn't been broken through? Jiang Ming asked, curiously. I heard that even the golden core realm cultivators didn't make a move. It seems like they're afraid of something. One man shook his head. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Those who could reach the golden core realm were all cunning indeed. They had injured the golden core realm cultivator of Shaoqian Mountain and got away with it. However, they were still afraid that there was a trap. Jiang Ming looked at the person who spoke. He was also injured, and Jiang Ming heard that he had just escaped from Shaoqian Mountain. The man's face was gloomy as he paused his wine glass. His eyes were filled with humiliation as he continued, "May God help those be **stars from the fire. Lotus Valley. I'll remember them for sure. They chased us like rabbits and even called it a part of their training. More than half of the people who escaped with me have died." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a clamor in the surroundings. It was obvious that many people had escaped from Shaoqian Mountain. Furthermore, they also encountered such incidents on the way down the mountain. For a moment, the crowd was agitated, and they began to condemn the Fire Lotus Valley. However, I heard that there are also heroic figures among us individual cultivators. They killed the genius disciples of the Fire Lotus Valley and escaped unscathed. Someone suddenly shouted. Hey, the **king deserve it. If I was strong enough, I would kill a few of them as well. There's another piece of breaking news. I don't know if it's true or not, but a heavenly grade chi refinement realm genius from the Fire Lotus Valley has gone missing. It's said that she has disappeared without any trace. Really? The others were shocked. The disciples of the Fire Lotus Valley were divided into 3 grades. The heavenly grade disciples were the most powerful, and the mortal grade disciples were the weakest. The earthly grade disciples were the ones in between. There were no more than 30 heavenly grade disciples in each generation. No way. Those disciples are guaranteed to be Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators in the future. They have all kinds of techniques and magical tools. Even if they can't win, they can still escape. How could they be killed? I heard that she didn't even have time to use the summoning talisman, and she even lost an important magical tool. I heard that it's related to the Black Rock ruins. Maybe she was taken by surprise. After all, the Qingyin Pavilion also sent people to attack Shaoqian Mountain. The situation was chaotic. However, many people were happy to see this. They could not wait for the Fire Lotus Valley and the Qingyin Pavilion to end up killing each other. The Fire Lotus Valley has done many evil things. Sooner or later, they will be destroyed. What's this? The one I killed seemed to be an important figure? Jiang Ming had his meal in silence. He heard some more news before he left quietly. The people in the restaurant were still wishing for the destruction of the Fire Lotus Valley. It seems that the chaos in Shaoqian Mountain won't end soon. Let's find a place to cultivate first. Jiang Ming walked out of the restaurant, took out the map he bought, and began to browse it. Half an hour later, outside the city, Jiang Ming flew out on a flying sword. After half a day, he finally landed in a vast mountain range. The Blue Sunshine Mountain Range is a place where spiritual energy gathers. However, due to its chaotic magnetic field, the spiritual energy produced here is violent and heterogeneous. It is not suitable for survival and cultivation. However, it has given birth to many demonic beasts. It is rumored that in the deepest part of the mountain range, there are beasts that can even contend with Golden Core realm cultivators. However, the Blue Sunshine Mountain Range stretches for 10,000 miles. If I only wander around the periphery, there shouldn't be any danger. Moreover, it's deserted. Thus, hardly any cultivators will come here. Jiang Ming muttered to himself and slowly walked into the mountain range. After a moment, he changed his identity. Then, he flicked his wrist and took out the thunderous bow. This bow was amazing. However, it was too conspicuous. If he used it in the future, he had to make sure that there were no witnesses. In the forest, a faint golden arrow suddenly broke through the air and shot toward a huge black bull. The raging bull stomped its hooves, and the mountain rocks crumbled like a whirlwind as it dodged to the side. The arrow grazed the bull's back and shot into a huge rock. The mountain rocks crumbled, and the bull was instantly blasted into a bloody mess. Half of its body was in tatters, and its eyes rolled back before it stopped breathing. A figure flew over and stood in front of the tattered, black bull's corpse. He said guiltily, "It's my fault for not being able to leave your corpse intact. I'm really sorry." In fact, Jiang Ming's archery skills were quite good in the mortal world. However, the thunderous bow was obviously much more difficult to control than ordinary bows. Moreover, the thunderclap technique still needs some time to work with the thunderous bow. When Jiang Ming was practicing at home, he was using the thunderclap technique while activating the thunderous bow. However, when it came to a real battle, the enemy would not wait for him to use the technique before taking action. Therefore, Jiang Ming could only abandon the external movement of the thunderclap technique and only rely on its internal breathing technique to form a resonance with the thunderous bow. This was quite difficult. However, when I use this bow normally, I don't have to use it with the thunderclap technique. Its power is already strong enough. I can reserve this move for a final killing blow after more practice. Jiang Ming picked up a flying sword, and with a few slashes, he cut off a few large pieces of fresh beef from the intact part of the bull's body. Not bad, I can make a beef hot pot. In a cave excavated by a flying sword, Jiang Ming set up a table and cast the misty rain technique in a big pot. The pot was filled with spirit rain and sprinkled with all kinds of medicinal herbs. Then, he lit a fire and put the pot on top to cook slowly. He washed and cut the beef at the side. After a while, a medicinal beef hot pot was ready. The moonlight shone down, and the forest was quiet. There was food and wine in the cave, and he was free. It's really good. Jiang Ming was in a relaxed mood. He picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of beef with satisfaction. He put it into his mouth and enjoyed this moment of peace. He recalled that when he first started out in the cloudy Dream Mountain forest, he was very lucky to even have a broken pot that could cook things. He had never thought that he would have such a different life now. The demonic bull was comparable to a cultivator in the late stage of the qi refinement realm. Jiang Ming shook his head and continued to eat happily. He was even more determined to become stronger. One day, he would become the strongest in the universe. I don't want to control the universe. I just want to be powerful enough to always relax. I just want to be a carefree person who's not afraid of being caught. When that day comes, I won't have to hide my secrets anymore. Everyone will say that I'm immortal, and they'll be envious of me. As he thought about it, Jiang Ming also became playful and happy. After a short while, he devoured all the meat, and it turned into a surging wave of spiritual energy that spread in his body. Jiang Ming's body felt very hot. The meat of a late-stage qi refinement realm demonic beast is indeed a great tonic. All these years in Shaoqian Mountain, he had been very cautious. Even if the Jade Pavilion sold demonic beast meat of this level, the price was outrageously high. Jiang Ming had never bought it himself. He had only had a few pieces when eating out with Feng He and the others. However, due to the price, they got the tiniest slices of meat. He could barely taste it. I have to use this power to temper my body. Jiang Ming stood up and walked out of the cave. Facing the moonlight, he began to practice the thunderclap technique. The spiritual energy of the demonic meat quickly integrated into his flesh and blood, tempering his body to become more powerful. The meat of these demonic beasts is still the best for tempering the body. Jiang Ming looked surprised. Over the years, he had not stopped his cultivation of martial arts. However, his physical body and blood qi seemed to have reached a bottleneck. The speed of his improvement was getting slower, and in recent years it had almost stagnated. It was not until today, after eating dozens of pounds of demonic beef, that Jiang Ming felt his blood qi improve again. However, this is still not fast enough. Looks like I've already touched that bottleneck. If I don't break through this crucial barrier, I won't be able to become stronger. Jiang Ming was not surprised. He had read a lot of books over the years and had some understanding of the path of cultivation. The body refining of martial arts was indeed a cultivation path different from the path of immortal cultivation. In terms of sheer strength, first-class martial artists, Dao masters, and grandmasters corresponded to the early, middle, and late stages of the qi refinement realm. However, martial artists could not use talismans, magical weapons, and other things. This, they could not compare to immortal cultivators. According to the records, if a martial artist's blood qi was strong enough, they could completely break through the Grandmaster bottleneck and enter a new world. If Jiang Ming could make such a breakthrough, his power as a martial artist could undergo a tremendous change. Even without the help of external objects, his combat power could be comparable to that of the Foundation establishment realm cultivators. This kind of cultivation path was also known as an alternative path to the Foundation establishment realm. This path is very difficult. However, fortunately, I've already taken the first step. The first step on this path was to connect one's martial arts skills to their soul. This was a level beyond the conception stage of martial arts. The power of the soul would merge with the blood qi of the body and merge with the conception of martial arts, thus causing the blood qi to transform and become purer and more condensed. It could be comparable to the spiritual energy of an immortal cultivator. Jiang Ming had already completed this step in the mortal world. He just did not know he did. Now, in the world of immortal cultivation, he understood. However, this first step was enough to stump almost everyone. The soul of an ordinary person was extremely weak. Even the soul of a qi refinement realm cultivator was only slightly stronger and could only read a jade slip at most. To integrate it into one's blood qi was almost impossible. Only the soul of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator could leave the body several feet away and detect their surroundings. Jiang Ming thought about it. He realized if he wanted to improve on this path, he needed to formulate a new recipe for the spirit-clearing soup. His current recipe was not strong enough. And at his level, it was nothing more than a regular soup. He threw this matter to the back of his mind and continued to think about an alternative path to the Foundation establishment realm. The first step has been completed, and only the second step is left. I might be able to build a different kind of foundation this way. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. In the past few years, his vitality had not grown much, and he had never thought about it in this way. However, the increase in his blood chi today was incredible. If he could reach the Foundation establishment realm of martial arts first, his strength would improve further, and he would be more confident in finding a Foundation establishment realm technique for immortal cultivation. Time passed slowly, and the situation at Shaoqian Mountain looked like it was not going to improve any time soon. Jiang Ming decided to settle down in Hongyang City. Every few days, he would go to the Blue Sunshine Mountain Range to bitterly cultivate. He took turns practicing the fire metal sword technique and the thunderclap technique, and his strength also quietly and steadily increased. When he was tired of cultivating in the mountains, he would return to the city to rest, try the new dishes in Fuhai restaurant, and talk about life with his new friends. His days were relaxed and happy. In his spare time, Jiang Ming would also refine some medicinal pills and sell them to the people in the city to earn some spirit stones. Jiang Ming's life was long. Even if he saved one spirit stone a day, he would have a huge fortune if he were to save for thousands of years. Occasionally, Jiang Ming could also hear the news from Shaoqian Mountain. It seemed that the Fire Lotus Valley and the Qingyin Pavilion had only sent Foundation Establishment Realm and Qi Refinement Realm cultivators to attack the mountain. The Golden Core Realm cultivators were yet to be seen. Jiang Ming was not in a hurry. He would stay here for as long as he needed. Jiang Ming had stayed in the mountain for several days this time. He was tired of eating demonic beast meat. Therefore, he returned to the city to visit Fuhai restaurant. However, as soon as he entered Fuhai restaurant, Jiang Ming saw a familiar man with messy hair. He was having a meal. Zhonggue? Why are you here? Jiang Ming sat at the same table with him and asked in amusement. Zhonggue was an old hand in the plant hall. His misty rain technique was at the profound realm, and his status in the plant hall was quite high. Jiang Ming still remembered that before he left, Zhonggue said that he had the essence of the path of morality and that he could stay in Shaoqian Mountain. He also said that no one could do anything to him and that he might even make a fortune in the chaos. Zhonggue was also surprised to see Jiang Ming. It was a wonderful thing to meet an acquaintance thousands of miles away. He took a big gulp of wine and sighed heavily. He lowered his voice and said, "Hey, don't King say it. Shaoqian Mountain is a mess now. I saw that the situation was getting worse. So, I sneaked out. Along the way, I even encountered some enemies. Fortunately, I had saved a lot of spirit stones over the years and asked Hall Master Huang to help me buy a spirit sword shuttle. Thus, I escaped. The spirit sword shuttle did not have any other amazing characteristics. However, it flew fast. Thus, the spirit sword shuttle had become the favorite escape tool of many rich cultivators because of this feature. Jiang Ming curiously asked, "Didn't you say that if you stayed at home, you would not encounter any trouble? Could something have happened?" There were no big issues at first. Although the disciples of the Fire Lotus Valley and the Qingyin Pavilion robbed and killed some individual cultivators. Outside the mountain, they didn't cause any trouble in Shaoqian Mountain, except for attacking the main peak. After all, they had to manage Shaoqian Mountain after occupying it. No one would destroy their own homes for no reason. In Shaoqian Mountain, there were some people who took advantage of the chaos, and some bloody incidents took place. However, the plant hall has Master Huang, who is in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, in charge, so no one is stupid enough to come and find trouble with them. Zhong Gui spoke slowly before he changed the topic. However, a few days ago, things suddenly started to go wrong. A foundation establishment realm individual cultivator mysteriously died in the middle of the night. Then, even the Pillfire Hall's base camp was ambushed, and another foundation establishment realm cultivator was killed in a single blow. Many people from the Pillfire Hall had gathered in their base for safety. However, they were almost wiped out that day, and who knows how many people died. Jiang Ming was shocked. The Pillfire Hall earns a lot of spirit stones from refining pills. Their base camp is impregnable. There are all kinds of protective spirit arrays and even a few foundation establishment realm cultivators guarding it. Other than the four major forces, who can break in? Although Shaoqian Mountain was a place for individual cultivators, the heritage of these halls had been passed down from generation to generation. Otherwise, they would not have become one of the four major forces. In terms of strength, they could definitely crush the other cultivation sects in the lit fire region. Who could be so brutal as to break into the Pillfire Hall? Zhong Gui's gaze was also a little solemn. Since that day, the people of Shaoqian Mountain have been in a state of panic. A few days later, there was news that a Golden Core Realm sect, called the Divine Eye sect outside the lit fire region had gotten involved and wanted to make a fortune in the chaos. The Divine Eye sect has a bad reputation. They follow the law of the jungle. And their disciples are all ruthless. They don't want to take over Shaoqian Mountain. Thus, they don't care about anything. They rob and kill as they please, and Shaoqian Mountain is in chaos. Is the plant hall okay? Jiang Ming listened for a moment and quickly asked. After all, he had a good relationship with Feng He and the others. Zhong Gui smiled awkwardly. To be honest, I don't know either. As soon as I heard about the Divine Eye sect, I ran away. I didn't even return to the plant hall. Jiang Ming was speechless. However, on the way, I saw a pale yellow sword light flying across the sky. It was as fast as a meteor. It's probably Hall Master Huang, Zhong Gui added. I see. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. Huang Chu was a mid-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. However, he ran faster than anyone else. It seemed that he had worried too much. The people in the plant hall were all very experienced. Thus, they would be fine. However, the Divine Eye sect has actually gotten involved in the lit fire region's matters. They've extended their hands quite far. Jiang Ming said with emotion. He had also heard of this cultivation sect. It was extremely far away from this place, and the chaos had only started a little while ago. How could they have heard the news so fast? Zhong Gui said with a smile, the lit fire region has gathered many forces from outside the region over the years. Can you guess why? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly thought of something and asked, does it have anything to do with the opening of the Black Rock ruins? It seemed that this was the only major event that had happened in the lit fire region in recent years. Even the chaos in Shaoqian Mountain was caused by the Black Rock ruins. If the Golden Core Realm cultivator of Shaoqian Mountains had not gone to the Black Rock ruins, he would not have been seriously injured. Zhonggui nodded. When the news that there were remnants of the voice of an ancient cultivator preaching in the Black Rock ruins spread, it seemed to have caused some commotion outside the lit fire region. Some people claimed that the origins of the Black Rock ruins were terrifying. It seemed to be related to the sudden destruction of a super sect thousands of years ago. There are less than 40 years until the next opening of the ancient ruins. And now there's a hole in the formation. Those with low cultivation can't enter the ruins. However, late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm and Golden Core Realm cultivators can withstand the power of the formation to enter and explore the ruins. I've heard that many forces have already begun to plan and explore in advance. The Divine Eye sect should have been hiding in the lit fire region for a long time. Shaoqian Mountain probably got attacked due to its proximity to the Black Rock ruins. Perhaps it's not just the Divine Eye sect. Other forces might also go to Shaoqian Mountain to fish in troubled waters when they have nothing to do. Shaoqian Mountain is in chaos now, and the people there are the ones who are in a really bad state. Zhonggui sighed again. Jiang Ming was also slightly surprised. What were the origins of the Black Rock ruins that could cause such a big commotion? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the way home, Jiang Ming's heart suddenly jumped. I also seem to have something on me that is suspected to be related to the Black Rock ruins. When he was drinking at Fuhai restaurant, he heard the news that a genius female cultivator from the Fire Lotus Valley had gone missing and lost a magical weapon related to the Black Rock ruins. Naturally, she was the one that Jiang Ming killed. According to this information, that magical weapon should be the thunderous bow. Jiang Ming thought to himself, apart from the thunderous bow, that female cultivator doesn't have any special items on her. However, I've been practicing with it for so many days and haven't found anything strange. Do I have to bring it into the Black Rock ruins? He was really interested in the Black Rock ruins. There were rumors before that the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators who went to the Black Rock ruins to find treasures not only had a higher success rate, but their strength was also far superior to ordinary Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators of the same level. And he was about to face the problem of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. Every step on the path of immortal cultivation was important. The quality of his foundation was naturally of great importance to his future path. However, ordinary people can't participate in such a treasure hunt. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and he suppressed the greed in his heart. If the ruins opened and only Qi Refinement Realm cultivators were allowed to enter, it was not impossible to go in and explore. However, looking at the signs, when the ruins opened, even Golden Core Realm cultivators would probably rush in and kill each other. I have to continue to wait and see. If there's really a chance, I'll go ahead. Then, he stopped thinking about the matter and went home to continue his cultivation. Regardless of whether he was going to explore or not, the most important thing was to raise his cultivation level first. There were still more than 30 years before the ancient ruins opened, which should be enough for him to reach the 9th level of the Qi Refinement Realm. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another month had passed. The Golden Core Realm cultivators finally couldn't help but make a move. The two Golden Core Realm experts from the Fire Lotus Valley and the Qingyin Pavilion are here. They've used shocking methods to break through the main peak of Shaoqian Mountain. It was very lively in Fuhai Restaurant. An old man in green robes within extraordinary bearing sat by the window and spoke slowly, which immediately caused a commotion in the area. Oh no, is the government in Shaoqian Mountain going to change in the future? *CK The Fire Lotus Valley. Many of the individual cultivators who had fled here were paying attention to the situation at Shaoqian Mountain. Many people, including Zhong Gui, had ugly expressions. The Fire Lotus Valley did not have a good reputation. If Shaoqian Mountain really fell into their hands, even if the Fire Lotus Valley did not commit any war crimes, the lives of the residents would not be good. Jiang Ming was also not very happy. According to how the Fire Lotus Valley ran things, it would not be possible for the plant hall to slack off in the future. If things really ended like this, he would not go back. He would find another place to live. When I reach the Golden Core Realm or even the nascent Soul Realm in the future, I'll crush the Fire Lotus Valley to death with one hit. Then, I'll buy Shaoqian Mountain and continue to have fun in the plant hall, Jiang Ming thought. However, just as he was thinking about it, a golden message talisman flew in from the window. The green-robed old man reached out to take the talisman and read the information inside. Suddenly, he let out a soft gasp. Master Zhu, what's the situation? The individual cultivators were anxious. This place was thousands of miles away from Shaoqian Mountain, and ordinary message talismans could not fly that far. Only this Master Zhu, who was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, could afford such a valuable high-grade message talisman. Good news. I, Zhu Rufeng, can return to Shaoqian Mountain to be free and unfettered. The green-robed old man's face revealed a look of great joy. Seeing the fiery gazes around him, he chuckled and said, Fire Lotus Valley and Qingyin Pavilion have been screwed. What? Is that true? Zhu Rufeng no longer kept them in suspense. He stroked his beard and smiled. The Golden Core Realm Elder of Shaoqian Mountain has been hiding in the depths of the main peak all this time. When the two forces broke through the main peak and were about to enter the depths to take the mountain's most precious treasure, the Golden Core Realm Elder of Shaoqian Mountain suddenly moved and stopped the other two forces' Golden Core Realm Elders of the same level. Then, the Li Sword Sect's Elder suddenly appeared and attacked from behind. He almost cut the Fire Lotus Valley's Golden Core Realm Elder in half. The final result was that the Li Sword Sect's Elder and Shaoqian Mountain's Elder defeated them and forced the Fire Lotus Valleys and the Qingyin Pavilion's Elders to retreat. A large number of their disciples were also killed. This time, these two forces probably suffered a huge loss. From now on, Shaoqian Mountain will be no different from before. All the rules will remain the same. If you want to go back and find a good place to live, you have to hurry. Zhu Rufeng laughed out loud. He suddenly stood up with his hands behind his back. Cultivators like us don't hesitate to fight. I'll rush back to Shaoqian Mountain. If there are any enemies left, I'll definitely kill them. Before he finished speaking, he took out a flying sword and flew away. The individual cultivators in the restaurant were left in a daze. They had not even digested the news yet. Why did he leave so fast? Master Zhu, you're so elegant. You really come and go like the wind, eh? Moment later, someone commented. Jiang Ming also shook his head speechlessly. Now that Shaoqian Mountain was finally out of trouble, if he rushed back, he might really be able to take advantage of the chaos to gain some benefits. If he made some noteworthy contributions, he might even be rewarded by the higher-ups of Shaoqian Mountain. This was probably Zhu Rufeng's train of thought as well. However, he's a Foundation establishment realm expert. I'd better be more careful. Jiang Ming shook his head. The overall situation of Shaoqian Mountain had been settled. However, there would still be a lot of chaos. He was a simple farmer. It was better to go back in a few days. He turned his head and saw Zhong Gui drinking his wine leisurely. The two of them toasted each other and smiled. Several months had passed since the battle of the Golden Core Realm Elders on Shaoqian Mountain. Jiang Ming stayed in Hanyang City, calmly polishing his cultivation. He was not in a hurry to go back. Things were peaceful here. Most of the cultivators who could stay in a place with thin spiritual energy were carefree and happy. For Jiang Ming, although his ultimate goal of freedom could not be achieved, for the time being, it was still good to relax for a while. Asterisk. Jiang Ming was betting on a cricket fight. He bet a large bunch of copper coins on a strong cricket and then lost everything in the blink of an eye. He sighed and went home. He made a hearty meal out of demonic beast meat and had a nap after he finished eating. He woke up a few hours later. He took out his cauldron. I'll refine another batch of golden blood pills and see if I can increase my blood qi. As he raised the temperature of the cauldron, he began to process all kinds of medicinal herbs. Jiang Ming had stayed in Hanyang City for nearly a year. However, with the passage of time, the speed of his growth became slower and slower. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in front of him, blocking his path of martial arts. The golden blood pill was originally used for healing and had some nourishing effects. However, after taking them daily for more than a month, their effects were getting weaker and weaker. Now, they were useless. Half an hour later, a batch of hot golden blood pills was taken out of the cauldron. Jiang Ming was not afraid of the heat. He grabbed more than a dozen pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Jiang Ming obviously did not have to worry about any negative side effects. However, no matter how many he took, they no longer had any discernible effect on his body. It seems like the second step of Foundation establishment for martial arts. Isn't that easy? Jiang Ming sighed, not showing any surprise on his face. The golden blood pills had stopped being effective a few days ago. This batch had just gone to waste. It was better to stop taking them now. It seems that I have to find another way. There were 2 steps to building the Foundation establishment realm of martial arts. He had already reached the requirements for the first step. The second step was to constantly refine his blood qi. This was so that the blood qi would transform and blend with the body again. Then, new blood qi would emerge. Only then would he be completely reborn to step into a whole new world. According to the various records I've read, it's impossible to break through this step by only practicing hard. It's only possible with the help of various mystical materials and medicinal pills that can improve blood qi. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. A small place like Hanyang City probably did not have the mystical materials and medicinal pills he needed. According to the news he had heard in the past few months, the chaos in Shaoqian Mountain had completely subsided. Perhaps it was time to go back. I'll stay here for another 2 months. If I haven't broken through, I'll go out and hunt more prey. I can eat them slowly when I go back. The prices on Shaoqian Mountain were frighteningly expensive, and the meat of demonic beasts was even more outrageous. He might as well take this opportunity to build a stock of meat. He might be able to earn some spirit stones by selling them. After refining 2 more batches of medicinal pills, night gradually fell. Jiang Ming went to Fuhai restaurant. ******. Ming, did you just make these? Give me 3 chi-returning pills. I'll have a bottle. A group of individual cultivators gathered around a table in Fuhai restaurant. And the situation was quite lively. After all, an alchemist was extremely popular everywhere. There are only 2 bottles in total. I was unlucky today and 4 or 5 batches were wasted. There will be even less in the future. I've already wasted all the medicinal herbs. Jiang Ming quickly shouted. Although he still had a lot of medicinal herbs in stock, and his success rate was getting higher and higher, no matter where he was, keeping a low profile was of utmost importance. I'm accepting ancient books and historical records as payment as well. You can even give me strange stones and antiques that you don't recognize. Earning spirit stones was amazing. However, with this method of payment, he could acquire some rare treasures. Of course, Jiang Ming had not encountered any interesting things until now. At most, he got a few miscellaneous books. However, in the eyes of other individual cultivators, Jiang Ming was a skilled alchemist who had no hope of getting better at cultivation and was obsessed with having fun all day. Collecting strange old things was one of his hobbies. All of this could be attributed to the rumors that Jiang Ming had spread about himself in the plant hall. Now, he, an alchemist who was a good-for-nothing immortal cultivator, was somewhat famous in Shaoqian Mountain. A 1,000-year-old book recording all kinds of myths in exchange for an qi returning pill? Jiang Ming took an ancient book, turned a few pages, and smiled faintly. Why not? It's just rotting at home otherwise. The cultivator on the other side was overjoyed and hurriedly gave him the book. Soon, Jiang Ming sold all the pills. Hurry! Come and taste my newly developed spirit wine. Beside him, a white-haired old man with a red nose slammed the table and shouted. His messy hair swayed and immediately caused a roar of laughter. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He was the first one to rush over and asked for a small glass of spirit wine with a smile. He sipped it with great satisfaction. This old man's name was Li Yuankong. He was a level 9 Qi refinement realm expert from the Pillfire Hall of Shaoqian Mountain. He had lived for more than 150 years and still had not broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. He probably would not have any chance to do so in this lifetime. His alchemy skills were also mediocre. However, Li Yuankong made the best spirit wine in Shaoqian Mountain. It was said that even the Golden Core Realm Elder was full of praise after drinking it. After the chaos in the Pillfire Hall, he was lucky enough to survive and escape to Hongyang City, allowing the individual cultivators here to have some good wine. Ming, the brewing techniques you mentioned are really useful. The wine that I brewed this really different. Li Yuankong looked at Jiang Ming and praised him with a smile. Then, he poured another glass for Jiang Ming. I learned them from my neighbor in the mortal world. Compared to you, I'm Just a beginner, Jiang Ming quickly said. Back in Peace Town, he had learned some of old Zhang's brewing techniques. Jiang Ming slowly drank the spirit wine. The pure spiritual energy contained in the wine also slowly seeped into his body. Although there was no immediate effect, if this was consumed for a long time, it would have a great effect on cultivation. But this is old Li's hidden skill, so we can't ask him for it immediately, Jiang Ming thought. By the way, there's a small trade fair in Hundred Rivers City in a few days. Ming, you can go and take a look when you have time. There should be a lot of strange things there. Maybe there's even a pill recipe or something. If you can get one, it'll be a big investment. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Yuan Kong suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. A trade fair? Jiang Ming frowned. Hundred Rivers City was not far from here. However, he did not know much about it. Don't worry. Li Yuan Kong laughed. A trade fair in a mortal city like this is usually held by some young cultivators in the early and mid-stage of the qi refinement realm. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to search for some interesting wine recipes, I wouldn't even bother to go. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed and realized that he was being too cautious. I'll go take a look when I have time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 5 days later, a few people were flying to Hundred Rivers City. Jiang Ming was one of them. As soon as the news of the trade fair spread, many bored individual cultivators wanted to visit. Li Yuan Kong brought a few friends along. Jiang Ming naturally took advantage of the situation. It was safer to blend in with a group than to stick out as a lone cultivator. Although Hundred River City was not small, its spiritual energy was even thinner than that of Hongyang City. Mortals made up the majority of the population, and there were almost no cultivators. Jiang Ming believed that this trade fair would not be very good. However, they were already there. It would be a waste to not check it out. The group followed Li Yuan Kong into a plain courtyard. It was actually quite lively in the courtyard. There was actually a large scale fair. There were stalls everywhere, and they had several unique items. Many individual cultivators had already occupied the stall and displayed the items they wanted to sell. In addition, many individual cultivators were wandering around, bargaining with the shop owners from time to time. Jiang Ming looked over and saw that almost all of them were cultivators in the early stage of the qi refinement realm. As for the occasional appearance of a mid-stage qi refinement realm cultivator, it was enough to make many people step back in respect. He even saw that many young cultivators in the early stage of the qi refinement realm were still using gold and silver when trading. They're really down to earth. Jiang Ming was very happy. His hands were starting to itch. Master Li, hello. A middle-aged, slightly fat cultivator with an extremely shrewd appearance suddenly shouted from the corner of the courtyard and greeted Li Yuan Kong with great enthusiasm. Let me introduce you to each other. This is the host of Hundred Rivers Cities Trade Fair, Zhou Quan. Li Yuan Kong smiled and introduced Jiang Ming and the others to the middle-aged cultivator Zhou Quan. These are all fellow cultivators from Shaoqian Mountain, you have to treat them well. Of course. Zhou Quan agreed with a fiery look in his eyes. This scene immediately attracted the attention of a large number of local individual cultivators. One must know that Zhou Quan's cultivation level was at the 6th level of the qi refinement realm. He had controlled this trade market for many years and was basically a god in the eyes of many individual cultivators. They had almost never seen him treat other individual cultivators with such enthusiasm. That old man must be at the late stage of the chi refinement realm. Many of the wandering cultivators were shocked. They were even more in awe of Zhou Quan now. If he could be associated with a cultivator at the late stage of the chi refinement realm, he had to be powerful. Zhou Quan naturally saw this scene as well. He could not help but be overjoyed. He had sent the invitation to test the waters. However, he did not expect that Li Yuankong would really accept it. Even if he did not buy anything, Zhou Quan's prestige here would be even higher in the future. However, I still need to work harder. It's best if I can pique the interest of these people. In the future, if they can come here occasionally, that would be even better. Individual cultivators were also divided into different levels. In Zhou Quan's eyes, the group of individual cultivators from Shaoqian Mountain, including Li Yuankong, were obviously stronger than him. If it were not for the situation in Shaoqian Mountain, who would come to his corner? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth and said, "Friends, feel free to walk around. If you need anything, please let me know. I've also prepared a demonic beast feast to welcome you. In addition, I've obtained a few items that I'd like you to have a look at. One of them is a relic that was brought out from the Black Rock ruins more than 20 years ago." What? Really? Previously, the crowd was still calm and composed. Some of them even snubbed the trade fair. However, at this moment, they were all shocked and looked at Zhou Quan. Even Li Yuankong was surprised. The last time the ruins opened, due to the appearance of the voice of a powerful person giving a lecture, the prices of the items brought out of the ruins skyrocketed. I heard that when one carefully refined many relics obtained from the ruins, one could faintly hear the voice. You actually managed to bring a relic here? It was an old friend of mine who went into the ruins to explore and risked his life to bring it back. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured and seemed to be dying. Thus, he could only entrust it to me. Zhou Quan sighed. No one could tell if his feelings were genuine. However, no one cared. They were all interested in the relic. In the past, the Black Rock ruins were not paid much attention to. However, ever since it opened a few decades ago, it had become very famous. Even extremely powerful sects had sent people to find relics in the ruins, making it even more famous. Many individual cultivators had brought some relics out of the ruins and were lucky enough to make a fortune. Now, these relics were extremely rare and expensive. At the very least, none of the people present had seen a relic before. A moment later, Zhou Quan left to make preparations. Li Yuankong and the others casually strolled around the place. Occasionally, they would spend a little money. After all, the difference between this place and the round Valley Market in Shaoqian Mountain was still quite big. Jiang Ming also strolled around. However, he was in the mood to spend money. When he saw something he wanted, he would buy it, which attracted the individual cultivators in the market to treat him with great enthusiasm. The people who came with Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Some of the things looked ridiculously fake. He picked up a flying sword. It looked a little less fake better, because it was decorated with jade and golden detailing. Jiang Ming took it without even blinking. People looked at him and sighed. Maybe he was just a stupid rich man. Jiang Ming felt their gazes and could not help but sneer in his heart. He knew that in a few thousand years, he could make a fortune by selling this. Eh? There's something interesting here. Jiang Ming was at a stall, selling herbs, when he suddenly saw a spirit herb seed. Is this a green jade lotus seed? He asked in surprise. The shop owner was an old cultivator with calluses on his hands and a tanned face. It was obvious that he was a farmer. He quickly said, "You have a sharp eye. This is indeed the seed of the green jade lotus." Then, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "However, it grows very slowly. And its medicinal effects are not as good as other spirit herbs. You can take a look at the other spirit herbs I have here. Farmers are honest." Jiang Ming glanced at him and suddenly felt that he could trust him. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that I'm looking for this herb for alchemy. I'll take it. What's the price?" The old cultivator was also happy when he heard this. It was obvious that this seed was not easy to sell. He quickly said, 10 taels of gold will do." Jiang Ming happily paid him, put the seed into his bag, and left with satisfaction. The effect of the green jade lotus was indeed ordinary. However, there was a legend about it. Perhaps many people had heard of it. Even so, they did not care much about it. Nonetheless, for Jiang Ming, it was the most suitable herb for him to grow. "I didn't expect this small trade fair to have such a pleasant surprise." Jiang Ming was in a good mood after getting the seed of the green jade lotus. He had been in the plant hall for decades and had a lot of knowledge about spirit herbs. The plant hall occupied the spirit rice fields all over the mountains and fields. However, the real source of wealth was the rare spirit herbs in the spirit herb gardens. Although Jiang Ming was envious, he obviously did not have the energy and money to make his own spirit herb garden. However, over the years, Jiang Ming had also noticed some spirit herbs that were very suitable for him to grow, and the green jade lotus was one of them. The green jade lotus's medicinal effects were average, and it was easy to plant. It did not require any spiritual energy and only needed a year to bloom. Only the petals had some healing effects on Qi refinement realm cultivators. However, if he continued to grow the green jade lotus for about 10 years, after it bloomed and waited for it to wither naturally, he could plant the fallen lotus seeds again, and the efficacy of the green jade lotus produced would be stronger than before. Over 100 years, the green jade lotus would transform into a purple jade lotus. Then, its medicinal effects would be so strong that even foundation establishment realm cultivators would be envious. It could be used as a material for many middle-grade medicinal pills. On the other hand, the time it took for a purple jade lotus to wither was about 100 years. According to ancient records, 1,000-year-old purple jade lotus was so powerful that it would even be coveted by even golden core realm cultivators. However, such a long time of cultivation, compared to other spirit herbs of the same level, was outrageous. Even immortal cultivators would not live for 1,000 years. The ordinary green jade lotus had weak medicinal effects, and the people of the plant hall did not care much for it. It's quite reasonable. Ordinary green jade lotuses don't require much spiritual energy. Thus, they're suitable for planting in places with thin spiritual energy. Jiang Ming smiled, and then his eyes flickered. What he cared about the most was not the 1,000-year-old purple jade lotus. He had read that growing this herb for 10,000 years, could yield an unmatched immortal medicine. However, this was only a legend. No one had seen such a thing before. And that was why Jiang Ming wanted to try it for himself. He wanted to find out the truth. Jiang Ming rubbed the seed in his hand, threw it into the storage ring, and continued to walk forward. How much are you selling this handbook for? At a stall, Jiang Ming found an alchemy handbook left by an alchemist, which recorded all kinds of problems and insights in alchemy and also had a few common pill recipes attached. 10 spirit stones. What do you think? The shop owner asked. Sure. Jiang Ming nodded and bought it. His alchemy skills were definitely better than the person who left this handbook. However, learning from others to make up for one's own shortcomings was also an important thing on the path of cultivation. He had already reached a higher level in primary alchemy. What he needed to do now was to master as many skills as possible in preparation for learning intermediate alchemy. After a quarter of an hour, Zhou Quan finally reappeared. He led the impatient group to the depths of the courtyard and entered a large hall. In the middle of the hall, there were 3 long tables with 3 items on top. Master Li, please. Zhou Quan said respectfully. Li Yuankong laughed and walked to the first item. It was a silver wine pot. As soon as he opened the lid, a rich aroma filled the entire hall, which made Jiang Ming's body warm. The spiritual energy in his body seemed to tremble for a moment, and he let out a longing cry. If I drink this pot of wine, my cultivation will probably increase by a lot. Jiang Ming thought to himself. Middle-grade spirit wine? And it's something I've never seen before too. Li Yuankong was also surprised, and said with a faint smile, I'll take this pot of wine. You can name your price later. Master Li, it's my honor to give it to you for free. Zhou Quan revealed an ingratiating smile. It was obvious that he had prepared the first item for Li Yuankong. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered as he thought about how to brew spirit wine. After being in contact with Li Yuankong for so long, he knew that the spirit wine in the world of immortal cultivation was not just to satisfy one's thirst. The best spirit wines had great effects on improving cultivation and healing injuries. It was rumored that high-grade spirit wine was very useful even for golden core realm cultivators. However, although the difficulty of brewing wine was not as high as alchemy, even Li Yuankong found it difficult to improve his wine recipes. This was because there was a huge flaw in the art of wine brewing. They needed a lot of time. Every attempt to brew the spirit wine would take at least 3 to 5 years before the final result could be seen. If he messed up even a single step, he would have to start all over again. Even if Li Yuankong was at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, he could not wait that long. Although the quality of his spirit wine was not bad, most of it was only a few years old. However, brewing wine seems to be very suitable for me, Jiang Ming muttered. It seemed that he would have to pay attention to the ancient books in this area in the future. At this time, Li Yuankong also walked to the second item. It was a jade slip. This is a book of insights left behind by a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Zhou Quan's words immediately caused the surrounding people to breathe rapidly as they stared at the jade slip with fiery eyes. You're quite something, kid. All the things you've got are amazing. Li Yuankong laughed. He had already broken through to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. Therefore, he had naturally collected several materials needed to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. He did not need this. The others, on the other hand, were a little restless. Although they were still far from reaching the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, they wanted to be prepared. The information in this is copied from someone else. If you need it, it will only cost 200 spirit stones. Zhou Quan laughed, causing the others to be surprised and happy. Jiang Ming also admired him. He was indeed a good businessman. Soon, several people agreed to buy a copy. Jiang Ming also bought a copy. In the end, Li Yuankong bought one too. After the first 2 items were dealt with, everyone moved to the last item. Jiang Ming fixed his eyes on it and saw that on the table, there was half a dull gray bone flute. It was like an ordinary instrument made by mortals. It was full of cracks, as if it would break at the slightest touch. Is this something from the Black Rock ruins? Everyone, please listen carefully. Zhou Quan flicked his finger and injected a trace of spiritual energy into the bone flute. It immediately rippled with spiritual light, and a light wind seemed to flow through the flute. The bone flute made a deep sound. However, when everyone listened carefully, they could not hear anything. A moment later, there was silence. Is that it? Li Yuankong frowned. The others were also at a loss, not understanding what the bone flute was for. Jiang Ming's face was filled with confusion. However, he was already extremely shocked in his heart. You guys really didn't hear anything? It seems like I'm the only one who heard it, Jiang Ming glanced at everyone's expression and thought to himself. When the bone flute sounded just now, what Jiang Ming heard was not a whistle, but a clear voice. Could this be the almighty voice? The voice I heard seemed to be talking about some kind of blood qi refinement. Could it be related to martial arts? Jiang Ming was shocked. What exactly was the origin of the Black Rock ruins? Zhou Quan chuckled and said, It said that the almighty voices that are heard in the Black Rock ruins are mostly attached to various magical tools, most of which are musical instruments. Only those who are blessed by the heavens can hear them. It seems like we're not blessed. Li Yuankong said calmly, he hasn't finished yet. Most of the almighty voices are attached to the magical tools. However, most magical tools don't have such features. In the past, many people got scammed with trash from the Black Rock ruins thinking they would hear the voices. Zhou Quan smiled awkwardly. I can hear some mumbling from this bone flute. It can be considered an almighty voice. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. You can try it for yourself. Maybe you'll hear it. Zhou Quan said generously. Li Yuankong was the first one to walk up and inject a stream of spiritual energy into the bone flute. The bone flute started to sound again. Alas, no one still heard anything. Even Master Li can't hear it. It seems that there really isn't any cultivation sound in this bone flute. Seeing Li Yuankong shake his head and leave, Zhou Quan quickly tried to comfort him. One by one, the individual cultivators took turns trying. However, they were all disappointed. When it was Jiang Ming's turn, he walked up with a calm face, injected his spiritual energy into it, and listened quietly. Jiang Ming stood still, seemingly listening carefully. However, his heart was calm. It's the same few sentences over and over again. Jiang Ming sighed. When Li Yuankong and the others tried it, he had heard it several times. However, there were only about 100 words in total, and it was missing the beginning and the end. However, this is already a pleasant surprise. This is clearly related to refining blood qi. It seems to be a breathing technique. If I go back and study it, it might also be of great benefit to my martial arts foundation. Jiang Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. After he personally injected spiritual energy and listened to the voice again, the voice in the bone flute suddenly disappeared. He could no longer hear the incomplete chapter, only the sound of humming was left, and even the mumbling was gone. Could it be that after the bone flute was activated and heard, the voice disappeared? Jiang Ming made a wild guess and then stopped thinking. The most important thing at this time was to stabilize the situation. I can't panic. Zhou Quan doesn't know that there is an almighty voice in the bone flute. Jiang Ming comforted himself. The more he panicked, the more he would expose himself. As long as he did not panic, no one would notice anything. He tried a few more times to no avail. Only then did he reluctantly step away from the bone flute, shaking his head in disappointment. I can't hear anything. Jiang Ming sighed. Is it really because I'm not talented enough? Zhou Quan smiled and consoled him. You shouldn't give up on yourself. It seems that there's really nothing in this bone flute. If anyone is interested in studying it, I'll sell it at a low price. Everyone shook their heads in unison. No one was willing to waste their spirit stones on this thing. Jiang Ming was secretly relieved. Good. No one detected anything. He glanced at Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan probably did not expect that his treasure would be wasted just like that. However, why is it that only I can hear the almighty voice? Could it be that this almighty voice is related to martial arts, and only those with high martial arts attainments can hear it? Jiang Ming thought to himself. However, it was difficult to judge anything since he had only seen this bone flute for the first time. Wait. The thunderous bow was also related to the Black Rock ruins. Did it have an almighty voice attached to it too? He could not help but wonder if a force like the Fire Lotus Valley had already found many such relics and magical tools. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After the appraisal, there was a banquet to welcome them. In the afternoon, the individual cultivators of Shaoqian Mountain finally bid farewell to Zhou Quan and left. Jiang Ming and the others made copies of the jade slip they had bought. I'm going to visit the Black Rock ruins in 30 years. Li Yuankong suddenly spoke. His voice was ethereal in the wind, but it contained a sense of determination. Everyone was stunned. Li Yuankong had never participated in stuff like this. Why did he suddenly change his attitude now? Only in the face of death do you know what fear is. Li Yuankong murmured. His white hair danced in the wind, and his unruly figure looked a little hunched. The rest of them finally reacted. It was true. Li Yuankong was already old. This would be his last chance for adventure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Early in the morning, a thin mist filled the air. Jiang Ming stood at the entrance of a cave in the Blue Sunshine Mountain range and casually practiced a set of fist techniques. His breathing, however, was different from usual. It was longer and contained a special rhythm. A moment later, Jiang Ming's breathing suddenly became chaotic, and he stopped practicing. This breathing technique is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that it's incomplete, and there's no external training method. Jiang Ming shook his head and felt a little regretful. On that day, he obtained an unknown breathing technique for refining one's Body. After returning to Hongyang City, he carefully comprehended and practiced it for a few days before coming to Blue Sunshine Mountain Range to truly cultivate it. This breathing technique can't increase my blood qi. However, it can refine my blood qi and make it more condensed and vigorous. Even if I still haven't broken through the bottleneck, it will make my martial arts cultivation more solid and powerful. Jiang Ming took a few deep breaths to calm his boiling blood and then waved his hand in the air. Boom! Scarlet blood qi burst out from his palm and turned into a blood-red waterfall. It shot out into the distance almost 400 feet away. Before I started cultivating this breathing technique, my blood qi could only reach 300 feet. I've only been cultivating for a month, and I've made such great progress. However, the speed of condensation has also gradually slowed down. It's fine. This is normal. If my blood qi can reach more than 500 feet, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a worthy opponent in the qi refinement realm. Jiang Ming was a little shocked. He had been searching for a long time in Shaoqian Mountain. However, he had never seen such a powerful martial arts cultivation method. It was only an incomplete breathing method, yet it was already so powerful. If it was a complete cultivation method, then how powerful would a complete one be? Jiang Ming took a deep breath. Maybe he could still break through by collecting magical tools and spirit herbs. However, anything above that was impossible to find. He stretched lazily, then rode on his flying sword and headed back to Hongyang City. Tomorrow was the time to return to Shaoqian Mountain. After more than a year of reorganization, Mount Thousand was now completely stable. Many of his fellow cultivators returned one after another. After all, the spiritual energy in Hongyang City was too thin. Jiang Ming was also ready to take this opportunity to go to the black market to see if he could buy something. He had spirit stones in his pocket that he could sell. Asterisk. Jiang Ming walked in the middle of the golden spirit rice field in Shaoqian Mountain and could not help but take a deep breath. Feeling the rich spirit energy circulating in his body, he suddenly felt much more comfortable. Let's go home and take a look. Jiang Ming rushed back to the small green peak with ease and familiarity. He passed by the spirit field at the foot of the mountain and was about to return directly to his small courtyard. However, he landed beside the spirit field with a soft sound of surprise. Old Guzi? Jiang Ming looked at the old man in front of him, whose eyes were dull and whose body was dirty, and almost did not dare recognize him. Old Guzi squatted by the field, staring blankly at it. He slowly raised his head and looked at the figure in front of him. Ming. You're back? Jiang Ming looked at the dejected old man and had already guessed what had happened. He sighed and did not say much. Sitting side by side with old Guzi on the ridge of the field, he took out 2 wine gourds and handed one to old Guzi. The two of them drank until the sun was setting. Old Guzi also told him what had happened during this period of time, and it was almost the same as what Jiang Ming had guessed. Before the chaos, many spirit farmers had fled with their valuables. Old Guzi also wanted to leave and escape to Immortal City. However, his son was unwilling to leave. He wanted to take this opportunity to take a gamble. Even after he died a tragic death, old Guzi bought a courtyard in his memory. He said that this might be the only chance in his life. If he missed it, he Was afraid he would never succeed. It's my fault too. I was also tempted by the chance. Tears and snot flowed down old Guzi's face. He coughed and said, Ming, do you blame me for killing him? If I had dragged him out of this place, like you, would all of this have been avoided? Jiang Ming shook his head and said slowly, this is the way of immortal cultivation. Opportunities come from danger. If he didn't fight this battle, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. He would have expected the current outcome. Thus, how could it be your responsibility? Although Jiang Ming went down the mountain and did not participate in this storm, he never looked down on these people who wanted to use it as a shot at a better life. If he was not immortal, he might have been the same. This was the path of immortal cultivation. How many people could die of old age on this path? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At night, Jiang Ming returned to his courtyard. Everything was the same as before, the formation was as good as new, no one had come in, and the spirit herbs in the corner were thriving and growing. Well, it seems that the battle didn't affect this place, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. However, he also knew that he was just lucky this time. Along the way back, he saw with his own eyes that many cave abodes had been destroyed and had not been repaired yet. The next morning, Jiang Ming got up early. He was practicing the incomplete breathing technique in the courtyard when someone suddenly knocked on the door. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and went to open the door. Ah? Miss He. Jiang Ming looked at the person in front of him and was a little surprised. Outside the courtyard was He Xiaowan, the female cultivator who had just joined the plant hall before the chaos began. However, He Xiaowan's clothes no longer had the symbol of the plant hall on them. Instead, a long sword was embroidered on her sleeve. That was the symbol of the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team's uniform was convenient for combat. Coupled with He Xiaowan's tall figure and temperament, it highlighted her valiant demeanor. He Xiaowan suddenly appeared at Shaoqian Mountain before the chaos. Her origins were also mysterious. Hall Master Huang seemed to know about her, but avoided saying anything. And after the chaos, he immediately became a member of the law enforcement team. Several thoughts flashed through Jiang Ming's mind. He suddenly felt that the chaos of Shaoqian Mountain this time might not be as simple as it seemed. However, his face did not reveal anything. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Congratulations on being promoted to the law enforcement team." He Xiaowan smiled and sized up Jiang Ming's body without hiding it. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect that you would also have done some research on body refinement in addition to alchemy. Your body must be quite strong. Aren't you going to invite me in? There's no hope in cultivation for me. Thus, if I want to live a few more years, I naturally have to take good care of my body." Jiang Ming did not panic. He gave her a casual explanation and welcomed her into the courtyard with a smile. The life of an alchemist is still the most comfortable. He Xiaowan looked at the spirit herbs planted in his courtyard, as well as the comfortable furniture. She also clicked her tongue in admiration and revealed an envious look. Jiang Ming casually put on his jacket and smiled, "With your current status, you can buy these things anytime." He Xiaowan shook her head and laughed. She then got down to business. "From now on, I'll be in charge of the daily patrol of the small green peak. No matter what, you can contact me through the communication talisman. If there Are any strangers here? You can also contact me in time. As she spoke, He Shaowan handed over a jade slip with her spiritual energy imprint. With this item, Jiang Ming could use the communication talisman to find her. Is Shaoqian Mountain stricter now? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. The law enforcement team did not care so much in the past. It's just a formality. It's also for the safety of all the individual cultivators. If you find it troublesome, you don't have to bother, He Shaowan explained with a smile. After a short chat, she left. It seems that the chaos this time has also made the higher-ups of Shaoqian Mountain wary. Jiang Ming closed the door and shook his head. Unless there were structural changes, the problem would not be completely solved. Moreover, if they were to force many rules, most of the individual cultivators here would have to leave. If anything happens again, I'll just run away, Jiang Ming muttered internally. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The plant hall's casualties are the least among all the halls. It seems that everyone has learned the true teachings of the plant hall. The head of the plant hall, Huang Chu, was full of vigor as he raised his cup. They had all gathered in the Jade Pavilion. It seems like we're still missing a few people. Jiang Ming glanced around and whispered to Duan Ping beside him. Duan Ping smiled with a calm gaze. Everyone says that we should be peaceful. However, when the opportunity comes, not many people can resist temptation. Zhong Gui came over from the other side. He said in a low voice, "Is there any inside information about the situation? Is it true that the Golden Core Realm Elder of Shaoqian Mountain is seriously injured?" Jiang Ming also looked at Duan Ping. This was also a question he was curious about. How could their heavily injured Golden Core Realm Elder and the Li Sword Sect's Elder kill two cultivators of the same level with heavy injuries and escape? The two Golden Core Realm cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley and the Qingyin Pavilion had carefully tested the waters for a long time before they started to attack Shaoqian Mountain. How could they have fallen for this trap so easily? Duan Ping chuckled and said, "I couldn't say these things earlier. However, this is no longer a secret. Shaoqian Mountain was a gathering place for individual cultivators, but the Elder of Shaoqian Mountain is not an individual cultivator." Eh? What? At the table, several people were stunned. They had never heard of this kind of news. Huang Chu, Feng He, and a few others were calm. It was obvious that they had already known about this. Duan Ping did not keep them in suspense and said directly, "The elder on the main peak is a guest elder of the Cloud Dream sect, one of the 6 blessed lands of the Feather Kingdom. Shaoqian Mountain has been under them for hundreds of years. Did you really think that any random individual cultivator could control it? As long as the Cloud Dream sect doesn't fall, there won't be any real chaos in Shaoqian Mountain." The Cloud Dream sect? Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Although the Lit Fire region was only a small area of the Feather Kingdom, not many people had not heard of the 3 Grotto Heavens and 6 blessed lands of the Feather Kingdom. Any one of them was a terrifying force who could flatten Lit Fire region with a snap of their fingers. No one would have thought that the Cloud Dream sect was behind Shaoqian Mountain. They were one of the major cultivation forces of the Feather Kingdom. While Jiang Ming was shocked, he suddenly remembered that the sect that Wu Hen joined was the Cloud Dream sect. He wondered how he was doing now. It's been a few decades. Maybe he's already in the Foundation establishment. realm, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Wu Hen was very talented. So, the Cloud Dream sect has come to take action? At the table, Zhong Gui regained his senses and quickly asked. Duan Ping laughed. Yes, and no. Give us a straight answer. Feng, he slapped him on the back of his head. Duan Ping immediately said, actually, the Cloud Dream sect has already sent people to the lit fire region. Ever since the Black Rock ruins opened, the 3 grotto heavens and the 6 blessed lands have been on the move. It's true that our elder was injured, but I heard that he received a medicinal pill from the sect to recover. The Li Sword sect also wanted to get on the Cloud Dream sect's good side. Therefore, they cooperated with our elder and set up this trap. They ruthlessly set up the Fire Lotus Valley and the Qingyin Pavilion. Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect the situation to be so dire. That even a force like the Cloud Dream sect would take action. As the next opening of the Black Rock ruins gets closer and closer, the Cloud Dream sect has taken advantage of the commotion and sent many of their disciples to the lit fire region, Feng he suddenly said as he chewed on his stewed beef. Then it's going to be very lively. Zhong Gui did not understand what he meant. Thus, he could only make a vague statement to avoid the awkward silence. Jiang Ming suddenly thought of He Xiaowan, who had joined the law enforcement team. Don't tell me she's from the Cloud Dream sect? He Xiaowan did not look very old. However, she was already at the late stage of the Qi refinement realm and had easily mastered the Misty Rain technique. This was not something that an individual cultivator could achieve easily. Looks like I'll have to be more low-key in the future. The next time the ruins open, I'm afraid it won't just be lively. There will be another wave of chaos, Jiang Ming thought to himself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the Round Valley market, Jiang Ming resumed his daily life and set up a stall to sell his own medicinal pills. However, he had not seen many of the familiar faces that he had seen in the past. Thousands of cultivators were killed or injured during the chaos. The battle between a few Golden Core realm cultivators was so great that several mountain peaks were reduced into dust. Many innocent individual cultivators had died in their sleep. Many were killed by other individual cultivators who took advantage of the situation. Being weak is a sin. After Jiang Ming had sold his stock for the day, he bid farewell to several new customers and left on his flying sword. I'll go to the black market again. I should be able to see some good things. Jiang Ming found a place with no one around, changed his aura and appearance, and stepped into the black market. After the chaos, those people naturally had to sell the things they had snatched. Although it had been about a year since the situation, it did not matter. Now was the time when the rules were strict, and things were back on track. The black market was probably thriving. Why do these spirit herbs look so familiar? Jiang Ming glanced at a few spirit herbs in the stall and raised his eyebrows. When he went to the plant hall to help with the Misty Rain technique, he remembered seeing these spirit herbs. They were all valuable, and Feng he had told him to take good care of them. He did not expect that these things would appear in the black market in the blink of an eye. However, Jiang Ming just glanced at them and continued to walk forward. Huang Chu and Feng he, the big shots of the plant hall, did not pursue this matter. Therefore, why should he meddle? It was not even his own spirit herbs. He was just a farmer. As he walked around the black market, Jiang Ming grew excited. Many things that were not seen in the past were now placed on the stalls. It only took Jiang Ming a moment to see more than a dozen rare middle-grade magical weapons. Moreover, the price was not high, and the stall owner was looking for buyers urgently. Jiang Ming was tempted. He walked to a stall, pointed to a red sword, and haggled with the shopkeeper. Although he already had the thunderous bow, it was a long-range weapon. He still needed another magical weapon for short-range combat. It would be a good idea to take this opportunity to buy one. The shopkeeper's face was bitter. Friend, this sword here, the scarlet separation sword, is of excellent quality. Not only can it be used for short-range combat, but it is also a melee weapon. It is extremely strong and can be considered one of the best middle-grade magical weapons. Usually, people would buy it even if it was priced at 700 spirit stones. Jiang Ming pouted. That's the usual price. However, hasn't the situation changed now? It's been a few months since the chaos, and you still haven't sold it. If you don't accept my offer, you might never sell it. Friend, are you kidding me? I'm a businessman. I'll find someone else to buy it. The shopkeeper quickly waved his hand. Jiang Ming glanced at the stall. Last offer. 300 spirit stones. The shopkeeper almost exploded. He gritted his teeth and said, the lowest price is 500. This magical weapon is cheap and of good quality. If you don't buy it today, you might not find it tomorrow. Forget it. You can sell it to someone else. Jiang Ming sneered and turned around to leave. Hey! Come back! Come back! The shopkeeper quickly stood up and shouted, pulling Jiang Ming back. His magical weapons were of good quality and cheap. However, it was obviously not easy to sell these stolen goods. There were even fewer people who could afford them for a few hundred spirit stones. How could he let Jiang Ming go? 300 is too low. I still have to pay rent, the shopkeeper said awkwardly. 300 is all I have. Jiang Ming's tone was firm, and he did not give in. The shopkeeper really wanted to kick him away. However, he was reluctant to let him go. 350. Any lower and I won't sell it to you. Jiang Ming's eyes twinkled. He suddenly smiled brightly. What's this? An extra 50 spirit stones in my pocket? I didn't even notice. The shopkeeper's face was gloomy. A few minutes later, Jiang Ming picked up the scarlet separation sword and waved it twice. He liked it. The scarlet separation sword contained red fire copper essence, and its strength was top-notch. The only drawback was that it was a little heavy. It weighed a few hundred pounds. It was difficult for ordinary chi refinement realm cultivators to swing it freely without tempering their bodies. However, this was not a problem for Jiang Ming. He continued to stroll around the black market in high spirits and bought some high-quality middle-grade talismans from a few stalls to add to his arsenal. It was always good to be prepared. What is this? Jiang Ming walked to a shop that specialized in cultivation techniques and spells. It also had some miscellaneous books and classics. He casually browsed through them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He did not expect to finally encounter a real forbidden technique after being in the world of immortal cultivation for so many years. I'm taking this. Next to the jade slip was a piece of paper that briefly introduced the contents of the jade slip. This was the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell. It was an offensive fire spell that would also refine the spiritual energy in the user's spiritual core. When practiced, practicing this spell long-term could lead to a breakthrough. In cultivation, however, it had a fatal flaw. When used too much, it could damage the user's meridians and even their spiritual core in the long run. It could even kill the user instantly if they did not stop using it. Friend, please consider this purchase carefully. The shopkeeper raised his brows and said without any emotion, "This is a forbidden technique. Life is about taking risks." Jiang Ming's eyes were slightly crazy. Another madman who doesn't care about his life, I see, the shopkeeper thought to himself and spread out 5 fingers. 50 spirit stones. What? Jiang Ming was stunned. The lowest is 45. The shopkeeper's brows furrowed. I'll throw in a cluster of purple mystic fire as well. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. He did not think it was expensive at all. On the contrary, he was shocked it was so cheap. Jiang Ming blinked. He supposed it was hard to sell, because it was a forbidden technique. He nodded. Deal. Jiang Ming paid for it and also bought a few miscellaneous books from the shopkeeper before he left with satisfaction. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming returned home, satisfied. This trip to the black market was really worth it. He took out the scarlet separation sword, which was worth hundreds of spirit stones, and practiced with it for an entire afternoon before he stopped. Then, he took out the jade slip and started to read it carefully. He had been in the world of cultivators for so long. However, he still did not have a cultivation technique that could really improve his strength in all aspects. After half an hour, Jiang Ming raised his head in surprise and joy. He could not help but smile brightly. Finally, there's another ordinary attack technique. Jiang Ming had already memorized every single word of the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell. If the description of the contents of this jade slip is true, its value is greater than what I had expected. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. He was also a little excited. This forbidden technique was beyond his expectations. The description that he had seen earlier only said that this technique could increase the strength of an immortal cultivator by several times. They could even break through if they kept using it. However, it was impossible to test this theory for other immortal cultivators. This was because prolonged use could cripple one's cultivation and even lead to death. The shopkeeper also gave me a cluster of purple mystic fire. I can test its power first. Jiang Ming turned his wrist, and a colorless crystal appeared in his palm. A talisman paper was stuck on the surface, and a wisp of a purple flame was sealed in the crystal. It changed into a purple mist from time to time. It was very strange. The purple mystic fire is rumored to be a strange spiritual fire created by a special cultivation method. It has extraordinary effects and can be used against enemies or for refining pills and weapons. Although it was sealed inside the crystal, Jiang Ming could still vaguely feel the heat contained in the purple flame. This spiritual fire can easily burn through the physical body of a qi refinement realm cultivator. It's no different from courting death if one were to try to use it to refine their spiritual core. Jiang Ming shook his head. Even though this was the weakest type of spiritual fire, no immortal cultivator was willing to touch it with their body. No wonder this technique was so cheap. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later, Jiang Ming finally completely comprehended the mystic flame Spirit sacrifice spell. He circulated it in his body several times. He took out the crystal that sealed the purple mystic fire and prepared to test the power of this technique. It was not difficult to practice this technique. However, not many cultivators dared practice it. Jiang Ming tore off the sealing talisman, and the crystal suddenly broke into pieces. A purple flame that was only as thick as a strand of hair broke free of its restraint and kept changing its shape in the void. Jiang Ming immediately used the mystic flame spirit sacrifice spell and formed a spiritual power seal in his palm, which directly enveloped the wisp of flame. In just a moment, the wisp of purple fire entered his body and immediately appeared under Jiang Ming's spiritual core. Under Jiang Ming's spell, it immediately turned into a tiny flame and integrated into his spiritual core. Jiang Ming felt a sharp pain burst out from his spiritual core before it spread to his limbs and bones. At the same time, his aura also suddenly increased explosively. He broke through to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. Jiang Ming endured the pain and punched out with all his strength. His spiritual energy was fierce, turning into a pillar of light and fiercely hitting the black round shield in front of him. This shield was his favorite for testing out the strength of new attacks, as it could withstand any attack below the peak of the Qi refinement realm. It was a good indicator of Jiang Ming's strength. A muffled sound was heard, followed by a slight crack. The already damaged shield now had a deep hole in it. Cracks could be seen on the edge of the shield. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth in pain. His spiritual core and meridians seemed to be seriously damaged. However, it was fine. He was immortal. In just a moment, he was back to his original state, full of energy. Looking at the shield that had suffered a lot, he revealed a surprised and satisfied expression. It was clear that no one below the Foundation establishment realm could defeat him now. Moreover, this was only the weakest type of spiritual fire. If he used a stronger type, would he be able to fight against a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm? In the future, he would have to shop around for stronger types of spiritual fire. However, there's still a tiny flaw. Jiang Ming immediately frowned. When using this technique, the speed of spiritual energy consumption is also greatly increased. Although there are Qi-returning pills that can recover spiritual energy, the recovery speed of Qi-returning pills is much slower than the speed of consumption. According to his previous experience, the inextinguishable origin light would only repair his body. It did not replenish blood qi or spiritual energy. Back in the mortal world, martial artists mostly relied on their physical bodies. Thus, he did not mind the restriction. However, as he entered the world of immortal cultivators, it seemed to be getting harder and harder.